man. So cool. We got some more youth racing that's going to be coming up here in race 2 as well. Looks like we got 900 and below and the youth outlaw. Oh, we got a battle royale to the finish. The Motul car coming across with a flat tire. Drove the whole race on a flat, man. That is crazy. So we can look for the Motul car, number 91 of, let's see here, Miyakoto from Alvarado, Texas, to be a lot stronger in the second moto here. But what a run, man. Driving the whole way on a flat tire. Good for her. Gonna wind down with number 5 here, crossing the finish line, Grayson Poppert. As you can see, all the drivers are getting staged up for race number 2. The start is a little different this year because it goes into a sharp right-hand corner. And the preferred spots to start this year are going to be on the right side of your screen, where some of those people are standing over there. You got about, yeah, there you go with the drone shot. Fantastic job by the production crew. All the Outlaw production TV guys doing a great job today. Looks like we're gonna have 2 gates here. Some of the little cars, some of the bigger cars. Race 2, let's see. We'll go through some of the names here. It's gonna be less drivers on track here, but some of these guys might be a little bit faster here with the 900s. We're gonna have Landon Poppert. Oh, here we go. We got a couple other drivers crossing the finish line too. Number 111 of Easton Helms out of Schulenburg, Texas. His sponsor is Shimmering Water Pools. And for race number 2, like you can see in your shot there, we already talked about Landon Popper. He is sponsored by P4 Racing, Polaris Razor, Coastline Steel, DS Customs, O'Neill Racing, Car One Fabrication, and Frank's Well Drilling. Looks like we got our last car coming across the finish line here for race 1. Number 21. Awesome job by Damian Nava. Octane Mania, McDormand Signs, and the works. Good job, dude. Sounds like he needs a little bit of a tune-up, but he'll get that for Moto 2. Okay, so back to race number 2 here. We already talked about Landon Poppert in the 900 and below class, number 9. We're going to go with number 29, Mason Douglas out of Frost, Texas. Dad and mom, big sponsors for his program. It's always good to see that, though, man. I love that they have the family atmosphere out here, and they're all supporting him to get across the finish line. He's also sponsored by MTEX Welding, Martin Realty Group, Old Pro Roofing, First United Mortgage, and Kirchmere family. So good luck to both of those drivers. And we also have the Youth Outlaw class coming up here. 47Y. Maggie Flores from Houston, Texas. He's driving a Polaris out of Olympia. His sponsors are Olympia Drywall and Mom and Pop. He's out of Houston, she's out of Houston, Texas. Excuse me. Number 56 here, Avery Sides, out of Sanger, Texas. 11 years old, man. Some of these kids are so young. Maggie Flores is also 9 years old. Number 63, Code St. Peter. Man, he just got off the track. Whitney, Texas. He's driving a Polaris, 8 years old. Raceline wheels, Maxxis tires, Velocity vehicles. Number 195. Oh, he just won that first race. Becker Chase out of La Crescenta, California. Driving a Polaris, 11 years old. Chase Motorsports, 9.0 Power Sports, and Car One. And finally, number 538, Riley Lutz out of Greenville, Tennessee, 10 years old. Team DFS, BAM Storage, Precise Renovations, and MIG bringing her on the track. So you can see with that view that we have there on your screen, that right-hand corner is just down there right where you see the banners and that tire there. It's a long ways for these little drivers, but it's a lot shorter of a chute than what we were used to running the track in the, I don't know what you want to call it, clockwise or proper direction. And since we're running it in reverse this year, it's a little different for the drivers because they kind of have to hang a left, go up the start a little bit, and then hang that sharp right to come underneath the arches over here by where we're standing or where we're sitting. And that preferred line where the car number 29 is there is about, I don't know, 50 to 60 feet shorter than the line all the way at the end towards the right. So that's going to be a really, really good starting spot for some of these drivers. It's going to make it for interesting racing if some of these drivers have a bad first moto or their gate pick is not good and they have to go all the way to the end and work their way through the pack. While we wait for some of these drivers to get lined up and for this second race to start, let's thank some of our sponsors for the event here. First of all, we'd like to thank Can-Am Off-Road for being such a great partner for this event and helping out with the entire Texas Outlaw Side-by-Side series. Looks like we're getting ready to go here, so we'll give our other sponsors some love in just a second here. As you can see by some of these shots, there's a little bit of overcast weather here in Texas. You can see some of the wind, but these drivers are going to push through all that because they're so stoked to be out here for the first round of the series this year. We got to talk with a little bit of a few of the drivers yesterday, and the excitement level was just off the charts. Everybody is so excited. It was really cool to see all the drivers driving the new track. Like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, it kind of evens everything out, right? Because it's a fresh track, so it levels the playing field for everybody. Race 2 is about to kick off. Make sure all the drivers are ready. This is when the nerves calm down. Get ready to go out there and do business in their office. All right, let's go with the 900 and below class. Wow, see that inside gate really paid off. So number 29 there, Mason Douglas out front. Looks like we're missing somebody on the roster here, so we'll see if we can get that for you. Looks like he's got a pretty tricked out car. Number 9, Landon Popper. So maybe we can get some information for number 13. And now we have the Youth Outlaw starting guys just taking off here. Man, that orange car got a fantastic start. Look at how fast that car is. Number 63 out front, Code St. Peter. Just got off the track, man, so he's fresh off the track. He knows the lines already. He's going to be able to show these drivers in second and third the hot route around the track. So those guys are going to get a little bit of an advantage here. And it looks like Becker Chase still running the same car, going for the lead there. So Becker Chase just came off the track and then comes to race another moto. Looks like the same car. Maybe they just topped it off with fuel, and he's getting back out there racing against all his buddies. He's doing a fantastic job today. You can see the different styles of driving that these young kids have. Some a little bit smoother, some a little bit more aggressive, but it's really cool to see. There you go with the outside line, inside line. You can slingshot around. These kids are learning so much about their racing future here. I love seeing all of this. Some of these chicanes, when the bigger cars get out here, you'll see them taking the outside a little bit more often, just because it'll allow for some passing. You can dive bomb some people on the inside. Look at that beautiful shot of the green prairie in Texas here. Another couple notables is that the track has a little bit of elevation changes. Not much, but enough to be able to upset some of the cars. Again, this off-camber corner here is really causing a lot of the bigger cars trouble because their cars push out so much. These younger drivers are able to navigate it pretty well. Up here, we got a little tabletop, and then you're going through these 180 chicanes. These chicanes, you really have to slow down quite a bit for. Even these 250s and 170s, excuse me, and the bigger 900s that are going to be coming around here in a second, they have to really navigate those quickly and with paying attention to what's going on behind them, so nobody cuts down on the inside. So we got the 900 and below class. We got our leader coming through, number 9, Landon Poppart. Let's give his sponsors another shout out here: P4 Racing, Polaris Razor, Coastline Steel, DS Customs, O'Neill Racing, Car One Fabrication, Frank's Well Drying. Still on screen, we're paying attention to your battle for the Youth Outlaw Series, or excuse me, Youth Outlaw class at the Texas Outlaw Side-by-Side Series. Here we go, back to our 900 and below class. The number 13. Number 13 is Lincoln Smiley. Back to some of our Youth Outlaw class. That driver in second, Becker Chase, looks like he hung that corner really wide. It looks like they put some water down on the track, where the track's getting a little slicker and some of the moisture is coming up from some of the water earlier today. These drivers are really out there battling. You can see those cars just sliding around. Number 63, Code St. Peter. Looks like these guys are probably going to be battling all day, man, going back and forth. They're so close in talent and vehicle. Wow, coming alongside. Look at that battle. Becker Chase and Code St. Peter. Once one guy gets a run, the other guy comes right back and passes. I feel like this is Supercross with Tomac and Rocks in it. Oh, there we go, inside and outside line. Now you guys can really see the difference in how much time it saves you and the difference in momentum that they carry. Looks like Code St. Peter just made Becker Chase a little bit nervous in that corner. But there we go again, slingshot from the outside. So as you can see, the track is lending itself to some good passing opportunities. We'll see how it develops during the later classes as well with some of the bigger cars, but these 180 corners really allow for a lot of passing. Code St. Peter and Becker Chase, man, they are really battling. Great drone shot by the production crew. We also have the white flag just coming out for our 900 and below class as we follow Becker Chase and Code St. Peter. So Becker Chase still leading the way here. Here we go with the 900 guys. Number 9, Landon Poppart, still out there leading the way. Put this one. That Daytona turn is synonymous for Texplex here. Looks like Code St. Peter took the lead again. Number 13 and number 29, man, battling it out in the 900 and below class. Mason Douglas, Lincoln Smiley. And we still have the Battle Royale happening with Becker Chase and Code St. Peter. It's cool to see California battle Texas, man. Right now, Texas is leading a little bit, but the Californian Becker Chase still wants to come home with another victory. And you know, with these two moto formats, it's kind of crazy because a second place is almost as good as a first place in the first moto because you can still win the overall pretty easily. You can, if you get a second place in the first moto and a first place in the second moto, the other driver gets a second place in the first place in the first moto and a second place in the second moto. The second moto wins. So the second place is just as good as the first place in the first moto. There we go. This battle is still continuing. Looks like Becker Chase just got by Code St. Peter. These guys have probably switched positions, 10 times so far in this moto number one here. So they are coming out fired up for the 2022 racing season. We got our live timing and scoring. Looks like they're working on it a little bit. Hopefully we'll be able to get that adjusted for you guys. There we go. So we'll get your running order here. Looks like we got the checkered flag out for our leader. Landon Poppart is going to come home with the victory in the 900 and below class. Congratulations, Landon Poppart. Man, he really put on a clinic out here today. Second place drivers are coming through on their last lap as well. Here we go, crossing the finish line. It looks like we are going to have the number 29 of Mason Douglas coming home second, and number 13 of Lincoln Smiley. Good job to all those guys. The 900 and below class is really cool because this is getting these guys the opportunity to be able to race some of these bigger cars. The 900s are what we all started out in. Yamaha Rhinos, Razor 900s, Razor 800s. Those were our foray into what we have as far as side-by-sides are nowadays. Super cool to see that the kids are actually being able to go out there and race these vehicles now. And so the Battle Royale coming into the Daytona turn here. One corner left, and Code St. Peter's going to bring home the win. But Becker Chase, man, he wants that victory. Look at these kids charging all the way down to the finish line. Great job to both of these drivers. And we noticed that both of them like orange, man. Orange is the new color. Oh, and third place got some orange on his vehicle as well. Let's catch his number and we can congratulate him as well. So looks like we got the who was that, number 538? Bradley Lutz. I hope I got that right. Team DFS, BAM Storage, Precise Renovations, and MIG. We're going to let our other drivers finish up their last lap here. Just got a few left on track. As you guys can see, race number 3 is starting. All staged up. That second position is going to get filled real quick. And now you can see the what I was talking about before. The drivers on the left side of your screen, the right side of the starting grid, have to travel quite a bit further to be able to get to the first turn. So there's a distinct advantage in doing well, or signing up first, I guess, at the first round for that left-hand starting grid position. We're going to call that starting spot 1. and then the one all the way on the right, maybe starting spot 10. I want to give a huge shout out to everybody that works on this race series. Brian Atkinson, our leader, he has a fantastic staff that helps out here at Texplex, getting all these racers signed up, parked, everything for this track. Does a fantastic job here, so we're really happy that you guys can all come join us and have some fun out here at the races. Got our final driver, or excuse me, one of our final drivers, number 47Y, Maggie Flores, in Houston, Texas, just crossing the finish line now. You can see her entering the screen, getting ready to exit the track. Great job to Maggie. Olympia Drywall, and Mom and Pop bringing her out to the races. Still crazy for me to think. She's 9 years old, and she just did a fantastic job completing her first moto at the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Side-by-Side Series. So now we're going to get our first foray into some of the larger classes with race number 3. Looks like most of these guys, a few Razors out there. Some of these guys are choosing the Can-Am platform, the Razor platform. All very equal these days. It's almost like that Ford and Chevy battle that we've talked about for years in auto racing. So cool to see the competition level increasing out here. Looks like we got a driver in RS1 out there as well. Race number 3 is going to be your Outlaw Amateur class. So let's go through some of the roster here. Number 7 is Riley Cadenhead out of Midland, Texas. He's driving a Polaris, 14 years old, man. So you got a big difference in the ages of some of these drivers. Second driver is number 10, Chris Donald out of Pembroke Pines, Florida. Man, traveling all the way from Florida. Number 44 years in age, and driving for Motul SA Belt, Ignite, Demon, and Maxis. These drivers are just getting ready to take off here. Let me see. Number 23, Todd Anders, Bourne, Texas, driving a Can-Am, 54 years of age. Christopher Stroh out of Lighthouse Point, Florida. Cutter Kite out of Burleson, Texas. Trent Allen out of Burleson, Texas. Bobby Whitney out of Southland, Texas. Progressive Power Sports brings him to the track. Jace Chilson out of Magnolia, Texas. Shimmering Water Pools. Yeah, you can see the big difference in some of these turbo cars going into this first turn here. And you can see exactly the advantage that I was talking about that left hand starting positions on the gate there. These turbo cars are really fast. This track is shorter than the last race we were at here with the Texas 12-hour Outlaw 12-hour race. We're going to see some of these cars and the different lines that they take compared to the youth classes in just a second here. And it looks like Bobby Whitney did not start. So we'll go through the last 3 drivers as they get sorted out here on course. Jace Chilson out of Magnolia, Texas. Shimmering Water Pools brings him out here. Nick Collins, number 197, out of Georgetown, Texas. And number 509, Kyle Voss, GFR Collision and Performance. Looks like a lot of these drivers are opting for some of these same routes with taking the inside line. So we'll see if the track starts to open up a little bit as these drivers get a little bit more comfortable. First moto of the first race of the year. Get some of the bugs worked out, get some of the nerves worked out. These drivers will start getting a little bit more comfortable. Yeah, like I was mentioning before, that corner's already starting to push out, like right where that tire goes. It's going to be interesting to see how the track builds and progresses throughout the day. Yeah, most of those guys opting for the inside line there. Some of those guys would have a good opportunity to slingshot around the outside and be able to make some passes. We got a Polaris and Can-Am battle coming up the hill. These guys are keeping it really tight on this first lap here. Very nice facility we have out here in Midlothian, Texas at Texplex Off-Road Park. You can see the entire landscape with some of these amazing drone shots. The drivers coming through for their first lap. Still coming through with a pretty good battle. Is there any way you guys can give me the timing and scoring? Is there any way you guys can give me the timing and scoring so I know what I'm talking about? Oh man, we got a battle royale happening here for second place. Can-Am, Polaris. See if we can see some of the numbers here. And then 2 more Can-Ams coming up. Those 2 jumps they just came over, the biggest jumps on the track, the one that you're going to see the drivers go over right now, they call it the Midlothian jump. Doing that backwards this year. Or in reverse. Still the battle for second place. Coming through some of those tighter areas of the course, it's pretty neat to see how these drivers can tighten it up. You have a lot of opportunities to brake late into some of these corners because you have a berm to hold you in on the outside. And then if some of those drivers fade to the outside, like I mentioned before, you can come down the inside, have an opportunity to cut in really quick, also known as dive bomb. These first couple laps here, oh, it looks like we almost got up on the bike there, that Polaris Razor driver. Looks like, all right, so we're getting some information here. Looks like Cutter Knight number 30, or Cutter Kite number 34 out front in his Polaris Razor. He's doing really well, man. He's actually distanced himself pretty well from the second. Oh, well, we in the last corner here, we got a little bit of bumping action going on. But let's see here who's coming through. All right, let's go through the running order real quick. Looks like we have Cutter Kite out front, number 45. Trent Allen in second. Number 28, Christopher Stroh in third. Chris Donald in number 10 in fourth. Nick Collins, number 197 in fifth. Jace Chilson, number 111 in sixth. Riley Cadenhead in seventh. Todd Anders in eighth. And Kyle Voss was in ninth. One thing I noticed about the drivers here, some of these amateur classes are really cool to watch because you can actually see the development happening just in the laps that they're doing with their skill set, how much they push it on these second and third laps. It looked like some of those guys were pretty timid on the first lap, but now they're getting out there and they're really putting it down for their second laps here. Second and third laps going on. Oh, we have a big rollover in the back. Oh, the car's still standing up too. Let's see if we can get a drone maybe out there to see if we can get a little bit of coverage on that and see what number that was. Hope that driver's okay. Just took a little top spin. These cars are built so safe. This driver will probably get out once he can, but the safety crew will get out there and help that driver get his vehicle righted. He must have a really flat rear bumper on that thing to have it stand up like that. So just a suggestion. If you guys are building your new race cars for the Texas Outlaw Series for next year, use a rounded rear bumper. Looks like our safety crew is getting out there to come help him get righted and get back to racing here. So as we watch this driver get his vehicle righted, we'll talk about some of the other people that are on track. If I can get a... man, those drone shots look so cool. Once I get the running order, I'll let you guys know who is in what place out here as well. You can also see the difference in the way that the drivers have their cars set up. It looks like a lot of these guys like a softer, stickier setup. Some of these guys like a little bit stiffer setup, maybe set up for more of the jumping and sliding around the corners, a little bit more drifty, so to speak. Those two drivers that we had on the screen that you can see going in that left-hand corner, the Can-Am looks like it's a little bit more stuck to the ground. The driver in the Polaris looks like it's a little bit slippery of a car, so to speak. But they're both keeping a pace that's pretty similar. So it's cool to see the different driving styles that these drivers have. Both coming over the big step up. Polaris gets over it a little cleaner. Running order still looking about the same. Cutter Kite out front, number 34, out of Burleson, Texas. Chris Donald, number 10, out of Pembroke Pines, Florida. So thanks for coming all the way out here, Chris. That was awesome of you to drive halfway across the country. This track is awesome, so we appreciate you coming out here and hanging out. Trent Allen, number 45, coming through in third. Nick Collins, number 197, bringing in fourth from Georgetown, Texas. Number 111, Jace Chilson, out of Magnolia, Texas. Number 7, let's see, Riley Cadenhead, bringing sixth place. And this Can-Am and Polaris battle is still happening. Looks like the Polaris guy is... I can't see his number. We're getting the white flag for our leader, Cutter Kite, coming through. Cutter's got a pretty big lead, so I don't think he has anything to worry about this race. Just make sure he brings it home, save the car for Moto 2. That's also another thing we should talk about. These side-by-sides, they have to check over them a lot, make sure that they're doing well. This second and third place battle is going to come down to the finish line, man. This is the last lap of the first moto for these guys. Chris Donald and Trent Allen are going to be battling it out all the way down. And we got to fight for fourth as well. Number 197 and number 111, Jace and Nick. Then we got our RS1 coming through. I think that's going to be Riley Cadenhead, number 7. And as you can see, it looks like we got some of the scoreboard working for you guys. You can see some of our sponsors for the series as well. We're going to watch this battle all the way to the checkered flag here. Both of these drivers do not want to give an inch. Track is creating some very, very good racing. Oh, here we go. Looks like a pass for second spot. They're going to be going into the left-hand corner over there. You can see that wide shot. So it looks like Trent Allen, number 45, just got by Chris Donald. Man, he's been working all moto for that one. And our fourth place battle is still shaping up as well. This is so cool to see. The amount of effort it took to make that pass, working all moto. These guys are going to drive it home to the checkers here in just a second. Looks like we got the other Can-Am righted. Back on track. Looks like our leader is going to be coming across for the checkered flag now. There we go. Congratulations to Cutter Kite, number 34, winning his first race, the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series Side-by-Side Series, round 1, starting the year off on the right foot. And, man, Trent Allen worked that whole moto to come home second place. And like I said, second's as good as a victory in the first moto. And Chris Donald, number 10, bringing home his Can-Am in third place on the podium. Oh, last corner on the last lap. Number 11, Jace Chilson passes Nick Collins. Looks like Nick just limped it across the line. Number 197 almost also gets by. Holy smokes, man. We had a big change up right at the end there. What a crazy race. And it looks like Riley Cadenhead bringing his RS1 home as well. Great job to all those Outlaw amateurs. A couple other drivers going to come across the finish line, and we will start race number 4, the Outlaw Experts. Again, I want to say thank you to the production crew for giving you all these great shots, the drone shots, the standing camera shots. And we are out in the middle of a prairie. So for them to get you guys this live broadcast is a feat in itself. So thank you very much to all these guys in the production crew. Oh, the cameras. We got a wide angle of the starting line. Let's give you guys a breakdown of the Outlaw Expert class. What you're looking at there is the finish line arch, and you can see some of the drivers over there in that wide angle of the starting line. The Outlaw Expert class has, oh, look at here, some of my friends. Number 4, Bella Bouchard at Banning, California. Bella's one of my good friends. Wish her luck. SoCal, West Coast Electric, West Coast Motorsports, Car One Fabrication, Evo Power Sports, Coin Power Sports, GVC Tires, DS Customs, Magic Wraps, Switch Pros, and Motool. These guys are all getting ready to start right now. There we go, and we're off with the Outlaw Experts. Oh, maybe Bella's not in this class. I think we might have an error here, but we'll get some of these drivers coming across here, and we'll get their numbers and the scoring for you guys as well. But hey, Bella, you got a shout out. Looks like the Motul car taking the lead. Oh man, we got some good battling right off the start. Like I had mentioned before, this track really allows for some good battling with the way that the corners are set up, with the option lines outside, inside. These expert drivers will show you that for sure. High horsepower out of these vehicles. Thank you guys for joining us for the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Side-by-Side Series Round 1 presented by RedBull. We're getting the day going pretty strong here. There's been some awesome race battling. And you guys can always join us. Come hang out on the in the comments. Let us know what you guys think about the coverage that we're bringing you. Let us know who your favorite drivers are. Looks like we already got a couple people mentioned sponsors, etc. The drivers have. Yeah, we have been. We've been trying to do it as much as possible. There's a lot of drivers out here, so we're trying to get to as many of them as we can. Some of them don't have sponsors listed, so make sure that we tell them to sign up with all their sponsors on their sign-up sheets. Yeah, we'll get the positions to you as much as we can. We got some great battling coming through for the first lap here. We got our Motul car out front, number 26. It looked like number 26. Maybe it's number 22. No, I'm going to need to get an updated race. They might have switched something on me here. So let me actually check through and see what who some of these drivers are for you guys. Yeah, so I might have called this wrong for you guys. It looks like we have some changes in the way of the race format here. So let me look through here. I'll be able to get you guys the best running order here and the correct names of the drivers for you. We apologize for the technical difficulties, but we'll get it straightened out for you guys. All right, we're just going to wing it here in the broadcast booth for you guys. We apologize. We'll see if we can get it worked out for Moto 2. The Motul car still out in front. I'm going to see if I can get a number and a driver name for you guys. All right, so we'll go through and hopefully we'll get this right this time for you guys. It looks like Shane Lewis, number 26, out of Jupiter, Florida, first place. Donovan Willis, number 86, second place. Austin, and he's out of Georgetown, Florida. Number 88, Austin Dinger, out of Fort Worth, Texas. Number 444, Mickey Schroeder, out of Pfluger, Texas. And Pablo Jimenez, number 73, out of Miami, Florida. Pablo's got a really cool story, so if we get time, we're going to tell you guys about his story, man. He's a fantastic human being. Number 16, Aaron Cuevas, out of Gilmer, Texas. Thank you to the production crew for getting all that stuff ironed out so quickly for us. We really appreciate it. Why some of this racing keeps going, we're going to read off some of the sponsors for the event. All of these people help bring us out here and have these events for you. Okay, cool. I got an updated sheet for you guys here. So. Race number 4. Let's give a little bit of love to some of these sponsors, like we just got that comment over there on, I think it was YouTube. Let's see, Aaron Cuevas, Paver Decor Masonry, Stone Built Racing, Motool, Maxis, KMC, yeah, KMC boys, RCV, Sparco, Roll Design, and Evolution Power Sports. Shane Lewis, out of Jupiter, Florida. He's gets out to the track because of Motul, SA Belt, Ignite, DMN Power Sports, LDR suspension. Let's see here. And Donovan Willis, powersportparts.net. All right, coming through for lap 2. We still have your leader, Shane Lewis. Second place, number 86, Austin Dinger. Or excuse me, 88, Austin Dinger. And then third place, Donovan Willis, number 86, they're Georgetown, Texas. These guys are battling Royale too, man. One of the cool things that we noticed about the track, and you can see with the drivers, they're really controlling these cars coming around some of these corners, getting sideways. But there's not very many straightaways. What I mean by that is these guys are almost always turning. A lot of off-camber stuff. And the car is always being upset, leaning on one side. Left rear, right front, left front. Creates a lot of good battling because the drivers are so busy in the cockpit. Most of these cars are CVT, which is belt driven, so they don't have to shift. Some of the classes with the Yamahas and the Hondas, they can either use paddle shift or a shift lever and a clutch. But these drivers all are choosing for the CVT, be a little less busy in the cockpit. But man, these cars are still super fast. Both of those second and third place drivers in that battle opting for the outside, and in the first turn and the second turn, they're taking the inside line. We're going to get the white flag coming out here in just a little bit for our leader as we watch this battle for second and third. You can see that third place driver making up a lot of time in the straightaways because he can gauge where that second place driver is braking, brake later, and close that gap. But their speed is so close, it's very difficult for one to make a pass on the other. Coming in down into the Daytona turn, both taking the inside and the middle instead of going all the way around the top. This last corner here is really tight. Oh, both drivers coming together a little bit. So Donovan Willis and Austin Dinger, man, battling it out for the second place position. Thank you guys all for joining us on the live stream. We really appreciate you guys commenting in, having a little bit of fun with us. Let us know what kind of questions you guys have as well. We'd like to be interactive with you guys. You guys can tell us what you think would be better in the live feed, what you'd like to us to talk about a little bit more. Maybe we'll get into some of the technical aspects of this racing. We have a lot of drivers out here and a lot of racing action, so that's what we're going to focus on mainly. But if you want us to talk about some stuff in the meantime, we can as well. Let's see here. Let's go through the top 6 so far. Lewis, Dinger, Willis, Schroeder, Jimenez, and Cuevas. That battle is still happening for second and third place there. Dinger and Willis have just been at each other this whole time. Willis looks like he made the move. Now has passed Dinger. Being this as the last lap. And second place is almost as valuable as a first place in this two-moto format. I can guarantee you that Dinger still wants to get that second place spot. Podium run is going to be pretty good for the first moto of the first round of the season to begin with, though. He'll be in the points, that's for sure. All these drivers doing a fantastic job. The consistency that a lot of these guys are showing. They're in the Outlaw Expert class now, but looks like pretty soon they're going to be stepping it up to the big boys. Coming through the last 2 turns here, Shane Lewis is going to bring home the victory. So congratulations to Shane Lewis. Motul, Saybelt, Ignite, Demon Power Sports, LDR suspension. And Austin Dinger, man, made it all the way through. Donovan Willis, powersportparts.net, brings home third. Congratulations to all those drivers. Fourth place with a real strong run. Number 444, Mickey Schroeder, out of Pflugerville, Texas. There we go. Lewis, Dinger, Willis, Schroeder, Jimenez, and Cuevas. all the way up to 52 years of age, man. It's super cool to see. This is the stock amateur class, race number 5 at the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Side-by-Side Series, round 1, presented by RedBull. As these drivers come around and get past the finish line for their first lap, we'll get you guys a leaderboard. We can see who's out front. Looks like we got 2 RS1s, a Honda, another RS1, Yamaha, and an Arctic Cat out there. Man, some of these drivers really cooking it into some of these corners. The Honda in 3rd place. We'll see if we can get you guys a leaderboard up here real quick. The diversity of the vehicles and the cars in all of these and the drivers in all of these classes is pretty phenomenal. A lot of RS1s out there. Unfortunately, Polaris discontinued that platform, so those vehicles are probably going to become more desired here. Looks like, let's see here. We have McKesson out front, Pop Art, Kirchmeier, Helms, and Krantz. Man, McKesson and Poppert, so close, not even a second apart. Those RS1s handle so good. Looks like both of them build their cars pretty different. Like I was saying before, they have different setups on them. I mean, we were talking about the Can-Am setup compared to the Polaris setup in the last one. These 2 drivers out front, I mean, one of them, it looks like he has quite a bit lower of a setup. Likes the car to stick to the track a little bit more. Looks like we got a local caution. Drivers taking it easy. Safety is always the main concern out here. Drivers getting back up to race pace. Top 3 still really close. So McKesson, Pop Art, Kirchmeier, all 3 of them fighting for that podium. Very evenly matched. 2 RS1s out front, Honda platform, Honda Talon in 3rd. And again, you can see the difference in driving styles. McKesson comes off the corners a little bit better. Pop Art gets into the corners a little bit better. And man, Kirchmeier, he loves coming into that last corner hot. Oh, here we go, battle for the lead. 116 and a 9. We'll have to see what happens, man. Holy smokes, not giving an inch. Gutsy move around the outside. Pop Art takes the lead. Looks like he's using a little bit more of the cushion. Maybe some of those lines are working a little bit better, giving him half a second around the whole track or something. And feel free to also let us know if we need to pronounce any of these names a little differently as well. Okay. McKesson, Popper, Kirchmeier, Helms, and Wheat. We'll go through the our sponsor list for the Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series, Round 1, presented by RedBull. We started off with Can-Am, of course, so thank you very much to those guys for jumping on board. Thank you to the RedBull guys for being a part of the series. Oh, looks like we got a driver that just tipped over. I wasn't able to see who that was. That's going to create a caution in that turn up there. We're going to have a replay of it. Thank you guys for jumping on board. Looks like we had a bump. Guys for being a part of the series. So that's going to like probably create a little bit of frustration in the pits later. Started off with Can-Am, of course. So thank you very much to those guys. Some of the drivers getting a little bit aggressive here on the first few laps. Being a part of the series. Looks like we got a very close racing. Oh man, that was number 9 too, Popper. They'll get him righted. Wow, man, it's so cool to see. The RS1s are so easy to lift over. We got 2 big, strong guys getting them pushed over. I don't know if Popper's going to be able to keep going. It looked like something was wrong with that right front wheel. We'll see if he can get that car back on course and going again. So that means that Helms looks like he's going to move up a position. I'm not sure if the other car sustained any damage, but it looks like our third place driver in the Honda, which is Camber Kirchmeier, is going to come around in first place for this lap. A little bit of a gimme, but man, you got to take it any way you can get it. It's in the right place at the right time. Number 111, Blake Helms, coming through at second. So it looks like we might have lost McKesson as well. It just goes to show, though, aggressive driving sometimes doesn't benefit. But these guys are giving it their all. I mean, they want the lead. They want these wins. Thank you to the graphics guys as well for providing all their services for the series. Lindenmood Demolition, Austin Excavation, Crown Off-Road Racing, also supporting the Texas Outlaw Series. United RV, Ride Progressive, Maxxis Tires, Moto Race Tire, PCI Race Radios, Tech Sierra Tech, Double E Racing, PPEI, Demon Power Sports, Hess Motorsports, Renegade Fuel, S3 Power Sports. The live feed brought to you by Shock Therapy USA. So thank you to Justin and his whole team out there at Shock Therapy in Arizona. They're going to be expanding across the country, so look for all that. You guys can get your suspension tuned up by those guys. Ultima X Belts, or Ultimax Belts. Liqui Power Sports, Louisiana Direct Auto, UTV Race Shop, Max Performance, and G3 Motorsports. So thank you all of our sponsors for the Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series presented by Red Bull. We've had some pretty insane racing out here today, so we really appreciate you guys tuning in and hanging out with us. Please let us know what you guys want to see, maybe some of your favorite drivers, maybe even some funny stories about your favorite drivers as you see them out there, so we can mention it on the live feed for you. Kirchmeier still out front. Helms in second. Wheat, Beto, Krantz, McKesson, and Popper. Unfortunately, not going to cross the finish line for this one, I don't think. Yeah, it looks like they got him on a tow hook now. Number 691, Carrington Kumpe. And kudos to the drivers, too. We really appreciate when drivers give respect to the track crew and the safety crew out there. These guys are doing a really good job keeping everybody safe. So thank you to the drivers for being respectful around those situations. So our leader, Kirchmeier, man, he's just cruising it in. That looks like his Honda's working really well. Blake Helms holding down second. Garrett Wheat looks like he's going to bring home a podium, man. Some tough racing in this class. What do you guys think, too? I was talking a little bit about the driving styles of some of these drivers, and Kirchmeier, he's driving. It looks like he's driving his car pretty fast. He's driving it aggressive. It looks like he's pretty busy in the cockpit. But you can see the way that the car is handling. It looks like he's controlling it well. He's choosing his lines wisely. He got a little bit of a gimme with those first two getting tangled up there. But, man, he was running really good, and now he's going to take home a win in Moto 1. It's going to put him in a really good position to be able to come home with the overall today. They're going to come through. It's going to be about, I don't know, a lap and a half left. It's nice to see the moisture still staying in the ground for the morning here. Got race 6 coming up as well, the stock expert class. Looks like we have 10 motos overall for the day. Or 10 races overall for the day, 20 motos. Race number 7 will be the pro stock class. Race number 8 will be stock women's, limited production, 1,000, age 12 and over. And the final race will be the pro race, race number 9, the pro outlaw. So we're going to drop the checkered flag here in just a little bit as our leader comes through. Looks like Camber Kirchmeier is going to take home the victory for Moto 1 in the stock amateur class. Good job, Camber Kirchmeier. Second place coming across the line there. Strong run by Blake Helms out of Schulenburg, Texas. Shimmering Water Pools, Blake Helms. Let's give a little bit of shout out to Camber Kirchmeier sponsors too. Motorsport.com, Vox Machine, Acme Garage, and Torn Racing. Great job to both those dudes bringing home first and second. And then we're going to have the Yamaha of Garrett Wheat coming across the line in third place. Great job to Garrett Wheat out of Austin, Texas. I think so. I wouldn't be opposed to saying. Get out to the races. Cool to see your favorite drivers, some of your family, friends, watch their races, communicate back and forth with them. I really love that about our sport. Give them a phone call after their race if they did good, if they did bad, see what happened. These drivers deserve a lot of recognition for going out there. The teams that support them, everybody needs to be get a pat on the back, because this is such a difficult thing to do, man. Get your car out on the track for 15 minutes. It takes probably 40 hours of work just to be able to do that. Travel time. Number 762. Kyle Beto just crossed the finish line from Stephenville, Texas. Excuse me. Thank you. Race number 6, Stock Expert. We have an updated race sheet, so thank you guys very much for getting this to us. Scoring and timing, doing a very great job here. we'll go through, we'll give a detailed rundown and sponsor list for some of these drivers. But let me just run through it real quick. Number 4, Bella Burchard. Number 16, Aaron Cuevas. Number 22, Cruz Burchard, sister and brother battle. Number 28, Luke Safrit. Number 46, Kevin Hall. Number 53, Levi DeCareal. Number 76, Mark Douglas. Here we go. Number 82, Landon Safrit. Number 86, Reese Harris, Jaden Lindenmood, and Greg Rice. Oh, we'll get a visual of these guys coming around. A lot of people on the track, man. It's crazy. Let's see here. Give a shout out to some of these sponsors. Bella Burchard is brought to you by SoCal, West Coast Electric, West Coast Motorsports, Car One Fabrication, Evo Power Sports, Coin Power Sports, GBC Tires, DS Customs, Magic Wraps, Switch Pros, Motul. Aaron Cuevas, brought to you by Paver Decor Masonry. Sorry for the visual, guys. We're trying to get some camera stuff worked out. Like I said, the production crew is doing a fantastic job out here. The elements and the things that we have to deal with, just Mother Nature, man. So we'll get some viewage for you guys in just a second here. Let's see here. Did I already mention Aaron Cuevas? Well, let's give his sponsors a double shout out if I already did. Paver Decor Masonry, Stone Built Racing, Motul, Maxxis Tires, KMC, RCV, Sparco, Roll Design, Evolution Power Sports. Number 22, Cruz Burchard. Probably going to have a lot of the same sponsors as Bella, brother and sister duo. SoCal, West Coast Electric, West Coast Motorsports, Car One Fabrication, Evolution Power Sports, Coin Power Sports, GBC Tires, DS Customs, Magic Wraps, Switch Pros, and Motul. Luke Safrit, Midlothian, Texas, HMF. Kevin Hall, out of Salisbury, North Carolina, Motul, SA Belt, Ignite, Demon, and Maxxis. Levi DeCareal, driving his Honda Talon, too, out of Montgomery, Texas. Sponsored by Progressive Power Sports, PPEI, J Sports Side by Side, Fox Suspension, Maxxis Tires, Method Wheels, Bell Racing, Excel Sport, SSI Decals, HMF, Sparco, ABF Fabrication. Some of these drivers coming through here. Going to be coming through the Daytona turn and into our last corner. So we'll see if we can get a rundown of the timing and scoring, and give you guys some information on who's out front. We got a lot of RS1 battles going on here. Yamaha in fourth, Honda in fifth. Great aerial footage. Thank you guys for getting that camera situation worked out. A lot of drivers coming across the line here. So we'll be able to get you guys a timing and scoring update. A lot of different ages in this group as well. A lot of young drivers, though. All right, let's give you a rundown of the top 7 drivers here. I have 11 drivers on the... Okay, so the top 7 drivers here are Safrit and Safrit. Both of those guys, huh? Let's see here. So, Landon Safrit out in the lead. Luke Safrit looks like he's holding down second. Cruz Burchard in third. Kevin Hall round out the top 4. Douglas, Bella Burchard, and Cuevas. A lot of different line choices. You see that Honda coming in on the inside there. top two guys getting ready to come around for their first lap here. Looks like Cruz Bouchard has actually moved up to second spot. And we'll see which Safrit dropped off and which Safrit is leading now, or still leading. Looks like Luke Safrit. Something must have happened with Landon Safrit, but looks like Luke Safrit, Cruz Bouchard. Number 73, Mark Douglas in third. And Jaden Lindemood bringing home fourth. Big difference in entry for that corner there between the Honda and the RS1. It looked like the Honda was backing it in. The RS1 just trying to keep it smooth. A lot of roll speed through the turn. Again, I really like the way that this track lends itself to different driving styles from different drivers. A lot of the guys are a lot easier on the throttle. A lot of them are more aggressive. And it still really ends up being quite even, actually, going throughout most of the course. Safrit, Bouchard, Douglas, third position. Lindemood, fourth. Harris, fifth. Cueva, sixth. Bella Bouchard, seventh. Hall and Safrit. Looks like Landon Safrit's still in the mix there. Those driving styles are really, really interesting to me. I think it's going to be a theme throughout the day to be able to understand how these guys get around the track. I mean, the Honda driver there in second with, I think that's Douglas again, and he is really aggressive in some of those moves that he does. But the smoothness of a Lindemood behind him. It'll be interesting as to how this affects the vehicles too. Not on screen, but we also have a battle royale for the first position. Safrit, which is Luke Safrit out front, and Cruz Bouchard. They are nailed, or nose to tail. Oh, it looks like Cruz Bouchard takes the inside line in the last corner and takes over the lead. So there you go, passing by on your screen. Cruz Bouchard out in first place. Cruz Bouchard, a great kid. Little shy on camera, but not shy out there on the race course. That's for sure. Very, very cool to see. Very cool to see. Cruz Bouchard is 13 years old, showing the prowess of a real veteran. We'll get the timing and scoring updated for you guys in just a second here. Bouchard is supposed to show out front. As you can see with that great aerial shot, man, the track just goes in so many different directions. Like I said, there's hardly anywhere that the track is actually straight. The car is usually doing some sort of turn or leaning on one of the corners. Really makes for awesome racing out here. If you guys haven't been to Texplex and you want to come check it out, I would strongly suggest so. There's a lot of classes that you can get racing out here that are entry-level classes. So you can take a vehicle, put some safety equipment on it, and get out here and race in a class. And even you'd be able to use that vehicle on the weekends to go take your family out on the trails and stuff. Some of these guys take it pretty serious in the pro classes, but you don't have to do that. You can come watch the pros, and then you can go have some fun yourself as well. It's great to see all the kids, all the youngsters out there. These guys, before you know it, are going to be in the pro class themselves. Driving on tracks like this, where the pros drive, gives them a great opportunity to learn and expand their skill set. right, so coming around again, we got Burchard out front, Safrit in second, Douglas in third, Lindemood in fourth. Real close battle there between Douglas and Lindemood still. Cuevas in fifth, Bella Burchard in sixth, Harris in seventh, Safrit in eighth. And let's see if they, as they update on their last lap here. Shout out to all these drivers, man. The track is looking really good. The drivers are really keeping it nice and consistent and clean. A lot of young drivers out here, but still really, really giving a lot of respect and having good racecraft. I really like the way that the track is setting up. It's going to offer some really good racing as the classes increase here up into our race number 9, which is the pro class. The track is shaping up really well for that. One thing that I wanted to talk about as well, that you guys can comment in and let us know what you think, is the family vibe at these local events. A lot of people from Texas coming out here, being able to travel, well, local within probably an hour or two. And a lot of people traveling from across the country to be able to come out here and have some fun. But it's really cool to see the not just the family vibes, but the team vibes, the amount of effort that goes in. You guys can always comment in on multiple platforms where we're broadcasting, and let us know what you guys think. If you guys can't make it out to the races to spend time with your family and friends, you can always comment in and let them know that you're supporting them from home. Cruz Burchard is going to be coming around still for his checkered flag. Going to come home with a win. Wow, congratulations, Cruz Burchard, for coming home with a win in the stock expert class. Looks like Luke Safrit's going to come across the finish line in second place. Great job, man. You guys battled it out. Very, very close racing. Not wanting to give an inch. So Luke's going to have a second place going in the first moto. Like I said, just as good as the first place. That second moto is what counts. Honda driver Mark Douglas bringing it home in third place. Lindemood in fourth. Great job, Jaden. Looks like we're going to have Bella Burchard coming through in fifth here. Oh, battle royale all the way to the finish line. Bella Burchard is going to be able to hold on to it, bring home fifth. And number 86, Reese Harris, will bring it across the finish line as well. Man, the intensity of this racing is really awesome. All of these classes have given us something to, some sort of fight, all the way from the youth to the stock expert so far. I can't wait to see what some of these pro motos do. All these drivers coming out firing for round number 1 of the Can-Am Texas Outlaw side-by-side series. Some really exciting racing. Landon Safrit, great job bringing it home, buddy. Not sure what happened, but bringing it home, man. Looks like race number 7 getting lined up. Pro Stock. Pro Stock, race number 7. All right, so we got a 6-lap race for Pro Stock. A few more laps for these guys. That's going to bring a whole nother variable into it. You got to save the car. Some of these guys choosing not to run CVTs. Looks like we got some Honda Talons out there, an RS1, Can-Am, Yamaha. Let's go through the roster real quick while these guys get ready to take off here. Actually, you know what? Let's watch the start here before we go through the roster. A lot of different vehicles out here. Getting revved up. There we go. Pro stock. Looks like we got Colin Truitt taking the lead. Using some of that cushion, make sure you get some traction. Some of that moisture is coming up in some of these turns, so some of the spots that you look like it's nice and smooth, those are going to be slick areas. So some of the drivers will put their cars on the cushion, get a little bit more traction, keep a little bit more momentum, and be a little bit easier on their vehicle as well. All right, let's go through some of the drivers in this class. We have number 13, Curtis Kirchmeyer out of Arlington, Texas, running a Honda. Run BC, motorsport.com, Torn Racing, and Crow side by side, Cross side by side. Number 17, Colin Truitt at Nebo, North Carolina, driving a Polaris RZR RS1, sponsored by Polaris. Number 22, Sean Hess out of Munster, Texas, driving a Honda Talent. Hess Motorsports, Honda, Maxxis, HMF, E2R, Elka, Raceline, and Rugged. Number 33, Nick Burnham at St. Francisville, Louisiana, S3, Miller Motorsports. Number 48, Colin Crawford out of Gilbert, Arizona, driving a Honda? I think he might be driving a Yamaha. But anyways, Maxima, X-Broom, UTV Inc., and Seal Savers. Number 75, Cross Kirchmeyer out of Arlington, Texas, in a Honda. Brian Crowler Cams, motorsport.com, Acme Garage, Crow side by side, or Cross side by side, and his lovely wife. Oh, what a nice guy, man. Number 93, Jacob Geisendorf out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, in a Can-Am, sponsored by PPEI. Eddie Ensign out of Amite, Louisiana, Double E Racing, PPEI, NDE, Driven Racing Oil, HMF, Baldwin Motorsports, Hess Motorsports, F3 Power Sports, Texera Tech, Graphic Guys, Hoosier, Racing Tires, and ATV Zone. Man, you got a lot of sponsors, Eddie. Number 913, Chase Car out of Canyon Lake, California, Car One, West Coast Motorsports, Polaris, Fox, DS Customs, Sparco, Rigid, GBC Tires, KMC Wheels, Action Sports Canopy, Demon Power Sports, Switch Pros, Seal Savers, Rugged Radios. And number 955, Brock Lawson out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, in his Polaris. He's sponsored by MRT, Delton Williams, G-Force Technologies, CMI, Raceline, and Bigfoot Farms. All right, so you saw the drivers come across the for their first lap. We're going to get some of the live timing and scoring up so we can see who's out front, who's leading. That's last moto. And we'll get it updated for you guys. Man, these drivers are taking all kinds of different lines out there. This is one of the, in my opinion, Pro Stock is one of the best classes because you don't have to have a really crazy car. There's certain rules that are out here at Texplex that you have to be able to abide by. There's weight rules, and these cars are obviously, or excuse me, these drivers are obviously showing how competitive and how evenly matched these cars are around Texplex here for the Texas Outlaw Series. All right, we got Colin Truitt out front. He's got a pretty big lead already. Burnham in second, Carr in third, Crawford in fourth, Ensign, Kirchmeyer, Geisendorf, Hess, and Kirchmeyer again. These are some tight battling, too. It's so cool to see. And like I was talking about before on some of the earlier motos is look at the difference in driving styles between these drivers. And these guys are facing some dust here. You can't see anything when that dust comes right in front of you like a little wave. Inside line here. Oh, looks like he's going to make it work. Yep, push the other driver out. Oh, he might lose another position just because of that. Colin Truitt stretching out his lead. Nick Burnham still holding down the second spot. Chase Carr looks like he's bringing it around third. Oh, Colin Truitt makes a mistake. Oh, it looks like Cohen Crawford might have moved up to second spot here. Chase Carr in fourth. And Cross Kirchmeier, third place position. Such a difference in vehicles with the Honda, the RS1, the Can-Ams, all these vehicles that are out here. And that's what I mean by being able to come out and race some of these like stock classes, because you have the opportunity to choose whatever platform you want. Maybe you got a play car at home that say, oh wow, that inside line was fantastic from the Honda driver there. It looks like Kirchmeier. Battling really strong against Colin Crawford. Oh, even jumping off the single, getting the wheels in the air. Really being aggressive. It looks like he's really trying to push his way up into that second place position. Great driving by Kirchmeier. Colin Crawford is no slouch either. He's going to have to push pretty hard to be able to get around him. Looks like we got a battle in for fourth position too. Burnham and Ensign. So Nick Burnham and Eddie Ensign. It's crazy to see how close these drivers are. Even close to from second to fourth, or excuse me, yeah, second to fifth there. And how close they are to each other for those positions. Looks like the Honda is a little bit better going around some of the inside lines there. You can see that it tightened it, excuse me, he tightened it up in some of those tighter sections there. The PPEI car of Jacob Geisendorf. Driving his Honda Talon. Colin Truitt still headed into your Daytona turn there. You can see in the far wide angle of that, Colin Crawford and Kirchmeier. Cross is really pressuring him, man. One mistake by Crawford, and it's going to be he's going to shoot through right whenever he can. Like I said, though, these vehicles are completely different to drive. Both of them sequential gearboxes. One of them is a lot of the guys in the Hondas use automatic shifting. They don't shift manually. They just let it shift automatic. In the Desert Series, oh, it looks like, oh, Crawford shuts the door. Cross Kirchmeier is really putting the pressure on Crawford. It looks like he's got a little bit more pace. Going to try to go around the outside here. Cross has a good line. They're both clean racers. Oh man, it makes it right around the outside. Like I was saying though, a lot of these guys in the Honda Talons, they like to use automatic in the desert. I think for a short course, they're probably using the paddle shifters. And I think Colin Crawford is also shifting as well, but he's using a sequential, which I think is a manual, where he actually has a clutch pedal on his foot. So you can see some of those little minor movements through the corner may lend itself a little bit better to not having that busy cockpit on such a busy track where you're off camera all the time, you're going through so many different corners, and there's hardly any straightaways. He doesn't have any time to rest because he's so busy in the car. Unfortunately, it looks like Chase Carr may not have came around for his lap. What do you know what it was? So it looks like Timing and Scoring giving us some awesome information. So thank you very much, Jessica, and Timing and Scoring. Looks like Colin Truitt just put down the fastest lap of the weekend so far. We still got some really fast classes coming up. What was the speed for his lap? Man, 2 minutes and 31 seconds. So they are really flying around this track. Colin Truitt is a experienced Texplex Texas off-road racer. So he's going to be showing these guys. We'll see how his lap time holds up with some of these other pro classes. Colin Truitt out front, Crawford in second, Kirchmeier in second, Crawford in third. All of these guys in the top, 6 or 7 here, still really, really close. If any of these guys make a mistake or a small bicycle the car, that means that these other drivers are going to be able to pass right by. I mean, look at those gaps are so short. Colin Truitt, Kirchmeier, Crawford, Burnham, Ensign, Geisendorf, Hess, and unfortunately, let's see, here's Kirchmeier 13. Curtis Kirchmeier, unfortunately, and Chase Carr looks like they're out. Some of these drone shots are fantastic. Look at that. You can follow along right with the race action going over the Midlothian jump. Coming into some of these tight corners. That's where I'm telling you is a lot of difference in the driving style can be made up. Hanging out on the outside of that corner. Really doing it NASCAR style, inside to outside. Trying to keep their momentum up. These UTVs, when it starts getting a little bit of traction out there, you really want to keep the momentum up so you don't ruin your wheel bearings, roach your tires, keep those axles going. Over the new step-up jump and into some of these off-cambers going into the tight 180 chicanes. A lot of passing can be made. These 180s are really showing that these drivers are learning how to pass in some of these. Oh, we got a little bit of off the track with the E2R Honda Talon. Looks like maybe Ensign, yeah. So Ensign and Geisendorf really battling it out in their Talons, chasing Burnham in his RS1. Colin Truitt just out there keeping it, we're not going to say slow and steady. How about fast and steady? But very, very smooth when you watch Colin Truitt drive. Fantastic looking vehicle. Coming into the corner over there. Keeping it real smooth. So with 4th, 5th, and 6th right here, Burnham, Ensign, and Geisendorf. Oh, you see the different line choice there. Oh, makes it pass. So it looks like Geisendorf just going to slip right by. And that's exactly what I mean by the line choices and the driving smooth and being able to control your vehicle properly. That's going to make a big difference as these second motos come upon us in the afternoon here. The track's going to dry out a little bit, so it's going to become a little bit more sticky for some of the different motos that we have. Oh, wow. And moving up another position. Geisendorf is on the move, man. So he moves up to, I think, what is that, 4th now? Man, really on the move. And you guys at home, you guys can probably see the difference in driving styles. I've been talking about this. We're going to keep this thing going for the whole rest of the day just because the track is so lends itself so well to being smooth as fast. Choosing the right lines, knowing how the track develops and changes. And Geisendorf is really, really taking note of that. You can see him moving through some of the turns, knowing when to keep roll speed and not sliding it around. Looks like he's already actually catching up a little bit to Colin Crawford. Colin has a little bit of a lead. He's an experienced driver. He's probably just going to bring it home in 3rd spot here. But fantastic racing. Fantastic racing. And still, behind Geisendorf there with the Eddie Ensign and Burnham, Nick Burnham. Still, man. This racing is ceasing to amaze me. This track has developed really, really well. Looks like Colin Truitt going to be going through the last corner here, bringing home a victory for round 1, Moto 1. Colin Truitt is your winner. Second place, Cross Kirchmeier. Cone Crawford, Geisendorf. Nick Burnham and Eddie Ensign. Sean Hess coming through to cross checker flag. Man, they got me on the edge of my seat. That pro stock class looks really sweet. Kind of makes me want to get in the pro stock class, dude. Get out there and race. Who should we have take my seat? Then if I can get out there and race, we'll have to have somebody come in and fill in for me in the pro stock moto. Yep. I want to say again, thank you to everybody out here at Texplex. The staff is doing a fantastic job. Brian Atkinson for the Outlaw Racing Series for putting on such great events. This series is phenomenal. We can't wait to see it grow a little bit more and what the future has for the series. There's a bunch of racers out here, different classes too. I mean, you saw, I think, one racer or so in the in the first 3 motos. So it's cool to see that they're all out here to experience it. Looks like we got race number 8 coming up with the stock women's, and we also have limited stock 1000, age 12 plus. So let's give a rundown of the stock women's class. We have 3 racers. Number 18, Liz Ramirez, San Antonio, Texas. Number 92, Peyton Dowdy, Midlothian, Texas. And 109, Holly Mulligan out of Stephenville, Texas. So all Texas for these women racers. We're going to let the women go first, and then we're going to have the limited. There we go. Looks like we may have a couple added women in the class. We only have 3 on our roster, but there's 4 vehicles out there. So I don't know if we can get an update on the drivers out there on course now. Oh, nope, we got it here. My bad, I just didn't see it. Number 505, Michelle Kosarek out of Rockwall, Texas. All of them from Texas, man. Looks like we got the Arctic Cat out front. Number 109, Holly Mulligan. Man, she has a whole list of sponsors. Diamond M Land Management, Massacum Powerline Services, Rocking M Ranch, CRW Hydraulics, Trinity Sling, Speedworks, Rugged Radios, Cryo Heat, Raceline Maxima. All right, the limited stock, age 12 plus. This is going to be a really good class because of the young talent in this class. We'll get you guys a roster in just a second here, or excuse me, a running order in just a second here. Let me go through the roster. Number 7, Riley Cadenhead out of Midland, Texas, in a Polaris. Number 9, Landon Pepper. Man, he's been out on the track a lot. Saratoga Springs, Utah. P4 Racing, Polaris Razor, Coastline Steel, DS Customs, O'Neill Racing, Car One Fabrication, Frank Swell Drilling. Number 13, Lincoln Smiley out of Rolette, Texas. Smiley's Hardware, LLC, bringing him to the track. Number 23, Tyler Hicks out of Westlake, Louisiana. Louisiana Direct Auto and PPEI. Lennox Smiley out of Rolette, Texas. Smiley's Hardware, Hardwoods, LLC. Number 25X, Cohen McKesson out of Midlothian, Texas. NTX Autosports, bringing him to the track. Number 111 is Chance Bowden out of Midlothian, Texas. A lot of locals in this class. A lot of people from Texas. We got some Utah, we got some Louisiana. It's really cool to see all the drivers come from all these different states. California, Florida, Louisiana, Texas, I think I saw some Arizona in there. Tons and tons of drivers out here for the Texas Outlaw Side-by-Side Series. As you see, some of the youth racers in the 1,000 age 12 plus limited stock class. We're going to have, man, they got a battle royale going on. Some of these limited classes are really cool because the vehicles are governed, so to speak. So it makes it for really close racing. The women are coming through, just crossed through the finish line arches. We'll get a running order for you guys in just a second here. Great to see the women drivers out there. We know there's a lot of women in the youngster classes as well. I talked to a few people in the pits yesterday, and really cool to see some of the women. Some of them are wives, some of them are girlfriends, young, old. Well, I shouldn't say that for the women, right? Young, more mature women, and really getting out there and enjoying the side-by-side racing. It's cool to see them supporting their husbands, and then also the husbands supporting them as well. All right, looks like we got Mulligan, Dowdy, Ramirez, and Kosarek is also going to be in there too in fourth place. Some great battling in the limited stock 1,000 age 12 plus class. Like I said, these vehicles are limited, so it's going to be really tight racing. Young age group though, looks like from 10 years old up to 14 years old. All right, we got Kosarek out front, Mulligan, Dowdy, Ramirez, Hicks, Cadenhead, McKesson, Smiley, and Smiley. Let's see here. Let's make a differentiation for the Smileys. Let's Lincoln and Lennox. If they're always driving out there together when they're practicing, it's going to mean a lot of battling in their future. Lennox Smiley is 10 years old. He's the youngest driver in the field. And Lincoln is 12. So big brother and little brother. Looks like the weather's holding out here in Texas for us. Keep some of the racing going. Next race we have coming up is race number 9. That's going to round out our first motos. It's going to be the Pro Outlaw class. That's going to be a really fun moto to watch. Again, these limited stock vehicles with the kids out there, they're such a young age, like I mentioned before, 10 to 14 years old. A lot of them are driving these Polaris RZR RS1s. Very good platform for these youth to get out there, understand how to drive and control a vehicle so they can choose what platform they want to race later on. Maybe they want to follow in the footsteps of their favorite professional drivers like Hunter and Cody Miller, who are coming up in the next moto, drive a Can-Am or another vehicle, but showing some really good skills coming through. And for anybody that hasn't raced a side-by-side before, to be in close proximity with a lot of these other drivers, you have to have a lot of confidence in the other drivers as they come through some of the women class. Great to see the respect that they're giving each other out there and the other drivers in the other classes. But like I said, the close proximity is something that you face on any race course. This short course racing is really aggressive. And these guys are showing some, you know, youthful age, of course, but some very mature driving skills. Looks like we got a little traffic jam. It's going to give these other an opportunity for these other drivers to catch up a little bit. And that's one thing that you're going to face out here is in these short moto formats is lap traffic or traffic from other classes in front of you. The better you can navigate that stuff. And these kids are learning it. Right there you can see on screen. The quicker you get around it, the better opportunity you have for some of the stuff in front of you. And don't take too many chances either. As you see that driver in the white car coming through the outside. Almost lost the position there. These 180 turns will be the best opportunity for these drivers to pass because there's inside and outside lines. Kosarek still out front. Mulligan, Dowdy bringing it around in third. Ramirez fourth. Hicks, McKesson, Cadenhead, Ware, Smiley, Bowden, and Smiley in the U class. Or excuse me, the limited stock 12 plus class. Some of these shots, like this aerial shot you see here, is almost like the limited classes is almost like a train. Like whoever gets the whole shot, you can come around and wait for somebody to make a mistake. Is about all you can do. But these drivers are all driving very hard. Oh, we have a spin out with the leader. Oh, he's going to come around. Oh, he still got back. He lost 2 positions, but he still got back on course in third place. So it looks like Hicks is going to drop back to third. McKesson's going to move up to the first place spot. Cadenhead's going to move up into second there. And that's probably going to get Hicks really motivated for this final lap to make up some positions. So that's one notable to talk about is the track is changing. And a lot of these drivers are going to be able to see that in some of these motos. So maybe do your homework. Maybe when you go back to the truck, you look at the live feed, see how the track changed during some of these motos. Make a different tire selection, air pressure, shock adjustments, sway bar adjustments, anything like that that can help you throughout these second motos. All right, so we got an updated roster here. Looks like Dowdy's still leading the women's class. Kosarek, Mulligan, and Ramirez rounding out the top 4 in the women. Cadenhead leading the way in the limited stock 1,000 age 12 plus. McKesson is in second. Hicks is in third. Smiley's in fourth. Ware fifth. Bowden 6th. And again, Smiley in 7th. Let's go through some of their sponsors again. Holly Mulligan. Man, she's bringing all kinds of sponsors. Diamond M Land Management, Mace Lanka, Powerline Services, Rocking M Ranch, CRW Hydraulics, Trinity, Sling, Speedworks, Rugged Radios, Cryo Heat, Raceline, Maxima Racing Oils, Peyton Dowdy, 12 years old in the women's class. Mom and dad and grandparents all bringing her out to the track. So the grandparents, big fans of Peyton. Let's see here. In the limited stock age 12 plus 1,000 class, we have Layden Popart, P4 Racing, Polaris Razor, Coastline, Steel, DS Customs, O'Neill Racing, Car One Fabrication, Frank's Well Drilling, Lincoln Smiley, Smiley's Hardwoods LLC, Lennox Smiley, same sponsor, Smiley's Hardwood LLC, Tyler Hicks, Louisiana Direct Auto and PPEI, Cole McKesson from NTX Auto Sports bringing him out to the track. We got white flag coming out. it's so cool to see the diversity in all these different classes. You know, a lot of times the local racing is the best place to come watch some of this stuff. The pros is always a great race to watch, but the excitement and the family-oriented environment of a lot of these younger classes, women's classes, youth classes, stock classes, really bring light to the whole racing culture itself. Just like, you know, the Texas Outlaw Series does. Lots of families that we were able to talk to in the pits. Great environment to spend a weekend with friends and family. Well, shoot, even like Peyton Dowdy, she spent it with the whole family. Mom, dad, and grandparents. And how much you want to bet she's got some friends and siblings around there too. All right, let's go through the roster once again as we see the drivers round out their last couple laps here. In the women's class, we have an updated Mulligan is now out front. Dowdy drops down to third, Kosarek in second, and Ramirez in fourth. So big change up on the final lap here. Number one in the limited stock 1,000 age 12 plus is Cadenhead. Hicks in second, McKesson in third, Smiley in fourth, Ware in fifth, Bowden in sixth, and the other Smiley in seventh. Oh, looks like we got a rollover or an accident. This looks like probably the women's class here. Yeah, so we'll have to see what transpires here. Very good of both drivers to be safe and courteous to each other. I'm not sure what happened, but number 109, Holly Mulligan, ended up on her side there. And number 505, Michelle Kosarek, over there to watch over. Not sure if anything happened with her car, but very awesome to be able to see those drivers safe right now. All right, looks like we're going to have the checkered flag come out. Riley Cadenhead takes home the victory. Tyler Hicks bringing home second. And Koa McKesson going to cross the line in just a little bit here. Round out the last final turn. A little wide, but he's still coming home third. So great job to those guys for taking home the top three positions. Again, 12 years of age or a little bit more. It's fantastic to see these drivers getting so much support from the people around them. There we go. Now we have both women drivers. Not sure if they're going to be able to get the Arctic Cat off, but it looks like it's still drivable. Going to come home and finish their race. Great footage from the production crew. Thank you for showing us all the stuff that's happening out on the race course. Josh, Zach, the drone pilots, everybody in the Outlaw Productions TV crew doing a fantastic job out here. We get a great shot, a long shot of the pro class coming up. This is going to be, I think, our final race of the day. Let me look here. Oh, no, we've got 10 races. So this is going to be race number 9, and then we have race number 10. So race number 9 is going to be the pro outlaw class. We have, looks like 6 drivers. Some of the notables, Cody Miller, Greenville, Texas, sponsored by Can-Am. Hunter Miller, Greenville, Texas, sponsored by Can-Am. Corey Willis, out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, PPEI, and Elevated Ingenuity. Jordan Berza, Lake Charles, Louisiana, Louisiana Direct Auto, and PPEI. I want to send a special shout out to Jordan Berza for dinner last night, man. It was good. Cody Taylor, number 48, out of Shreveport, Louisiana. Oh, he's got a whole list of sponsors. Let's go through them. Can-Am, S3 Power Sports, Miller Brothers Racing, Texera Tech, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Double E Racing, Liquimoly, Hess Motorsports, Content Jar Media, ZRP, HMF, Raceline, Run BC, Warranty, Killer Performance, Maxxis, SSI. And rounding out the roster is Ben Fournier out of Sunset, Texas, and sponsored by Butter Supply. So these guys are just getting ready to get out there in their first moto. We know these guys take it really seriously. We saw all these guys working really hard on their vehicles last night, so now is the time for those guys to lay it down and get their race year started. Did I miss anything? All right, we're getting ready to take off for the race number 9, the Pro Outlaw class. Looks like we're getting a close-up there of all the drivers. Here we go. Man, look at the speed on some of these guys coming in that first right-hand turn. Great, great footage. Looks like we got the number 48 of Cody Taylor out front. Can-Am with all the black and yellow cars. Definitely going to be hard for us to be able to tell who is who, but we'll get through it. All these cars look very similar, very fast as well. We got Cody Taylor out front. We'll check on some of these numbers as they come through. It's going to be interesting to see about some of the stuff we've been talking about with some of the youth classes and some of the limited stock classes and how it differs from some of these really high horsepower pro classes as well. The different lines that they use on the track, the way that they manage, like, again, their rolling speed through corners, and the different driving styles. A lot of these guys really sliding it sideways a lot. Very tight racing out here at Texplex. Cody Taylor with the, oh no, that wasn't Cody Taylor. That was Corey Willis, I think, with a little off-track excursion. Be interesting to get a lap time on some of these Pro Outlaw drivers compared to what Colin Truitt did in one of the previous motos here. As these guys start rounding out their first lap here, I want to say again thank you to everybody for watching. Please let us know if you guys have any questions or if you guys want to comment in. Always helps us to know what you guys like. Looks like Cody Taylor still out front. Cody Miller in second, Hunter Miller in third. Nose to tail, this is going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight. Corey Willis coming across fourth. Jordan Berza, again, thank you, Jordan, for everything last night. Coming across fifth. And I'm assuming that's Ben Fournier. There we go. Now you guys get a rundown. Look at the different line selection here. Oh, that's going to give Hunter the advantage. Nope. Cody shuts the door. very cool to see that this track is allowing those drivers to be able to do stuff like that. Inside, outside. I have a feeling that, yeah, there you go. Look at Hunter Miller trying to take an option line to see if he can get some speed coming down the hill here. Cody Taylor just driving his own race, keeping it nice and smooth. Again, different line selections. Little mistake by Cody Miller, able to recoup. Really like that Hunter Miller is not following as much as he can. He's trying to separate himself, going in different option lines. We'll get a lap time coming across for the second lap. Well, maybe we can compare it to what Colin Truett did earlier. All right, Cody Taylor still out front, coming around for his second lap. Oh, Cody Miller has an unfortunately loses the position to his brother Hunter. These corners, I'm telling you, man, these 180 corners lend themselves so well to passing. Oh, the Corey Willis in the PPEI car loses it a little bit, loses the position, drops back to fifth. And Ben Fournier is still rounding out. So let's see what transpires here. It looks like Hunter Miller is going to move up into second and start using some of those things that he learned on course against Cody Taylor. See if he can close that gap up a little bit, maybe even make a pass. The track is developing really well for these drivers because it's not just the track with traction and different things like that. These guys are learning a whole new course. They only had a limited amount of time yesterday to be able to practice on the track, and now they're getting out there. They're going to make some adjustments, I guarantee. Are the races just in the morning or not all day? From Outdoor Proof, send us a comment. Well, first of all, thank you very much for sending us that comment. We enjoy all the comments from all you guys, so please comment in as much as possible. No, the races are all day. There's two motos, two-moto format. So the first motos will be this morning. We'll take a little bit of a break during lunchtime, have a sandwich or something, and then come back and do all the second motos. Appreciate you guys letting us know how the feed is on your end as well. But like I said, please comment in. Let us know what you guys think about the racing action. If you want to see anything from your favorite drivers. Oh, looks like we got a pretty good battle on the track. Maybe Hunter Miller. Is that who that is? Yeah, Hunter Miller. Looks like he's trying to overtake or did overtake Cody Taylor. Again, different driving styles really, really showing how the track is developing and what. Well, I don't even know how to say it. Like, who learns quickest and who's able to adapt to the track the quickest. These guys don't have a lot of, they have a lot of laps out here at Texplex, but they don't have a lot of laps on this track. So very interesting to see what driving styles are lending themselves to the speed here. Now, that was a pretty fast lap by Hunter Miller, but now that he has clean air, we're going to see if he can beat the time of Colin Truett. So it looks like he's already actually beat the fastest time of Colin Truett. Clearly these cars have more power than Colin Truett's RS1. These Can-Ams are getting around the track very, very fast. And it looks like he did it in 2:28 so far. Now Hunter Miller has some clean air. Looks like he's gapping a little bit on Cody Taylor and Cody Miller. So we're going to see what his fastest lap of the first motos here ends up being in just a little while as they round the course some more. We'll get an updated roster for you guys here with Hunter Miller out front. Cody Taylor in second. Cody Miller in third. Jordan Berza in fourth. Ben Fournier. And let's see here. Corey Willis. Nice overcast day out here in Texas, Midlothian, Texas to be exact. March 5th, the start of the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Side-by-Side Series, Round 1, presented by Red Bull. There's 10 races throughout the day today. Two-moto format, like I talked about earlier. Lowest score wins. If a score is tied, best second moto is what breaks the tie. So like I said, a second place in the first moto is just as valuable in points, although everybody wants to win. Hunter Miller's just still bringing it around. Looks like he gapped Cody Miller a little bit, maybe a half second, 3/4 of a second that lap. Looks like the track maybe got a little bit faster. I'm not sure what the actual lap time was. Oh, so it got a little bit slower. So it was a 2:29.3. Thank you very much to Timing and Scoring for giving us that information. Jessica's doing a fantastic job today as well. So maybe, just maybe, or maybe the track's not getting slower. Maybe it's Hunter out there just biding his time, saving his car, driving smooth, making sure that he doesn't have to do as much work when he gets back to the pits. We got a fantastic battle with Ben Fournier and Jordan Berza over here for fourth place. Cody Miller and Cody Taylor, sometimes they sit in the same car together, driver and co-driver, but now they're battling it out on the track, second and third. Cool to see, though, really cool to see, because these guys, when they have to sit next to each other, they got to know the car, they got to be able to feel the same things, and now they can go out there on track, battle against each other, really understand how each other drives. It's really cool to see, because it lends itself to being, there's your battle for fourth place with Jordan Berza and Ben Fournier. Two really solid battles out on the track for second and third and fourth and fifth. We've been talking about it all day, the track lending itself to such close racing. There's some great passing opportunities in some of these 180 turns. Oh man, look at how close they are. It's a lot. I feel like this track really, it's a lot easier to be the chaser than the person being chased. Oh, there you go, Fournier up the inside on Jordan. Looks like he had to relinquish the position just because he didn't have the line. We'll see if he can actually come back. We're going to give the white flag out here in just a second to Hunter Miller. Hunter Miller is just pulling a little bit of a gap on Cody Taylor and Cody Miller. I think these guys are using up a little bit of their lap time because they're battling so much. But that's the way it goes, man. These guys are learning a lot about the ability of the track and where their vehicles can stick. You see Cody Miller trying everything to get around Cody Taylor. It's just such close racing. Such close racing. Cody Miller still pressuring Cody Taylor. Cody Taylor steps out a little bit. There we go. Darts up the inside. Oh, not enough room. Still going to hold the position. Fantastic driving by these drivers. We saw a lot of that same stuff happening in the youth classes. I think they're taking note of watching the pros. Looks like Ben Fournier bringing around in fourth spot. And Jordan Berza holding it down in fifth. Hunter Miller Let's see here, Cody Taylor and Cody Miller. This battle is not going to end until they get across that finish line. I can promise you that. Going up to step up. It looks like Cody Taylor's probably going to try to protect most of the inside lines. Make Cody Miller try to go around the long way, as they say. One of the things that we mentioned before was second place is as good as the first place in the first moto. Third place puts you at quite a bit of a disadvantage because then you're really lending yourself to be able to make sure that you have to win the second moto and hope for something with another driver on course. Very impressive that the track held up through most of the first motos here. We have one more race to go, race number 10. And then we're going to take a intermission break. You guys can go get some lunch, come back and watch the second motos of the live feed with us. Again, please let us know if you guys have any suggestions on what we can do better and what you guys want to see. Looks like a checker flag's going to come out for, Cody Miller just short of a second place. Hunter Miller is going to take the victory. Cody Taylor is going to take second. Cody Miller is going to come across in third place position. Man, that last corner, I'm telling you guys, that last corner has some serious passing and battling in there. It's really cool to see a 180 as the last corner because it's just dive bombing, going around the outside, squaring it up. Last ditch effort, just like we see in great series like Supercross and motocross. Side-by-side racing has come a long ways, and we're proud to be a part of it. Texplex is proud to offer a great facility, an Outlaw series, a great series for you guys to be able to come out here and battle. Looks like Ben Fournier is going to bring it home in fourth position, and Jordan Berza is going to come across in fifth. Corey Willis is going to come home in sixth here. Great racing. You can see those cool shots back in the pits. This is where all the actual work gets put in, man. So these guys were out there for what, 10, 15 minutes out on the race course. Now they get to go back and work their tails off, getting those vehicles ready again for the second motos. The amount of effort that these teams, drivers, families, friends, volunteers all put into these programs is just insane. We'd love to see everything. Looks like Corey Willis crossing the finish line with a left rear flat. So that may have cost him a little bit. All right, we are going to have our final race, race number 10 of the first motos of the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Side-by-Side Series presented by RedBull. Just getting ready to take off here. Looks like we have the Vet 40 Plus Outlaw and the Vet 40 Plus Stock. Those guys are just going to get ready to take off here. Let's give your rundown of who's Vet 40 Plus Outlaw. We have number 10, Chris Donald, number 23, Todd Anders, number 151, Corey Hyman, number 410, Robert Murkowski. And there we go. They're off. Looks like one of them didn't make the cut, but so Chris Donald looks like he come off in second. Pembroke Pines, Florida. Motul, Sable, Ignite, Demon, and Maxis helping him get to the track. We'll get some of the numbers out there, and we can tell you guys who's going. Vet 40 Plus Stock is off the line. Lots of Yamahas in this class. There we go, get the long shot. Great job of the production crew. Look at, we got an RS1 out front, and they get chased by a bunch of bees. These Yamahas coming in strong. So we have number 4, Terry Lackey out of Midlothian, Texas, brought to you by, or sponsored by DFW ATV and Bikeman. Number 009, George Ramirez out of San Antonio, Texas. Number 33, Timothy Krantz out of La Sarra, Texas. Let's see here. Number 111, Austin Sides out of Sanger, Texas. Hess Motorsports, Seahorn Yamaha. Number 211, Byron Mowry out of Austin, Texas. Number 481, Marcus Callahan. Number 787, Angel Fontanez. Level 3 Communications, KT Performance, and G3 Motorsports. Number 901, Mike Bucafusco out of Rowlett, Texas. The Garage Automotive. We'll let these guys come around for their first lap. We'll get a running order for you guys. But again, the track is just lending itself to such great racing. One of the things that I mentioned a little bit before is if you haven't got a chance to ever race a side-by-side or see any side-by-side racing, you live in the Texas area, please come out and check it out. You can see the family vibe. Ask questions. Go around to their pits. These drivers, families, everybody wants to help out and get more people out here. They also want to show you their stuff, give you advice, tips. It's just a great environment to be in. So everybody out here would love to have you. New drivers are always welcome. Like I said, the more questions you ask, the better. First place driver, number 410, Robert Murkowski, just crossing over the line for this, completing his first lap. Big lead so far. Number 10, Chris Donald, second place. Coming across first lap, getting ready to round the corner, head out on his second lap. Motul bringing him to the races, as you can see with that sponsor on the sticker on the side there. These guys might be in the 40-plus class, but they're no slouches. Some great battles in the Vet 40 Plus stock class. And again, the diversity of the vehicles, really, really awesome to be able to see. These drivers can pick whatever car they feel the most comfortable in, go out there, have fun. You guys that are watching on the live stream, let us know if you've raced a side-by-side before. Have you raced a side-by-side? Have you raced at Texplex? Have you raced a whole full series? Do you just go out on the weekends doing weekend warrior stuff? You head to the dunes, go out on trails. Let us know. We're really interested in all of the stuff that you guys do as well. Let's go through the running order real quick. In the 40-plus Outlaw class, we have Murkowski, Anders, and let's see here. Oh, man, looks like maybe we need to get it updated a little bit because there's a second and a third and fourth in that class. But let's go through the Vet 40 Plus stock class. Looks like we have Lackey, Bucafusco, Sides, Krantz, Callahan, Fontanez, and Ramirez. Actually, you know what would be a good question for all you guys that are watching the feed is let us know what you think is the best part of the track. My personal opinion, the best part of the track is all the 180 corners because you can set somebody up in the first corner and then execute the pass in the second corner or even third or fourth corner. Really lends itself for good racing. I know a lot of you guys are going to say the jumps, like the big jumps. There's been some pretty tricky off-cambers here. Or shoot. Maybe you just like the whole track by itself, going in the reverse layout. Looks like we got a driver on course. I don't know if we'll be able to get a camera shot over there, but we lost a motor. A lot of these guys in the 40 stock class choosing the Yamaha platform. Maybe these 40 plus guys just like being able to shift their car. Super cool though. Different styles of driving for everybody. You can even see some of these drivers in their cars choose to use a larger capacity cooler, radiator, double fan, big single fan. Graphics guys out there on course, thank you very much for those guys being able to help out with the event. While these guys round the course, I'm also going to go through our event sponsors again, because we couldn't do it without them. Thank you very much to the guys at Can-Am Off-Road for being such a great partner to have with the Texas Outlaw Series. Thank you guys at RedBull. Just like I said, thanks to the graphics guys. Let's see here. Linden Mood Demolition, Austin Excavating, Crown Off-Road Racing, United RV, Ride Progressive, Maxxis Tires, Motor Race Tire, PCI Race Radios, Texera Tech, Double E Racing, PPEI, Demon Power Sports, Hess Motorsports, Renegade Fuel, S3 Power Sports, Shock Therapy USA, Ultimax Belts, Liqui Moly Power Sports, Louisiana Direct Auto, UTV Race Shop, Maxed Performance, and G3 Motorsports. Thank you very much to all those companies for helping out and letting us have this series to give you guys come out, race, have fun. We've already gotten through, well, it'll be 12 o'clock by the time we get through all of the 10 motos. So fantastic job by the crew for getting everything set up, safe, keeping all the drivers safe, and executing such a great race. Doesn't look like there's been too many changes in the running order, but it does look like some of the 40 plus stock guys are coming up on some of the vet 40 plus outlaw guys, working their way through the field. Got some pretty fast drivers in these classes. RS1 getting dragged off. They had a cool graphic scheme on that one. I like that one. Some cool colors. Once we get a few more drivers across the finish line, we'll get you guys an updated running order. Not much has changed on course. These guys are running a pretty consistent pace. A few of the drivers had a couple issues. Going to get their vehicles hopefully fixed for the second motos here. Get back out on course. The white flag is going to be coming out for Murkowski and Donald, as well as Anders, Lackey. Let's see here. For the 40-plus stock class, Lackey, Bucafusco, Sides, Callahan, Maury, Ramirez, Krantz, and Fontanez. Still, a lot of the drivers still out on course. It's really cool to see these guys taking care of their cars. White flag is out. Follow the closest battle on the track between those two Yamaha cars. As we wind down this this last race of the first motos, race number 10, We're going to probably put some water on the track, get it back up to the moisture's actually been staying in it pretty well today. So they'll probably put some water on the track. Track crew will get it all dialed in, make sure the track has nothing got super messed up, make sure everybody's safe, give the track crew a break, give you guys a break, go eat a sandwich as well. And then I think maybe before we come in for the second motos, we'll give you guys a little preview of the stuff that we did yesterday. We got to talk with some of the drivers, some of their families, some of the kids. It was really cool to talk with the kids and give you guys a little bit of a behind the scenes. You know, go walking through the pits. We also have a little track preview. Now that you guys have seen all this racing, you can kind of get a little bit better understanding of what the track was, and it'll be really cool for you guys to get behind the scenes and see some of the stuff that we see out here while we're at the track. Great day of racing. Weather's holding out for us. Couldn't really ask for much more, keeping the moisture in the track, making it a lot easier for these drivers. Just a couple sections of the track kicking up dust, but making it a lot easier for these drivers to see. I know most of you guys are hardcore race fans, but these guys don't have a windshield, man. They just get the dust right on their helmet lens. Some of them even actually have a microfiber inside the car so they can wipe their face clean. All right, so our running order is Murkowski, and this is in the Vet 40 Plus Outlaw class. Murkowski, Donald, Anders. Looks like there's a pretty big separation in the where they're at on track. And Murkowski's going to come across and grab the checkered flag now. For the Vet 40 Plus stock class, we have Lackey, Bucafusco, Sides, Callahan, Mowry, Ramirez, Krantz, and Fontanez. Drivers still fighting hard. I think a lot of these guys, when they get towards the end of the laps here, and if there's not a battle going on, they try to conserve their car as much as possible to be able to have it prepped and ready for next moto. We're going to have the winner of the stock class come across the finish line now. It looks like Lackey, looks like he actually passed most of the everybody except for Murkowski in the outlaw class, but yeah, so Donald comes across in second. He's going to thank his sponsors, Moto SA Belt, Ignite, Demon, and Maxis. Some more of these stock drivers coming across. Number 901, Bucafusco. Number 112, Sides. There we go. Anders crossing the finish line in the 40-plus outlaw class. Back to the pits for all these drivers. Going to go get some energy, get some food, get their cars ready again. And we'll see some of these final drivers crossing the finish line here. As our final drivers come across the finish line, like I had mentioned before, we're going to show you guys some behind-the-scenes stuff. So please join us for the Moto2s that are coming up here this afternoon. We're going to take a little break and go get some food for all the production crew, for the track workers, and we will be back. Actually, I'm not sure what time we'll be back. Do you know, Zach? So we'll be back in a little bit. But like I said, thank you guys very much for joining us for these first motos. Fantastic racing, like insane good racing. The track is really shaping up well. So we'll let the track crew do what they need to do, and we'll see you guys in just a little bit here.
So here's a list of top accessories for the Can-Am SSV owner. Number 1, I advise a windshield. Whether half windshield or full windshield, it'll help keep the wind off of you, the dust off of you, keep you warm in the winter, and make the ride much more pleasurable. The best thing with a roof is it keeps the dirt, the debris, and the sun off your head. Now, some models come with doors and some models don't. Either way, I prefer a full door to keep the outer terrain and debris from coming in on you. The next accessory I would advise is a bumper. Just in case you bump into something, it also protects your plastic and bodywork. There's nothing like riding the trails and listening to your favorite tunes while you see the great outdoors. A winch can get you out of a sticky situation or help get a friend out of a sticky situation that you told them not to get into. Another great accessory for your Can-Am SSV is any option or accessory with link system. Link system is a way to attach your accessories, whether it be a cooler, a storage box, a storage bag, or even a tire rack, to any and every Can-Am SSV. I hope these accessories make your ride more fun. Ride safe. And for more info, go to canamoffroad.com.
The challenge of Dakar is incredible. It truly is the hardest race in the world.
Oh, this is such a huge event and there's so much pressure.
I've raced pretty much everything there is to race in dirt. The X3 is the absolute best machine for a car.
The first in U.S. history to win a Dakar rally, Casey Curry.
Hardest race I've ever done. Nothing it came even close. We just pushed hard all day, all through the night, and pushed again today. When we finally crossed that finish line, this one was pretty special for sure.
The Can-Ams are so tough, you can drive them as hard as you can. You don't have an issue at all.
The X3 is the most dominant platform on the market to date.
It's been a good day, it's been a lot of fun. All in all, I think we've crossed the line first in class. Gundy 400 has not disappointed.
Phil Blurton is the guy to beat at Vegas to Reno.
I think that it is like the toughest race in America.
Can-Ams are the toughest out there.
I think it's the best platform on the market right now. King of the Hammers is like the most fun and the most frustrating race all at the same time.
Probably the biggest race in the United States. It's the best competition, most recognition. Man, to win this race, it would be out of this world.
The XRC is just built for this.
We are just about to witness history.
We swept the podium. To be the first Can-Am racer to win King of the Hammers is beyond words.
Can-Am is the most advanced, most capable side-by-side out there.
Everything about it is just better than the competition.
These things are set up to absolutely rip.
Phil Blurton, he's the best in the desert champion.
The performance of a Can-Am is better than any other vehicle in the market.
Jamie McCoy just sealed it up.
The champion, Scotty Lawrence.
Defending my title was great, and we're going to try to do it again this year.
Corey Weller just won another championship.
You can go drive any car you want, and I guarantee after you drive an X3, it'll be what you're driving.
Can-Am's the weapon of choice because they're the baddest thing on the market right now.
So here's a list of top accessories for the Can-Am SSV owner. Number 1, I advise a windshield. Whether half windshield or full windshield, it'll help keep the wind off of you, the dust off of you, keep you warm in the winter, and make the ride much more pleasurable. The best thing with a roof is it keeps the dirt, the debris, and the sun off your head. Now, some models come with doors and some models don't. Either way, I prefer a full door to keep the outer terrain and debris from coming in on you. The next accessory I would advise is a bumper. Just in case you bump into something, it also protects your plastic and bodywork. There's nothing like riding the trails and listening to your favorite tunes while you see the great outdoors. A winch can get you out of a sticky situation or help get a friend out of a sticky situation that you told them not to get into. Another great accessory for your Can-Am SSV is any option or accessory with a link system. Link system is a way to attach your accessories, whether it be a cooler, a storage box, a storage bag, or even a tire rack, to any and every Can-Am SSV. I hope these accessories make your ride more fun. Ride safe. And for more info, go to canamoffroad.com.
The challenge of Dakar is incredible. It truly is the hardest race in the world.
Oh, this is such a huge event and there's so much pressure.
I've raced pretty much everything there is to race in dirt. The X3 is the absolute best machine for Dakar.
The first in U.S. history to win a Dakar Rally, Casey Curry.
Hardest race I've ever done. Nothing it came even close. We just pushed hard all day, all through the night, and pushed again today. When we finally crossed that finish line, this one was pretty special for sure.
The Can-Ams are so tough, you can drive them as hard as you can. You don't have an issue at all.
The X3 is the most dominant platform on the market to date.
It's been a good day, it's been a lot of fun. All in all, I think we've crossed the line first in class. Gundy 400 has not disappointed.
Phil Blurton is the guy to beat at Vegas to Reno.
Well, I think that it is like the toughest race in America.
Can-Ams are the toughest out there.
I think it's the best platform on the market right now. King of the Hammers is like the most fun and the most frustrating race all at the same time.
Probably the biggest race in the United States. It's the best competition, most recognition. Man, to win this race, it would be out of this world.
The XRC is just built for this.
We are just about to witness history.
We swept the podium. To be the first Can-Am racer to win King of the Hammers is beyond words.
Can-Am is the most advanced, most capable side-by-side out there.
Everything about it is just better than the competition.
These things are set up to absolutely rip.
Phil Blurton, he's the best in the desert champion.
The performance of a Can-Am is better than any other vehicle in the market.
Jamie McCoy just sealed it up.
The champion, Scotty Lawrence.
Defending my title was great, and we're going to try to do it again this year.
Corey Weller just won another championship.
You can go drive any car you want, and I guarantee after you drive an X3, it'll be what you're driving.
Can-Am's the weapon of choice because they're the baddest thing on the market right now.
Just when I thought I'd lost the fight, beyond the darkness I saw light, and when the sun broke, there was you.
So here's a list of top accessories for the Can-Am SSV owner. Number 1, I advise a windshield. Whether half windshield or full windshield, it'll help keep the wind off of you, the dust off of you, keep you warm in the winter, and make the ride much more pleasurable. The best thing with a roof is it keeps the dirt, the debris, and the sun off your head. Now, some models come with doors and some models don't. Either way, I prefer a full door to keep the outer terrain and debris from coming in on you. The next accessory I would advise is a bumper. Just in case you bump into something, it also protects your plastic and bodywork. There's nothing like riding the trails and listening to your favorite tunes while you see the great outdoors. A winch can get you out of a sticky situation or help get a friend out of a sticky situation that you told them not to get into. Another great accessory for your Can-Am SSV is any option or accessory with a link system. Link system is a way to attach your accessories, whether it be a cooler, a storage box, a storage bag, or even a tire rack, to any and every Can-Am SSV. I hope these accessories make your ride more fun. Ride safe. And for more info, go to canamoffroad.com.
The challenge of Dakar is incredible. It truly is the hardest race in the world.
This is such a huge event and there's so much pressure.
I've raced pretty much everything there is to race in dirt. The X3 is the absolute best machine for a car.
The first in U.S. history to win a Dakar Rally, Casey Curry.
Hardest race I've ever done. Nothing it came even close. We just pushed hard all day, all through the night, and pushed again today. When we finally crossed that finish line, this one was pretty special for sure.
The Can-Ams are so tough, you can drive them as hard as you can. You don't have an issue at all.
The X3 is the most dominant platform on the market to date.
It's been a good day, it's been a lot of fun. All in all, I think we've crossed the line first in class. Gundy 400 has not disappointed.
Phil Blurton is the guy to beat at Vegas to Reno.
I think that it is like the toughest race in America.
Can-Ams are the toughest out there.
I think it's the best platform on the market right now. King of the Hammers is like the most fun and the most frustrating race all at the same time.
Probably the biggest race in the United States. It's the best competition, most recognition. Man, to win this race, it would be out of this world.
The XRC is just built for this.
We are just about to witness history.
We swept the podium. To be the first Can-Am racer to win King of the Hammers is beyond words.
Can-Am is the most advanced, most capable side-by-side out there.
Everything about it is just better than the competition.
These things are set up to absolutely whip.
Phil Blurton, he's the best in the desert champion.
The performance of a Can-Am is better than any other vehicle in the market.
Jamie McCoy just sealed it up.
The champion Scotty Lawrence.
Defending my title was great, and we're going to try to do it again this year.
Corey Weller just won another championship.
You can go drive any car you want, and I guarantee after you drive an X3, it'll be what you're driving.
Can-Am's the weapon of choice because they're the baddest thing on the market right now.
So here's a list of top accessories for the Can-Am SSV owner. Number 1, I advise a windshield. Whether half windshield or full windshield, it'll help keep the wind off of you, the dust off of you, keep you warm in the winter, and make the ride much more pleasurable. The best thing with a roof is it keeps the dirt, the debris, and the sun off your head. Now, some models come with doors and some models don't. Either way, I prefer a full door to keep the outer terrain and debris from coming in on you. The next accessory I would advise is a bumper. Just in case you bump into something, it also protects your plastic and bodywork. There's nothing like riding the trails and listening to your favorite tunes while you see the great outdoors. A winch can get you out of a sticky situation or help get a friend out of a sticky situation that you told them not to get into. Another great accessory for your Can-Am SSV is any option or accessory with link system. Link system is a way to attach your accessories, whether it be a cooler, a storage box, a storage bag, or even a tire rack, to any and every Can-Am SSV. I hope these accessories make your ride more fun. Ride safe. And for more info, go to canamoffroad.com.
The challenge of Dakar is incredible. It truly is the hardest race in the world.
Oh, this is such a huge event and there's so much pressure.
I've raced pretty much everything there is to race in dirt. The X3 is the absolute best machine for Dakar.
The first in U.S. history to win a Dakar rally, Casey Curry.
Hardest race I've ever done. Nothing it came even close. We just pushed hard all day, all through the night, and pushed again today. When we finally crossed that finish line, this one was pretty special for sure.
The Can-Ams are so tough, you can drive them as hard as you can. You don't have an issue at all.
The X3 is the most dominant platform on the market to date.
It's been a good day, it's been a lot of fun. All in all, I think we've crossed the line first in class. Gundy 400 has not disappointed.
Phil Blurton is the guy to beat at Vegas to Reno.
I think that it is like the toughest race in America.
Can-Ams are the toughest out there.
I think it's the best platform on the market right now. King of the Hammers is like the most fun and the most frustrating race all at the same time.
Probably the biggest race in the United States. It's the best competition, most recognition. Man, to win this race, it would be out of this world.
The XRC is just built for this.
We are just about to witness history.
We swept the podium. To be the first Can-Am racer to win King of the Hammers is beyond words.
Can-Am is the most advanced, most capable side-by-side out there.
Everything about it is just better than the competition.
These things are set up to absolutely rip.
Phil Blurton, he's the best in the desert champion.
The performance of a Can-Am is better than any other vehicle in the market.
Jamie McCoy just sealed it up.
The champion Scotty Lawrence.
Defending my title was great, and we're going to try to do it again this year.
Corey Weller just won another championship.
You can go drive any car you want, and I guarantee after you drive an X3, it'll be what you're driving.
Can-Am's the weapon of choice because they're the baddest thing on the market right now.
here at TexPlex. We can't wait to get this second one. This is seriously good racing. The track is being run in reverse order and or reverse direction, and now it's providing such good racing here today. The track just got watered, re-prepped. Everybody got some lunch, so now everybody's refreshed to get back out on course. The drivers are getting staged up. It's going to be race 1 again for, let's see here, the Youth 250, 9 to 12 limited stock, Youth 250 5 to 8 limited stock, and stock 170 race. So we can't wait to see what these guys do for their second motos. But as we promised before we went to commercial break and lunch, we had a great time talking with all of the guys out here at TexPlex. We went and did some interviews in the pits and got a little bit of behind the scenes of what these drivers think. We got some kids, we got some professional racers, we got a bunch of different people. So let's just go check some of these interviews out while these guys get staged up. Hope you guys enjoy. What?
Shelby's like his life coach, keeps him in check.
Like more than just a racing coach? For a cruiser.
Keeps his emotions under control.
Oh, he totally wants a Chick-fil-A sponsor. Totally wants a Chick-fil-A sponsor. You can leave that there, it's fine. All right. Give me your full names, please.
Bella Burchard. Cruz Burchard.
All right, Bella and Cruz Burchard, you're at the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series. How do you feel this year?
Feeling pretty pumped, honestly. We raced it last year, and it was great competition. I can't wait for this year.
I think you feel pretty good. Your car looks sick.
Yeah, it's good.
So one of the questions that I wanted to ask you, I know you guys already, but where do you guys reside?
Reside?
Yeah, where do you live?
Ooh, good old Banning, California. Yeah, it's kind of ghetto.
It's not, Banning, California is not that ghetto, but why do you like coming to TexPlex so much? Because that's a far drive.
Just nice people and fun competition.
The competition is really good, don't you think, Bella?
Yeah, honestly, you meet some really good friends, but on the racetrack, it's a completely different relationship.
Oh, when your helmet goes on, that's when the vibes get hard?
Oh, yeah, get hard,
So what do you think? Is that when your helmet goes on, you totally change into a different person?
Well, I do, but I don't clean them out, but you need to be more aggressive, definitely.
Oh, look at you. I see that flare coming on. All right, so one thing that I kind of wanted to throw in there was I feel like Cruz really likes Chick-fil-A. What do you think, Bella?
I think he needs rehab. Yeah, I need that sponsor.
Oh, you need that Chick-fil-A sponsorship. That's what you're looking for? All right, so what do you think about the track running in the reverse direction this year? It looks like it's really cool.
I think it's definitely something new to learn, something to adjust to, but I'm excited.
It's fun, but you just need to be consistent and fast.
So I agree with both of those things that you guys said. Whenever I would get a new track when I would race, I would think it was the best thing ever because it all of a sudden evens out the competition. There's nobody that has an advantage because they've ridden the track before. Do you guys feel the same way?
Yeah, there can be an advantage when someone knows the track more than you, but that's where you just have to push yourself harder.
Yeah, and Cruz, when you get a track that nobody else has driven on, just like this, it's fresh in everybody's mind, how do you feel?
I feel like I have an advantage over them, such as me knowing I can hit this corner faster and not being able to come in sideways and hit a wall or something.
And last question I have is how much more of this Texas stuff are you guys going to do? Are you guys going to do the whole series because you like it so much?
Yeah, probably. I'm down.
Yeah, we'll be here.
Sweet. It sounds good. Well, I like your guys' sticker kits on your new cars. They look really good, and we hope you have an awesome race this weekend.
Thank you.
Tell me your full name.
My name is Carlos. Carlos Cotto, sorry.
Carlos Cotto. All right. So you don't drive this car?
No, Chris
Okay.
Donald's the driver of the car.
Got it. All right, Carlos. 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series. How you guys been preparing for the series in the off season?
Oh, we've been at it since the last round at Texplex last year. So
you got, so you guys did race the series last year.
Correct. We completed the whole series, and we've been prepping since the last round.
Are you guys from around here?
We actually about 5 miles away from here. Shop, it's in Alvarado, Texas.
Oh, okay. So you guys have a shop in Alvarado, Texas. It's probably good for the shop to have a local venue to be able to go out and race side by sides.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a blessing for us to be able to drive 8 miles and be here and race.
Yeah, 100%. That's cool. What kind of things do you guys do at the shop?
Our main focus is driver development. We prep cars, build cars. We work closely with drivers and try to get them from point A from an amateur standpoint to a pro level.
Okay, so you have a driver for this car then?
Correct. We are currently running 9 cars in the series, so we have 9 cars, 9 drivers, 2 170s, 7 Can-Ams, and 1 YXZ.
That's fantastic. So you do the kids too. That's one of the most important things, is to have the next generation.
Correct. So we have a pretty good 170 program. My daughter races with us also. She plays, I think she podiumed 6 times out of the 9 rounds last year.
Dude, that's so cool, man. You guys have some good partners that work with you as well, obviously Motul.
Yep, we do a lot. We deal a lot with Motul. We deal a lot with Maxxis. Also, we deal a lot with Saybelt and LDR suspension.
Right on. And what's the name of your shop?
It's ARD Autosports.
Right on, dude. Well, I'm glad that you guys have been putting in the work. I mean, you guys got a big team to work on. It means you've been spending a lot of time at the shop. It must be really fulfilling to be able to come out to the first race and test all of your hard work.
Absolutely. I mean, we're just happy to get through the first test session and make sure everything works out like we wanted to, and put this weekend behind us, and let's get some podiums.
Yeah. And last question we got for you, man, is how do the drivers feel about the reverse direction of the track?
Oh, they love it. They love it. You know, some people a little bit on the fence about it, but it's different. So it kind of resets the track it resets the weekend for everybody. Everybody starts from the same point, rather than the people who've been testing here all year and run the same track over and over and over, and kind of be, you know, easy for them. Now everybody starts from zero.
100%. It's an even playing field off. Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you very much, man. We hope your team has a great weekend.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we are at the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series with Jaden.
Yes, sir.
And Jake.
Yes, sir.
Linden Mood. Both local from Midlothian, Texas, or you guys live down the street?
We live in South Lake, right north of here.
Okay. So it is pretty much local.
Yes, sir.
Right on, man. That's cool. It's really cool to see that you guys have a series so close.
Yes, sir. It's fun.
Yeah, we like it being close. I mean, it's only 30, 45 minutes. It's good. The whole family can come, you know, grandparents, whatever. So it's really nice because everybody here around that lives here can come out and watch this race.
So who gives you the most crap, grandma or grandpa?
I don't know. Probably both.
All right, so how's the weekend starting out for you? Because I heard they're running the track backwards.
Yeah, it's been starting out a little rough, but it's slowly getting better, I hope. So.
Yeah, it's been a little rough. We had every time he comes in, we're here mechanicking instead of, you know, hanging out. But we're going to get it all tightened up and ready for tomorrow.
You know what happens in off-road racing? You work on the car more than you actually drive the car.
100%. He's getting to get little mechanic skills himself this year.
So that's actually a good point to bring up, Jake, is that a lot of this stuff is like skill building, right? And it's really cool to see the family atmosphere, especially have a local place to have the kids learn. What does it do for the kids when they're coming off of a race weekend and they're all excited?
You know, they go back to school and they're pumped up, telling them about everything going on. And like say out here, we're getting to work on the cars together. Their friends are out here together. I mean, it's just such a fun experience outside of racing, you know, and everybody coming out and having a good time.
Would you agree with Dad, except for you get to have fun with your friends?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
What about when you go back to school on Monday or you get back to the family? Do you have a debrief and you tell them what they, you know, like what you're going to do better the next time at the next race, or like talk to your friends about how well you did?
Yeah, me and all of Cody and Dad and everyone get down and talk about what we need to get better at and stuff.
What's the usual thing that you guys look forward to for the next race? So you guys say, okay, well, I got to get faster, I got to get smoother. Like, what's the usual thing that you try to focus on?
Not breaking stuff.
There you go. So dad has less work.
Yeah, not braking, being a little easier and getting faster, which he's pretty fast for no longer we've been racing, but you know, it's just fun to talk about, and he's got a little brother that looks up to him that's racing as well, and he's not out here today, he's at a sport still, but it's real fun for all of us to go out and do.
Well, so how old's your little brother?
7.
And you are?
14.
Dude, and you're already out here driving an RS1. Got your big boys off-road pants on, huh?
Yes, sir. Try.
Sweet. Well, I'm glad that you guys are having fun. It's really cool to see that this series is local to you guys. You guys are out here to be able to just, you know, come right down the road, have a great track, a great facility, and a great time with all your friends and family.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. We would like thank Brian for hosting all this and, you know, having it to where we can come out here. It's really nice that he does all the work to keep us out here.
Yeah, you know how many people wish they had a track right down the street?
Probably a lot.
They definitely do. All right, well, good luck this weekend, bud.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You're out at round 1 of the Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series out here at Texplex. How you feeling, man?
Track's crazy. I don't know. I think it'll be a fun round.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun too. So the track's going backwards this year for 2022, and you guys actually live in Midlothian, or you guys are local around here?
Yes, sir. I live in Midlothian, Texas.
Really?
So about a 15-minute drive. Come out here as much as we can.
Really? Are you pretty pumped?
Yeah, I'm very pumped. Hopefully we can get this car back together.
All right, so you already messed it up in practice. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how much fun you're going to have this weekend. So what are you looking forward to? Because like I said, the track is going backwards. What's your favorite part?
I think that probably the back straightaway. You get some speed back there, but I think it'll be pretty cool going backwards now.
There's a lot of off-cambers, a lot of switchbacks, 180 turns that it looks like you can pass on. You got a bunch of friends that you're battling with?
No, not really.
Does that mean that you're way ahead of them?
We'll find out.
Good job, bud. Kick some butt out there this weekend, all right?
Yes, sir.
Please tell me both your guys' names.
Mike Buckafusco.
Michelle Patiska.
All right, Mike and Michelle, we are at the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series. Man, the track is all reversed now. You guys have raced here before. How does it compare?
I like it a lot better. It's a lot more technical. It's not just who goes the fastest wins kind of thing. I'm really good at the technical stuff, so I felt like I was doing really good out there today. There's some tight spots. I think there's going to be some rough patches tomorrow, but hopefully everything works out.
Is this your first time out on the track, or have you been out on the track before?
This is my first time on the new one, yes, and I loved it. Just got to get used to it.
Yeah. It looks like it's like resets it, right? It's an even playing field for everybody.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's not. It's a driver's racetrack now. It's not. It's all technical. It's driver. It's not who's the fastest again, like who the fastest wins. It's going to be who drives the best tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, it looks like smoother is faster on this track, and it also one of the questions I was going to ask is resetting the track like this, and you guys have already been here. Does that mean that you guys are local? You're from around here?
Yes, we're from Rockwall.
Rockwall, yeah.
Yeah, Rockwall, so that's around here. Is it cool to have a track in your local area where you guys can just come out on the weekend and have fun?
I love it. I mean, it's 40 minutes from the house. So you can come whenever you want and practice, and you know, hopefully everything works out here and it stays the same.
Does that mean he's able to show you the hot lines?
She won't ride with me. She's too scared.
Well, and he's scared to ride with me, so.
That's how it works, though, right?
It's not enough to hold on to when I'm riding with her.
I feel you guys. What's some of the goals for the season?
Oh, gosh, just to get better. This is going to be my first full season riding. I just started.
Jennifer Owens, number 45, Dexter Warren, number 56, Avery Sides, number 91, Mia Cotto, number 195, Becker Chase. And your Youth 250 5-8 limited stock, we have Grayson Poper. I don't know how to say the last name, but number 21, Damian Nava. Number 44, Tucker Berza. Number 53, I met Tucker last night. What a good kid. Number 53, Braden Rumsey. Number 111, Easton Helms. And then your final division in this race, number 1, is Stock 170. Number 8, Dirk Schultz. Number 22, Heston Hess. Number 37, Paxton Shamblin. Number 63, Code St. Peter. He was killing it earlier. Number 86, Harper Willis. So we'll let these guys get a little bit of their first lap in here. We'll give a shout out to some of their sponsors as well, and get you guys kind of back into the racing. Well, actually, let us know what you guys want to see for Moto 2. As we get back into this racing of all these motos. All right, sweet. Looks like we're following some of the stock 170s now. Did they hear everything that happened that I just said? Okay. These kids are super pumped to be back out on the track. During the intermission break, we got to see some of the kids. We got to talk to some of the people in the pits. It's fantastic to see everybody's level of excitement so high at the first round of the Texas Outlaw Side-by-Side Series. Oh man, we got our first victim so far. See if we can get a number on them. We're gonna let these drivers come through. It looks like they're finishing up their first lap. They're gonna come by the timing loop here. We'll get an understanding of who's out front, what everybody's got as far as lap times, place positions. See if it's any of the same people that came out first. Number 195, Becker Chase. I think he was the victorious in the first moto, and I don't see him out front, so we'll have to check and see. Looks like Becker's starting a little bit further back now. The track has a little bit of moisture in it now, so these guys are sliding around a little bit. We see the guys coming across, number 45 and number 25. Number 45 is Dexter Warren and Jennifer Owens. Good job, Jennifer. Number 25 against second place, coming all the way from Phoenix, Arizona. Looks like number 195, Becker Chase, is, and he's got a lot of work to do if he's going to win this second moto. All right, let's go through some of their sponsors as well. So Lane Schultz, he's got some sponsors. Titan Machine and Design, Mike and Donna Schultz, G3 Motorsports. Antonella Romero, she's sponsored by Finna Motorsports. Jennifer Owens, Extreme Machine and Fabrication. Jimmy Owens over there. DX Star, Race Gear, R&R Steel, Robert Van Beekum. So thank you for supporting Jennifer, guys. Dexter Warren, DX Star Race Gear, Extreme Machine and Fabrication, Gates G-Force Belts, and Jury's Liquid Waste. Miyakoto, sponsored by Motul, SA Belt, Ignite, Demon, and Maxxis. Becker Chase, Chase Motorsports, 9-0 Power Sports, and Car One. And Jocelyn Ware. She says she's sponsored by herself, but I'm assuming that it's mom and dad and maybe some of the grandparents too. Let's go through some of these other classes as we see one of my favorite cars on the screen. Number 86 is Harper Willis. Nice looking car. Harper is sponsored by Powersportparts.net. Let's see here. Code St. Peter is sponsored by Raceline Wheels, Maxxis Tires, Velocity Vehicles. Paxton Shambler is sponsored by Seahorn Yamaha, Shamblin Racing, Hess Motorsports, and ARD. And in the Stock 170 class, Dirk Schultz, he's got a bunch of sponsors too. Titan Machine and Design, Mike and Donna Schultz, and G3 Motorsports. For the Youth 250 5-8 limited stock class, we got Grayson Popper at P4 Racing, Polaris Razor, Coastline Steel, DS Customs, O'Neill Racing, Car One Fabrication, Frank's Well Drilling, or Frank's Welding. I don't know. Maybe they wrote it wrong. Welding. I don't know. Damian Nava is Octane Mania, McDormand Signs, and The Works. Tucker Berza is Louisiana Direct Auto, PPEI. Go Tucker. Easton Helms, Shimmering Water Pools. All right, so on screen, you're seeing some of the stock guys out there in the stock 170 class. Even got dad or mom, somebody in the car with them. Barely can see over the steering wheel. It's so cool to see these kids out there having fun, getting used to racing these razors, how to control a vehicle. I mean, just think about when these kids turn 16 years old and they get their driver's license or get their driver's permit. They're going to be aces already at being able to drive around because of the experience that they're getting out here at the Texas Outlaw Series. Man, look at the battling. Inside, outside. They must have watched Hunter and Cody Miller and Cody Taylor and all the pros for their pro moto. Taking notes. Battling, man. Super cool to see. All right, we'll go down through our running order. We got Helms in first, Shamlin in second, Schultz in third. Then we go to our next class. We got Warren, Owens, Sides, Schultz, and Chase. And then our final class is the 170s is St. Peter, Popper, Rumsey, Nava, and Berza. All these kids having a really good time. Dad or mom, whoever's in there, is hanging on for dear life, man. Keep hands and arms inside the vehicle at all times. Super cool to see, though. Like I said at the beginning of the day, the vibe out here and the family vibe. Oh, as one of the drivers makes a pass there. 21 and 37 battling really hard. Let's see here. 37 is Paxton Shamlin, and 21 in the class above him actually is Damian Nava. Really cool to see those guys. Paxton is from Burleson, Texas, and Damian is from Mesquite, Texas. So who knows? Maybe they know each other. Super cool to see these guys out there just tearing it up. They're getting the white flag. We got one more lap for the youth. Then we're going to head over to race 2, some more youth. We got the 900 and below and the youth outlaw guys. So number 195, man, he was on fire in the first moto. Becker Chase, looks like he's, doing very well today at the first round of the series. Trying to keep as much, I don't know what you want to call it, keep as many points on the table as possible so that he can continue and have a great rest of his series. Looks like he's holding down fourth, or no, what is it? Becker Chase, let's see here. Looks like he's holding down fifth, so he's going to end up getting a good result because he got a 1 and a 5, which would be 6, so hopefully he's in the top 3 of the overall. During the intermission break, we got to talk with a lot of the fans, people that are involved in the series, and really get to understand a little bit more about the growing side-by-side industry. It's super cool to see because, all these youth, I mean, there's tons of youth kids out here. I mean, they're the first 2 races. They've got over 5 classes that they can enter, and then once they graduate from some of the smaller classes, like the ones you're watching now, they can go into the Outlaw Amateur, where it can be youth, it can be older people, adults, and all the amateurs together. And then they start getting into the expert classes, like some of the younger kids now. I mean, a lot of these kids are in the expert class, don't even have driver's license yet. So it's really, really cool to see the things that they learn on and off the track. I mean, clearly they learn how to drive a vehicle, but they're also learning things like being able to support their vehicle, work on it, hard work ethic, being able to spend time with their families, tons and tons of cool, values that you can't get outside of racing. So we're really proud of these kids and their families for spending so much time, effort, resources to be able to get out here to the track and have such a great time doing what they love. Okay. All right, so we got some updated results on the second lap here. These guys are coming around for the white flag. Looks like Helms is out front, Shamlin, Schultz. Then the second class, we have the limited stock. We have, let's see here, Warren, Sides, Owens. Looks like Owens moved down a spot or Sides moved up a spot. Then we have Chase, Schultz. And then in the 170 class, we have St. Peter, Popper, Berza. Oh, so Berza's doing pretty good. Up and up to the top three. Rumsey and Nava. Great job to all those racers. It'll be very interesting to see what they end up having as far as overalls go. Son and dad, I think, is who's in that blue Razor. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody can comment in on the live feed and let us know who's in that Razor. Still a battle royale with those two cars, man. It's so cool to see. I wonder what's going on in their radios and their helmets. I mean, that little kid is tossing it into the corner like his dad isn't even riding with him. It's so cool to see. Love seeing that stuff. Who knows? Maybe dad's having more fun than his son. Pretty cool. We're gonna let these drivers complete their last lap, get the checkered flag. I know a lot of these drivers have a second race or a second moto or second race and a second moto in these second motos because they're doing double duty out here. We definitely know that Becker Chase does. Here we go, that same battle. Number 37 is Shamblin. I think so. No, Paxton Shamblin, yeah. And I didn't see the number on the blue car, so we'll have to see. Oh, the blue car got back around again. What a battle. Oh, sliding through the last turn, man. Oh, and a block pass blocks him off the track. Oh, my gosh. Look at these guys. The battle. Number 53 with dad inside comes home. Let's see here. 53 was Braden Rumsey. Oh, now we got a driver high-centered. That was number 37, I think. Man, what a turn of events on the last lap for Paxton Shamblin. Going to have to get him a little bit of help from one of the crew members and get him off. Holy smokes, man. This is going to be a story for the record books for these young kids, man. There we go. They pushed him off the track, so he's going to get back on. He's going to come across the finish line. Looks like he might have something bent in the front end, but they'll take that car back and get it all fixed up for him for tomorrow. Poor guy. Going to come across the finish line and get her done. Great job, Paxton. Great job. All right, now we're looking at race 2. We got 900 and below and Youth Outlaw. Talk about the 900 and below class. We have, let's see here, Landon Popper, Mason Douglas, and Lincoln Smiley. Landon is from Saratoga Springs, Utah, and sponsored by P4 Racing, Polaris Razor, Coastline Steel, DS Customs, O'Neill Racing, Car One Fabrication, and Frank's Well Drilling. Mason Douglas, Frost, Texas, sponsored by Dad and Mom, M-Tex Welding, Martin Realty Group, Old Pro Roofing, First Untitled United Mortgage, and Kirchmeyer family. So thank you all for bringing Mason out here. And then Lincoln Smiley's getting ready to race as well. And the Youth Outlaw class, we have number 47Y, Maggie Flores from Houston, Texas, sponsored by Olympia Drywall and Mom and Pop. Let's see here. Youth Outlaw, number 56, Avery Sides from Sanger, Texas. Number 63, Code St. Peter from Whitney, Texas. Raceline Wheels, Max's Tires, Velocity Vehicles. 195, Becker Chase. Hopefully he can make it back out there again. He's doing, double or triple duty today? From La Crescenta, California. Chase Motorsports, 90 Power Sports, and Car One. Number 538, Briley Lutz from Greenville, Tennessee. Team DFS, BAM Storage, Precise Renovations, and MIG. So these guys are all getting ready to take off. They're going to probably have to wait for, let's see here, Becker Chase to come back from just getting off the track. Get ready to go. Awesome to see. Such good racing. As you can see at Texplex, they also have stuff for dirt bike riders as well. Four-wheelers, they got everything out here, man. Great facility out here at Texplex for the Texas Outlaw Side-by-Side Series. See a shot of the pits there. And now we're looking at the starting line, seeing all the drivers get staged. Safety crew directing them where to go. It's one of the safety vehicles that if you have any issues, they can tow you off course, get you back to the pits safely so that you can repair your vehicle. And here we go. We're off with the 900 and below class. Looks like we only have 2 drivers that ended up making it. So we're going to have a battle. Number 9 was the winner. I think Landon Poppart came home with the win last time. And we still have Mason Douglas out there. Mason actually took the whole shot. And now we're going to get the Youth Outlaw guys started off here. Here we go. With the orange car with the jump. Oh, a big jump, too. That was like a Michael Lessie hole shot right there. Holy smokes. Big jump from the orange car. And that, I think, is Code St. Peter. Yeah, it is. He's been getting a lot of track time. Give it a few years. Code St. Peter is 8 years old, man. 8 years old. That's fantastic to see such youngsters out here. 8 years old. So imagine in eight more years of driving, how amazing this kid is going to be when he turns 16. Either a professional racer or just a driver getting his driver's license. Number 538 looks like Bradley Lutz in second, having a great battle for second and third. Looks like it might be Becker Chase in third there, making the move. Great shots catching all these battles from the production crew. So Bradley Lutz has actually stepped it up quite a bit in this second moto here. Representing Greenville, Tennessee strong, man. Awesome to see. So the 8-year-old Code St. Peter is still out front and driving that car like he stole it. Look at him sliding into that corner. Oh, man, Briley had a little bit of an error. Hit the inside wall, and looks like Becker Chase just got around for second place. Briley's 10 years old, but I guarantee that is not going to go unforgotten. Can definitely remember that one. So out front in the 900 and below class, we have Landon Poppert, like we did last moto, and Mason Douglas in second. Landon is sponsored by P4 Racing, Polaris Razor, Coastline Steel, DS Customs, O'Neill Racing, Car One Fabrication, Frank's Well Drilling, and Mason is sponsored by Dad and Mom, always the best sponsors to have. MTEX Welding, Martin Realty Group, Old Pro Roofing, First United Mortgage, and the Kirchmeyer family. And we got Code St. Peter, the 8-year-old, just killing it out here. Man, he's really trying to run away with this second moto. And this is a perfect example of what I was saying, that second place in the first moto is just as good as a win. Becker Chase actually came home with a win in the first moto. And now if Code St. Peter can actually come across the finish line in first, he'll take the overall win. Yeah, Code St. Peter is 8 years old. Yeah, so we've got some pretty young guns in this class. So Maggie Flores from Houston, Texas, she's 9 years old, and she's already got sponsors, man. She's got mom and dad helping her out, and Olympia Drywall. Let's see here. Avery Sides is only 11 years old, out of Sanger, Texas. Code St. Peter, the youngest kid, out of Whitney, Texas, 8 years old. Sponsored by Raceline Wheels, Maxxis Tires, and Velocity Vehicles. Becker Chase, out of La Crescenta, California, is 11 years old. Chase Motorsports, 90 Power Sports, and Car One. And Bradley Lutz, out of Greenville, Tennessee, is 10 years old. Team DFS, BAM Storage, Precise Renovations, and MIG. The amount of driving skills that these kids already have at such a young age is fantastic. Super cool to see. Some of these shots that we're showing you may or may not be able to see the actual wind that's coming out, but it'll be interesting to see. Hopefully the wind stays mellow and doesn't get too crazy for the drivers. Keep a little bit of moisture in the track and just help them out as much as possible. Number 538, Bradley Lutz. Still holding down that third place position. And you can see with the 900 and below class, the story of the day has been Landon Poppert from Saratoga Springs, Utah. Just pretty much just putting on a clinic out here today. So great job to Landon. Mason Douglas, number 29. Oh, man, he is coming around this final corner like a boss, just sliding it, making sure that he corrects perfectly. The style that he came through that last corner was perfect, man. Again, the skills that these kids have is just amazing to watch. And both those drivers are young, too. Landon is 12 years old, and Mason is 13. So we got Code St. Peter. He's going to be coming around in just a second here. He'll be entering your screen shortly. He's going through the Daytona turn, and there he is. Going to be coming through the last turn. Coming through with a nice tight line, too. So take a good look at the 8-year-old coming flying by. Number 29 is Mason Douglas. He's got a different looking car, but the thing looks like it's working pretty good. Super solid performance from him today. Number 195, Becker Chase coming through, holding down second place. And Bradley Lutz, number 538. She's going to be coming through here, or he is going to be coming through here. I'm going to have to, yeah, she's wearing some pink, so I'm going to assume that it's a girl. I'm going to have to meet a lot of these little kids so I can know who they are. But fantastic job by Bradley. 10 years old. Already has a ton of sponsors from Greenville, Tennessee. And the number 63, Code St. Peter. I can guarantee we're going to be talking about this kid a lot more in the future. Nice smooth lines, choosing to go around the outside, keep his momentum up in his Youth Outlaw car. Really driving smooth around the track, staying out of the nasty stuff. Smooth lines. Great drone footage so you can see the entire track. You can see some of the other battles going on in the background. Look at Code, man. Even keeping momentum and speed, almost like a Bubba Scrub. We got a driver getting real loose going off the track in this last corner here. Let's see if we can get a number. I think that driver's just full wood. 47Y is Maggie Flores. Maggie Flores is 9 years old and not scared of the loud pedal. Some of these little kids would be fun to ride with. I think they would definitely scare some of us adults for sure. Be cool to see. I know a lot of the parents. We're going with the white flag here for number 9, Landon Popper. I was talking to some of the parents yesterday, and it's funny to see because the parents go, you know what? I would refuse to ride with my kid for so long until a certain age, whatever that age is for them. Then they get in the car and they're like, holy cow, the kid's got some skills. So it's pretty cool to hear that the parents are allowing the kids the freedom to be able to do that, and then going in and teaching some stuff when they get a little bit more experience. Seeing the track on the live feed, it looks great. Checking the track out in person, you can see a lot more of the elevation changes. Very similar to what you see there. You can see the drop down in that right-hand corner. The corner comes up and then it drops down again, dips down. Landon Poppart looks like he's getting into a few of these smaller cars as lappers. Cool to see that they're able to navigate the track together. Oh, Landon even did the step up. Wow, look at him. Good job, buddy. All right. I just wanted to give a huge shout out to the overall winners. Dude, she's still wide open. Full pepper from Maggie Flores. He loves that line out of the last corner. Your overall winners, 900 and below class. We're going to congratulate Landon Popper. Great job sweeping the day, 1-1. And, man, if he can bring it home, your Youth Outlaw winner is going to be Code St. Peter, the 8-year-old from Whitney, Texas, man. Bringing that orange car all the way home. I think he got a second in the first moto and a first in the second moto. That's going to give him the overall victory for the day. And I got to say, just from watching him race, that first moto looked like maybe he took it a little easy, because this second moto, he turned in a performance of a lifetime, man. He is just out there ripping. Drove super smooth. Great job, Coach St. Peter. 8 years old, man. 8 years old. Shout out to Becker Chase, number 195, coming through the final turn. He's going to bring it home. I think he's going to take second overall. Great job, buddy. Great job. Lots of time on the track today for Becker Chase. All of these drivers did such a great job. Number 538, Briley Lutz, bringing it home in third. I don't know what her overall is going to be, but what a fantastic job for her. So let's see here. Mason Douglas, number 29, is going to be your second place finisher in the 900 and below class. And congratulations to all of these drivers for coming across the finish line. So we are going to get ready to start race number 3 with Outlaw Amateur coming up. And we have a special guest in the studio with us. We have Manny Escobar. What's up, bud? How are you?
How's it going, man?
Good to see you, dude.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's get you on here on camera a little bit more. Good to see you, dude.
Yeah, for sure, man. Glad to be here.
You've been out here to Texplex quite a few times.
For sure, yeah. Raced out here the last couple years, so I've got to see all this progress.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see. And like all the dynamic that I'm seeing today, this weekend, overall, everybody's super pumped because it's the first round, right? But the family vibe and the structure and the effort that these people put in is insane.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Brian and everybody has done a good job of making big changes this year and trying to vamp up everything they're doing out here and bringing all the atmosphere to be what it is right now.
It's cool, and we can see it in all the new sponsors coming on board.
Yep.
I mentioned some of them earlier. We'll mention them in a little bit here, and all the support that they're getting for this great series. And it's really being able to grow the sport, grow the series, and all of the people are coming out to partake in the awesome racing.
Yeah, man, and it's awesome. It's always awesome to catch the first race and see what everybody's been working on all year, and everybody coming out together and showing off of their new cars and everything.
Yeah, dude, totally. So I'm really glad that you're going to be in the booth with me. You know a lot of these guys because you've been out here so long. Right. So we're going to start race number 3 in a little bit here. A couple of these 170 drivers and 250 drivers in the Youth Outlaw class are going to be crossing the finish line, finishing up.
Right.
But let's see here. How about we share some of these duties here? You take the first one, I'll take the second one, you take the third one. So race number 3 is going to be Outlaw Amateur. Who do we got?
We got Riley Cadehead.
Cadehead, I think?
Yep.
Yeah, from Midland, Texas.
Yep.
You know any of these people, actually? Chris Donald?
Yeah, I know a few of them, man, and Bobby Whitney and stuff, and from Progressive Power Sports.
Oh, okay, cool. So
yeah, he does big things out here, and he has an awesome crew that helps out everybody and everything all the time.
Right on, man. Yeah. So you will get a little bit behind the scenes with Manny. Manny's going to give us a little bit of more in-depth with some of these racers, their teams and stuff. Man, I tell you what, this number 47Y, we should have moved the camera over to her. I'm going to throw her another shout-out. So Maggie Flores, number 47Y, I haven't seen her go around the entire track.
Okay.
I only needed to see from this Daytona turn around to the finish line.
Is she doing crazy?
That she's full pepper.
Yeah?
Full pepper.
Just bringing the heat, huh?
Oh, my gosh, man.
Hey, that's the next generation of drivers, dude.
All right, so Maggie's team, please go to the live feed and create a clip of the last 3 laps of her going full pepper through the last couple turns, and then put it on your Instagram and share that bad boy, because
there you go.
She's got some serious full throttle abilities in that little car of hers. All right, so we're going to go through the roster for race number 3, the Outlaw Amateurs. And if you do know any of these people, chime in when I say their name. So number 7, Riley Cadenhead out of Midland, Texas, driving a Polaris, 14 years old. Number 10, Chris Donald out of Pembroke Pines, Florida, Can-Am. Let's see here, sponsored by Motul, SA Belt, Ignite, Demon, and Maxxis.
Yep.
Number 23, Todd Anders, Bourne, Texas, I think you pronounce it, in the Can-Am. Number 28, Christopher Stroh.
Yep.
Out of Lighthouse Point, Florida. Number 34, Cutter Kite.
Yep.
Out of Burleson, Texas. You know any of those dudes?
Trent Allen. No, not yet.
Trent Allen out of Burleson, Texas. Oh, there's your guy.
Yeah, Bobby Whitney. Yep.
Number 72.
Yep.
Is South Lake, Texas around here? A lot of locals.
Yeah, over there by Dallas. Yep.
Right on. Number 111, Jace Chilson, Magnolia, Texas. 15 years old,
15
man.
15 years old, out there doing it, man.
Yeah. Sponsored by Shimmering Water Pools. Man, that sounds pretty good right now. Number 197, Nick Collins out of Georgetown, Texas. And rounding out the roster here is number 509, Kyle Voss out of Conroe, Texas. Sponsored by GFR Collision and Performance. We got these guys getting lined up.
Yep. Yeah, and they're having to deal with the new start this year, man, and a completely different layout than it was last year. So
Give us your opinion of the start right now as we see these drivers get ready to take off.
It's pretty interesting, man. And the inside line, the farthest right, is a tough line to be in. So I don't think it's the one you want to be in.
Oh, and you're saying on the left of the screen, this guy down here,
correct.
And then so furthest right to them, and then so I think the optimal spot is the one that's furthest left on the driver's grid or furthest right on our screen.
Yeah, I think the first 3 or 4 are good, and then it makes it real tough for this inside car, man. You have to have a really fast car, or you're going to have to let him go just like that.
Yeah, like we're seeing right there.
Yeah,
so even though he had a fast car and a great jump, he still came out, well, it looks like second or third he might come out.
You stay in it and you can make a couple spots, but it's definitely a tougher line for sure. This last race I got to watch a little bit of them. They stayed pretty close for the most part, the whole group, so they must have a pretty good competition in this class.
Well, you kind of mentioned before that you were talking about the track going in reverse order. I noticed a lot during the first motos that it's actually providing, I mean, it's tight racing, but it's really good racing. Because
it is, man. It is. The guys are having to work extra hard to make passes and make clean passes, and keeps the action together,
Yeah, it really does. Those 180 turns, man, offer a lot of passing.
Yeah, and for the guys that can figure them out quicker, they've gained some advantage on the other guys to be able to make clean passes.
Yeah, totally. And then there was some advantage, like with just momentum coming around some of those turns and then hitting some of those straightaways too, especially in these side-by-sides being so, well, in the stock race, that was one of the best races of the day.
Yeah.
And those guys were really using like small movements with the steering wheel, really getting a lot of momentum and keeping the car smooth.
So one thing I know about this track, like running it last year and running it throughout the year, it changes so quick, even throughout the day. And then now that this is a doubleheader weekend, they're going to have some work cut out for them for the changes just from day to day.
That's a good point to bring up as we watch some of these drivers take the inside and outside line as we're talking about. We're going to let them come around for their first lap, and we'll get a running order here. But we still have a day of racing tomorrow.
Absolutely, man. A whole nother day, whole nother points.
How do you think
be had?
Yeah, exactly. So do you conserve your car today? Is the track going to change tomorrow? I mean, how many different variables do you get?
You definitely have to have some strategy, but it's early on in the year. I think you can afford to push a little harder right now to find your pace and find your speed. And, but you also have to make it to Sunday and race a whole nother day.
Yeah, 100%. And there was a couple guys that didn't even line up for the second moto already today.
Man, that's not good.
Yeah, it's definitely not good, but maybe they're taking the second moto off so they can race tomorrow. Who knows?
I think every point counts and is important, so I think you should be out there no matter what if you can.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Some people have different strategies, man.
Big deal for your sponsors to be able to win the war, not just the race, right?
Absolutely.
So we have our drivers coming around now. You can kind of see them in that far view there. They're going to be hitting the coming by the announcer's tower or the live feed tower where you can see straight in front of you there. Coming through the Daytona turn and then coming down to see us now.
We got some tight racing up there.
Real tight racing in this last corner. So you guys see exactly what we're talking about.
He just pulled a pass right there.
Yep, 100%. So a lot of these guys are cooking it too hard into the turn.
Cutter Knight leading right now, first lap. He just made the pass on the last turn before the finish line jump.
So that's exactly what we were talking about, those 180 corners, though. And you can set up those corners in different ways. You can set up on the inside and have to drift out. The other guy's going to set up on the outside and come back in on you. I mean, there's totally...
Man, with it being a flat turn like that with no berm, your options are limitless, man. I mean, you just have to figure out your car what it likes the best, you know?
Yeah, 100%. So let's see here. We had number 34 come across, and he was the one that made the pass. That's Cutter Knight.
Yep.
Or Cutter Kite, excuse me.
Yep, and then we have a Can-Am right behind him.
There we go. So we got, why don't you tell us a running order, man?
It's Knight. We got Donald in second place, Collins in third, Allen in fourth, Chilson in fifth, Andreas in sixth, Boss in seventh, and what's his name? I don't know.
Cadenhead, I think is how you pronounce it.
And eighth.
And I think that if I remember correctly, this order was reversed a little bit. I know that Kite was up there in the top. But we'll have to see how it comes through.
Yeah, it's anybody's race right now, man.
What do you think about some of these new jumps?
Man, they're like, he didn't like it, obviously.
Yeah. The other guy sent it.
I haven't got to put my race car out there yet, but it's very interesting for sure.
Number 45, Trent Allen, looks like he's trying to make up a little bit of time on the drivers in front of him.
Yeah, and I've noticed a lot of these guys like to wait till the last lap or two to really turn it up and go for the pass. So you always got to watch those guys.
Yeah, 100%. I noticed that with a lot of the amateurs, that's what they do. I think that they're trying to make it so that they can understand how the car can be driven. They don't necessarily want to work on it in the pits, you know,
Right.
and they really want to learn how to be able to push the car the whole time. So maybe it's not too bad that they're waiting.
And maybe watching the competition's line, kind of seeing where they're going and
Yeah.
seeing if they can find some speed with that.
Totally. And so thank you for coming up here. But right before I was talking about right before you got up here, I was talking about Code St. Peter, the winner of the last race.
Yeah.
To me, it looked like he changed up his lines after he saw the pros race.
Did he?
Yeah, looked like
he made a little adjustment.
Yeah, made some
studied it?
adjustments, studied a little bit. I think, and he's 8 years old, dude.
Yeah, man, there's some raw talent out there with these young guys. We was talking to Tyler earlier, and he drives a RS1 in the amateur class, and he was watching the pros go too, and he's like, "Oh man, I think I can do that different," and da-da-da. So they're definitely picking up on what's going on.
Yeah, it's like a sponge, right?
Absolutely.
So number 34, let's see here, Cutter Kite still out in the lead. Oh, look at this battle for second, man.
Man, that's first, second, third, and fourth right
Number
there.
10, number 197, and then
number 45.
Number 45.
Trent Allen.
Yeah, so Donald, Collins, and Allen just battling it out. And even back here for what is this, 6th, 7th spot? Man, they got a battle royale.
This track has really made some good racing, man. And then, you know, the packs are getting separated a little bit, but there's still a lot of tight racing throughout the whole board.
Yeah, actually, you could be a good person to talk about this. So I was talking about the diversity, not just in the drivers' ages, but also in the manufacturers, the cars they were driving. I mean, normally aspirated, turbos. It's pretty cool to see. I mean, like right now we saw, I don't know who was in the Polaris. It looks like maybe it was Jace Chilson driving a RS1 against all these turbo Can-Ams.
Right. Yeah, and those cars handle so much different and do certain parts of the track so much better, but also, you know, struggle with other parts of the track compared to the other cars, you know. And same thing with the Polarises and the Can-Ams in the front. You know, the Polaris likes certain parts of the track and the Can-Am likes other parts of the track.
Yeah, we saw that a little bit too, where they were closing up in certain areas,
Yeah.
like those tight chicanes and things.
They're definitely going to have strong suits in different parts of the track for sure. They got a nice little battle going right here. They're not letting each other get away from each other. That's awesome to see.
What do you think after the races are done? Are all these guys friends and they go back and get hamburgers?
I'd like to think so, man.
Yeah.
I think we always had that here at this place, and it was awesome to hang out Saturday night.
We got a spin out.
Style points for sure.
Yeah. Freestyle side by side
Hey,
to Texplex.
If you can't win it, at least look good doing it, right? Oh, he pulled off the track.
Oh, you know what? Maybe he lost
man.
an axle.
Yeah. He figured it out.
Yep. You still got your leader out there, number 34.
Yeah, he's holding strong, man. I think he's found his line and likes where he's going.
I think Cutter is doing pretty good, man. He did really well in that first moto, too.
This second and third place is going to come down to the checkered flag, looks like, right now.
What's the vibe if you are in third place? I mean, are you going to sit there and eat the roost the whole time? You want to get around? You want to wait for the guy?
As a racer, I think you should always try to push to the front, man. I don't think you should settle for anything, especially when you got the next spot right in front of you. I think that makes you work harder.
Yeah, exactly. I was talking about it earlier today, too, is that I would rather be the chaser than getting chased, because you can increase your brake points or let off a little bit more and make sure that you're coming into the corners hotter. You can judge what the person in front of you is doing and execute differently.
Leading is definitely tough. You have to have your mind right. It's tough to find the pace and not make mistakes, Like that right there. He just made a mistake, went wide, and look, here we go.
There you go.
Looking like he's going to have a pass. Look at that. Speaking of mistakes. Absolutely.
Man, that's crazy. So Chris Donaldson made a little
these guys
mistake.
are starting to struggle with this turn out here, man. They're pushing out big time.
You know what? It was number 47 Y blew out the berm. She got it all crooked for everybody. She was full pepper.
Uh-oh. She's the one, huh?
I want to go talk to her after the races.
Absolutely.
Get a little bit more insight on what was her name again? I'm going to write it down. Maggie?
Yep.
My buddy's cousin, apparently.
We're going to go try to find Maggie Flores after the
interview her.
The races.
Just let her know what she ate for breakfast. Or
yeah,
what?
Exactly. I think her parents might have just let her eat a whole thing of Starburst before breakfast. She came out firing, dude.
Hey, that's what it's about. So looks like he got the car, he made the pass back. And this little RS1 right here is holding its own. Yeah, I think the Can-Am's back in front.
Oh, okay. So we'll have to get an updated running order for you guys here. But the track's holding up really well. Talked to some of the track crew, and they were really impressed by how the water was staying, or the dirt was staying moisturized.
Yeah, and they're not having a lot of dust either. I mean, the back section is a little dusty, but it's not bad.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's going down, and the wind's blowing just enough to get it out of the way.
It's fantastic for all the spectators, for us here in the booth.
Here we go again. Here he comes. Man,
Uh-oh.
He's just a little too hard, man. He's finding everywhere he can to put the car in and try to make a pass.
Some of the times that, like, even if he comes home in third and doesn't make the pass, of course he's going to try his hardest. But
absolutely.
You can learn a lot in a race like this.
If you're paying attention, for sure, man.
Yeah, because you can take all of the stuff that you did right and all the stuff that you did wrong and make improvements for the next day.
And the cool thing is you get to do it all over again tomorrow. You don't even have to wait.
Exactly. So we'll have to see how it works out. But both these guys, like you said, are battling hard. I would love to think that these guys are going to just be like shaking hands and so stoked after the races.
Absolutely, and they're both on different parts of the track, so they're trying to find different lines to execute their plan here.
And we were talking about setup a little bit too earlier, and I think it was actually these two guys that I compared their setups. Is the Polaris was running a little higher stance, getting a little bit more, we'll call it slideways through some of the corners,
okay.
as the Can-Am was a little bit more planted, like the inside lines, less rolling speed, but still they were executing similar lap times.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Our leader Cutter's coming around. He's just been smooth, dude.
Man, he's consistent for sure.
Car looks like it's working well.
Yeah, absolutely. Cutter Knight, man, just holding it down, making clean runs. Not getting super aggressive with the turns or anything.
And we still got the battle royale between number 10 and number 45.
Number 10 of Chris Donald, man, trying to hold off number 45 of Trent Allen.
They're both Texas guys? No, Chris Donald's actually from Pembroke Pines, Florida.
All the way from Florida. All right.
Texas versus Florida. Yeah, and here's your guy in the RS1. Number 7, Riley Cadenhead. So I think Riley's holding down, what is it,
and it looks like we got a car that's having a little bit of issues, number 111 of Jake Chilson.
And so
like he's limping a little bit.
You have a little bit of experience in this because you've built race cars, you've managed race teams, you've obviously do it yourself. When something like that happens, what is it usually, limp mode?
Yeah, man, you know, a lot of the problem with these cars is the belts. They get a little hot and put it in a limp mode or something. You know, it's generally the issue. And it's a real bummer, you know, especially when you're having a clean run and something like that happens.
So for some of the guys that are in the Outlaw amateur class, what would you suggest to them? I mean, when something like that happens, do you keep going? Do you pull to the side and restart your engine, maybe clear some of the codes and go again?
Man, you know, you gotta be careful not to hurt the car more than you need to, right? So, like, if it's just limping because the belt got hot or something, you can generally get it back to the finish line.
Yeah.
Other issues, bigger mechanical issues, I think it's better just pull over and not hurt the car anymore.
Yeah.
You know,
100%.
And regroup and come back for the next round.
Yeah, 100%. And then plus you don't have, in these amateur classes, a lot of times it's volunteers, family, friends, all working on the car. You can still not have them forced to work on the car, and you can eat hamburgers.
Yeah,
and
it's
talk
just not
about
a
it.
terrible weekend, right? You still have some fun.
100%. I love these drone shots, man. They're so cool because they give you an understanding of the elevation changes on the track, the versatility in the track. One of the things that I was talking about earlier in the first motos is the track hardly has any straight lines.
No,
You're
it
almost
doesn't.
always leaning.
Yeah, I went out there in the Defender and kind of did a sight lap and checked it out, man, and it's definitely got some off-camber, tricky turns that you got to learn how to navigate through.
Yeah, and even if you're not in an off-camber area, you're either kind of sweeping to the left or sweeping to the right. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and you can definitely see where the line's starting to form in the track, though. So I think it's going to be some good racing towards the end of the day with the faster cars out there, too.
Man, Cutter Kite is just he's putting on a clinic today, man.
He definitely found his line. I think he's comfortable with what he's been doing, and it's
he's
been working out.
He's staying smooth, too.
Absolutely, man. He's super smooth through all the corners.
All right, and Donald and Allen, they're just battling back. Oh, he's diving down on the inside in the Daytona turn. Let's see who comes out.
And they're getting the white flag now, so they got one more lap to make it happen if they want to do something.
This is going to be knockdown, drag-out lap, right?
I mean, here we go. If he wants it, he's going to have to make the pass now, so he better find his spot.
It looks like Trent Allen is giving it some gas on this one.
He's gonna try to find it, man. You know, but you don't want to be too aggressive and take yourself out in the process.
Yeah, exactly. Just like you said, you want to keep the car good. You want to make sure that you're good to go for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
What vehicle did you race when you race out here?
It was a Can-Am X3.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you still planning on doing some racing this year?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. For sure. I don't think I'll stop for a while. I
Cool.
enjoy it too much.
Hanging out with all the homies.
Oh yeah, it's a good time, man. This is it's definitely a stress reliever.
So one of the things that I like best about this series is that you can race pretty much like any of these lower level classes, like the Outlaw Amateur class like we're watching now. Even the expert classes, you can bring a car that is almost stock with some of the safety equipment and just get out there and have fun and race with these guys.
Absolutely, man. And these cars hold up so well, and with very few things, you can come out here and have a great time. Bring the family, enjoy your weekend, and get some seat time.
I was even telling Zach, one of the people on the production team, I said, well, for one of the NA or the stock classes, you're going to have to find somebody to fill my seat because I want to get out there and
You want to
race.
get out there and put some laps in?
Look, that stock class was really cool, man. It's going to be coming up here in a couple motos. Yeah, it looks like race number 5.
They had some really good battles in that class, and they kept it pretty tight racing.
Yeah, it's cool. So the way that they have it structured at the Outlaw Series, they have different weight qualifications that you have to meet depending on which vehicle you have. But as you can see, we had really good racing, so those standards and rules are working out very well.
Yeah, I think it puts everybody closer together, man, and it lets them actually drive, So 1-1-1 of Jace Chilson still bringing it in, man. They limped it in and got her to the finish line. So that's finishing points right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is important.
And depending on what happened, I mean, that's a victory in itself, right?
Yeah. Now he just got the white flag, and so he's got to go a whole nother lap. But I think he's just going to limp her on in.
So what's the saying go? To finish first you must finish.
Yep, absolutely.
So
and
he's learning
very
that.
True.
He's learning that right now.
That's right.
Here we go. Our race leader, number 34, Cutter Kite. He's coming across. This is where you throw the hand out the window and thank everybody. Woo! He did a great job.
Man, super clean run. Smooth race.
We got a change up.
Uh-oh, here we go.
We got a change up, man.
Wow. Something shook up. We must have missed it in the back somewhere.
Number 45, Trent Allen.
Look at that. Stayed on it the whole time, never let him get away, and now he's going to take home second place. For this heat.
He did it. Number plate's falling off a little sideways, but that's all right.
Well, that's what happens when you go fast, huh?
And number 10, Chris Donald, still drove a fantastic race, man. We talked about it like being the guy in the front or the back. In this case, it worked out the guy in the back had the advantage at the end, but still a fantastic race he drove.
Yeah, he managed to find a spot somewhere he liked and made a pass. Number 7.
And then Riley Cadenhead bringing it home in the RS1. 14 years old, man. Pretty cool to see.
Old out there just making laps with the big guys.
A lot of the youth like driving those RS1s.
I think they feel more comfortable because it's a little bit of a smaller car,
Yeah.
And it's easier to control.
Yeah, exactly.
And they handle really well. 23.
Todd Anders bringing it home, man. And that's like one of the things we were talking about. Like his car is really stock. I don't even think he adjusted the ride height on it.
It looks pretty tall, doesn't it?
Yeah, it took it straight from the dealership and just rode it. And he came home. Was it? We'll have to look at the roster, but came home really well. Awesome. Brought it home. So let's see here. We got race 4 coming up. Good job to all the drivers in the Outlaw Amateur class. Did a great.
This is one of my favorite classes. This is a class I normally run in when I do run out here. So
what's the name of this class?
The Outlaw Expert class. So, and I've run against a few of these guys myself. So
okay, so you know a lot of these guys.
Yeah,
all right, so I'll ask a couple questions and see if you know these guys. So do you know Aaron Cuevas?
Yep, absolutely.
Number 16 out of Gilmer, Texas, driving a Can-Am. Young kid too, huh?
Yep.
He's got some good sponsors on his roster too. Paver, Decor Masonry, Stone Belt Racing, Motul, Maxxis, KMC, RCV, Sparco, Roll Designs, and Evolution Power Sports. How about Shane Lewis, number 26?
Absolutely, man. We had a couple battles last year. He's a super talented driver, and it was fun racing against him.
He's out of Jupiter, Florida, driving a Can-Am as well. Motul, SA Belt, Ignite, Demon Power Sports, LDR Suspension. Number 53, Levi DeCarriel. He's a young kid driving a Honda Talon.
Yeah, I haven't raced against him.
Young kid driving a Honda Talon. I pay attention to him on social media. Talked with his father a couple times. Good family. Good family for sure. Out of Montgomery, Texas, only 12 years old, battling against some of these guys in the expert class.
Just doing it. That's awesome.
And we were talking about before, too, so those cockpits in the Hondas are a little bit different. They're a little bit busier.
Yeah, I haven't personally got to drive one. I've been around a few of them, and they look like they handle pretty good out there.
And he's sponsored by Progressive Power Sports, PPEI, J Sport Side by Side, Fox Suspension, Maxxis Tire. Dude, he's got all kinds of sponsors. Method Race Wheels, Bell Racing, Excel Sport, SSI Decals, HMF, Sparco, and ABF Fabrication. Dude, he's got a list.
He's got the roster, doesn't he?
Let's see here. Number 73, Pablo Jimenez. So I got to meet Pablo yesterday. He's from Miami, Florida.
Yep.
He's got a fantastic story. He's driving a Can-Am. Let's let these guys get started real quick, and then I'll tell you about Pablo's story.
Okay.
Number 88, Austin Dinger. You know him? No?
Yeah, absolutely. I've worked on his car, and you skipped Donovan Willis.
Oh, did I? Okay. Number 86, Donovan Willis.
Yeah,
you know,
super nice guy.
Georgetown, Texas. Powersportparts.net.
Yep.
Like I said, Austin Dinger. He's out of Fort Worth, Texas.
Yeah, his car was at the shop last week.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And number 444, Mickey Schroeder out of Pflugerville, Texas. Is that how you pronounce
absolutely. Good guy, man. And he's actually got a car that's running in the pro class with another driver in it. So
really,
yeah. So,
that's cool.
Yeah,
so
man.
drivers helping drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody helps each other out.
Man, that's really cool to see.
Mickey and Donovan are buddies, and they got the matching white cars. You know, they just inverted their colors, so it looks pretty cool, man.
Oh.
Where the blue is red and where the red is blue, or so.
That's how they're doing
it's
it.
Pretty
huh?
neat. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool, man. When teammates are out there just representing.
Yeah, that's super cool. So these drivers are getting ready to take off in just a second here.
Here we go. They're getting the wave right here, so I think they're about to take off, man. This is the most intense spot.
Yep, and then the flag will go, and then they'll get going.
So
there we go.
You know, Shane Lewis took first last heat. Austin Dinger just trying to get around Lewis right here. Oh, he got it. Austin Dinger with the whole shot, man. Beautiful driving.
Sweet, man.
Shane
so we're going to have
Lewis
to
right on his butt, and then you got Donovan Willis right behind him.
We're going to have to see how this one turns out then. So it might flip the results a little bit depending on how they do.
Absolutely, dude. The second heat always counts for more. Just it's a little bit heavier on the point. So, yeah.
The tiebreaker is always in the second moto. So
we made a few changes to Austin's car during the break, so hopefully it helps out.
Oh, really? What kind of stuff? Can you give away any secrets?
Oh, you know, just playing with tire pressure and stuff, man. Just trying to find the setup, you know.
Yeah, that's actually one thing that I want to talk about. You'd be a fantastic person to talk about this, and then I'd like to get into Pablo's story is how do you foresee that in the track changes and stuff? Is it experience? Can you kind of know how the track's going to turn, what it's going to turn into?
Man, you try to feel it when you're out there, you know, in the heat throughout the day when the sun starts coming up and gets a little hotter and stuff like that. The tires react different. And it also depends if you're in the front or in the back, and you got a lot of pebble to deal with on the dirt. So we like to play with different. We got kind of a range you kind of stay in, you know, that works really good. and you just kind of fine-tune it from there.
And do you talk with the driver and say, look, don't ruin your tires in the first couple laps, stay on more of the cushion and get a little bit outside?
Absolutely, man, especially when it starts getting warmer. Right now it's not super hot, but as the summer comes in, it's definitely going to play a key factor.
Yeah, and
sure.
out here, you guys have taught me a lot just listening to some of the conversations. Some of the dirt out here almost turns into like a dirt asphalt almost.
Absolutely, man. It'll really eat up some tires. So
tire conservation is definitely a race strategy.
So this is going to be a good race. Lewis is definitely not letting them get away. Austin's trying to find his line and stay in front, and here comes Shane Lewis trying to reel him in.
Both guys look like they're pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, man, they're moving. This class has got some speed in it for sure.
Coming down some of these straightaways here, like they're coming kind of up the hill down this back straightaway. It's about as straight as the track gets.
Yeah.
And like you said, they're moving pretty good. I mean, they're definitely over, what do you think, 55, 60 miles an hour?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like I said, I hadn't got to put my race car on it, but they're definitely moving. They did take a lot of the big straightaways out, though. They made it more technical and just having to be more driver in it involved for this new track layout.
Yeah,
so
totally.
This corner right here, they need to be careful with.
Whoa.
Because, yeah, you can't have them kind of mistakes on that corner. I think we're going to see some passes this race on that corner.
Yeah, for sure. And so I'm going to read off some of these sponsors, but yeah, as you can see on your screen, Pablo is getting ready to come through. And I just wanted to give a big shout out to him. Pablo was involved in a very freak accident where he was driving his passenger car, and a Learjet, I think is what he told me, actually crashed right on top of him or right near him.
Yep.
And leaked, I don't even know what it was, hundreds and hundreds of gallons of fuel. And he got really badly injured. He was a motocross racer, and now he's doing side-by-side stuff, still operating a business on his own. He has some ailments that he deals with, but the story is just insane. I mean,
and I've talked with him, man, and his attitude is great about it, dude, and he's out there doing it and just, I mean, you know, he has a hard time sometimes, but he pushes through it, man, and he finds ways to get it done.
Oh,
and
man,
it's awesome to see.
Totally awesome to see.
It really is.
Totally
Absolutely.
awesome to see. Yeah, and what you just brought up is really meaningful to me, because when I was talking to him, I felt like a better person.
Really?
Yeah, it just made me feel good that he was out there enjoying life, doing the things that he wanted to do.
He's definitely having a good time, man. He was just at the pit a while ago, and I got to chit-chat with him a little bit. And
oh, cool.
He's an awesome guy, yeah, for sure.
And one thing that I noticed about him was he's got a Cybertising is who his sponsor is, which is his business and his company. I noticed it on the side of his trailer, and I go, where have I seen that before? He's from Florida.
Florida, yeah.
Drove all the way over to Arizona to the Wellers. I saw him at Phoenix, Phoenix last week, and then he drove like all around the country and then back down to Texas because he loves it so much.
Man, that's awesome. That's awesome he gets to do that.
Yeah, not just to get to do that, but the dedication, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's putting in the work for sure.
So you can see that he not only has a passion for life, he has a passion for racing his side-by-side. So it's pretty cool. So kudos to Pablo, man.
Absolutely.
All right. Give us a rundown on what's going on the track.
We still got Austin in the front, and Shane is trying to chase him down, man. And I think you got Donovan still holding third with Mickey Schroeder in fourth place right now.
It looks like the gaps are still really about the same as they were last lap.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. These boys better start picking it up if they want to make some passes, huh?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
So that turn right there, they are struggling to get it nailed down completely.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
It's a tricky turn, man. It's kind of throws you off a little bit. I think the car goes a little further than they want it to. They must not have great traction around there. So,
do you think that has anything to do with the tire setup, or just how?
Absolutely. I mean, it might be hooking in other places, but blowing the tires there, I don't know. But then you got people like Pablo that take it so smooth and have no problem getting around it.
He got through there like nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pablo looked like he had a little bit of lean in that left front. I hope that it lasts for the rest of the heat or moto here.
Yeah, Austin's holding down his lines, man, and Shane's trying to reel him in, but it doesn't look like he's.
One mistake is going to cost him.
Oh man,
he just stepped out on that corner a little bit.
Yeah, he needs to calm his nerves a little bit and just, get back in it.
Is this where what I said before about being the chaser instead of the chasee
absolutely
comes into play?
And Shane raced out here all last year. Austin is just now getting back into it. He comes from a four-wheeler background.
Oh.
And used to race four-wheelers with the Millers and stuff.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So, and he's just now getting him back, or he's getting into side-by-sides and starting to find his speed out here.
Well, what a perfect place to come back and where the Millers are
Yeah,
so
exactly.
dominant, right?
It doesn't hurt.
That's cool, though. Is he enjoying it?
Absolutely, man. He loves it.
All right, give us a rundown on the roster or the running order.
Okay, we got Dinger up front, Austin Dinger. We got Shane Lewis in second, Donovan Willis in third, Mickey Schroeder, and then Jimenez in fifth, and Cuevas in sixth.
So Pablo's holding it down for a top five, man.
Holding it down, man. Just doing his thing. Absolutely. This jump right there, wow, he took that amazing.
Yeah, that was Pablo. He nailed that,
wow.
right?
I've seen a couple cars that have been struggling with that jump, man. He did not look like he was struggling at all.
Oh, that was a freaking glamour shot right there. Hopefully a photographer got that on the inside because he nailed that turn.
Man, killed it, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's a smooth driver, man.
He really is. He accredited a lot of it to motocross, which is kind of
Really?
cool. Yeah, that's what he said. He said he loves doing it.
So them guys have really good, they can read terrain really well, you know, because being on two wheels, you got to.
100%.
Austin Dinger, man, holding
It looks
down.
like the top two are pulling away from the third and fourth guys right now.
So, you know, third and fourth might be on, hey, let's conserve the car. We still got to race tomorrow and try to beat these guys.
Yeah, could be.
So,
and it looks like our leader kind of smoothed out that last turn there.
Yeah, I think he it took him a couple laps, but I think he figured it out.
Oh, there we go. Getting sideways again. So
Man,
that corner looks like it might be pushing out. I wonder if the entrance to that corner has a little notch in it where it's popping the rear end up.
I think it's deceiving, and they can't really tell how sharp it actually is, and it kind of switches back on them really fast.
Oh, okay.
So
one of the cool things that I saw, oh yeah, it's definitely towed out more. One of the things that I saw that was super cool was last night. It was everybody's kind of just buttoning down or closing shop up. Right. And Pablo asked Hunter Miller, he said, hey, you know what? I need an axle. I got some stuff wrong with the front of my car. Hunter Miller dropped what he was doing, went out there, helped him fix it. I got in there and held a wrench for him, you know, like held the flashlight kind of thing, and got Pablo's car in better working order than it was when he brought it there.
Right.
And two things that I noticed. First of all, Hunter helped him, saved his race, so to speak, in quotes, right? And just the camaraderie. I mean,
the Miller brothers are definitely class act, and they always lend a hand to everybody, you know, no matter what's going on. And, you know, they're out here on a pro level trying to do their own racing, you know.
100%.
Help anybody out without any question is always awesome to see.
It was so cool to see, man. And he was so appreciative of it. He's like, what can I do? And, you know, Hunter was just like, you know what? Enjoy the ride tomorrow, buddy.
Yeah, we got you. They're great people, man, to deal with. So.
And it's cool to see that, not just because of that and what they did. Everybody does that out here, right?
Absolutely.
Like you got all the little teams, big teams. Everybody tries to help each other.
They call it Southern hospitality, man, and I think it's a little bit of it out here.
Hey, could we just generalize it and call it off-road hospitality?
Yes, off-road hospitality. Yes, we can. Absolutely.
Yeah. I do love that about off-road, man. The culture is just insane, right?
Yep, for sure.
All right, Dinger, Lewis, Willis, Schroeder, Jimenez, and Cuevas.
Go,
but clearly, if Manny was out there, it'd be Manny in first.
The boys are going to have to work a little bit harder. Hey, this was always good racing. I haven't got to race against Austin. I look forward to. I know I'm going to be out there with him at some point, so I look forward to racing against him. I have raced against Shane, and I know he's very fast. So I'm excited to get out there and run with these guys.
Yeah, totally. Can you tell us what some of the structure of this class is, like the limitations of the vehicles? Because they look a little bit more stock than the pros.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of rules in this class. I mean, for the most part, you know what I mean. We can't open up the motors or nothing like that. So, but other than that, we don't have too much crazy stuff. We can't use nitrous, unfortunately. So they still say no to that.
But the cars are still plenty fast, right?
Absolutely.
And I always tell people too, like, if you want to come out, if you're a beginner, if you're a pro, whatever it is, there's very little that you can do to push the car as fast as it can actually go. These side-by-sides are so good nowadays.
Absolutely.
That it's very difficult to get the most out of the car. So Don't think you're underpowered. Just come out, have a good time, enjoy.
So I know for a fact Austin Dinger's running a stock ECU, no tuning on the car.
Yeah.
So here he is leading the race, against guys that are tuned.
Right.
So I mean, for sure, you don't have to have the craziest built car to come out here and compete and have a good time.
Right, and you could change your driving style to be around it, whatever it is. That's fantastic knowledge to know, man. And it especially gives maybe some of the guys that haven't raced or do want to come out here a little bit more understanding that you can do it.
Yeah, he's put a couple of the big safety things on there, like a cage and stuff, and a good harness and seat.
Yeah,
which
and
I feel like is important.
Move the cooler or the radiator out back so it cools a little bit better.
Absolutely, but other than that, man, this is an off-the-shelf build that anybody can do super easy, and come out here and race and compete.
And I think the local Texas, racing culture has actually stepped up quite a bit. It's quite a bit bigger than what I saw the first time I came out here a few years ago.
It's definitely been crazy to see how this sport has progressed out here compared to the West Coast. I used to go out to the West Coast with, to do best in the desert and stuff like that. So I've seen some of the big races.
Does that mean that there's been more shops in the area that can help out too? Like, let's just say we have somebody that's watching the live broadcast right now, and they say, you know what, I'm thinking about going. I was already thinking about going to get a side-by-side. I'm going to go down to the dealership, and I'm going to pull the trigger, and I'm going to get me a side-by-side. Where would they take it if they live in the local areas? Are there a bunch of places that you can go?
There is a lot of places that are popping up, man, and I do some of that as well. And people like Carlos with ARD, he's got 9 cars that he supports out here that's running right now, that he helps and gets ready for people that come out here and race.
We talked about it, getting his white flag, Austin Dinger, man. We said how smooth he was doing, but, man, he had a struggle in that last corner.
That corner's getting him, man. Yeah, so
I think it's the entry. There's a couple little notches in the entry to the corner that are upsetting the car.
It's a little tricky, man. I think it sneaks up on them a little different. But that is the white flag. So one more lap to go. If they want to change any positions, now is the time.
It looks like, huh?
Uh-oh. Maybe the toe issue got it.
Yeah.
So it definitely didn't look good, I'll tell you that.
Pablo Menes may have had some issues out there on course. We know with facing adversity, that's a very small thing for him to have to worry about. So I would assume that once he gets that car back to the pits, he's going to figure it out and be ready for tomorrow.
Absolutely. We'll give him a hand if we got to.
Yeah, 100%, man. I'll be over there too.
Perfect. The teammates running here together. Them cars stand out, don't they?
I like them. I've always been a big fan of white.
Absolutely. It looks really good, and it does stand out on the TV now that I'm looking at it.
Nice and clean, yeah.
Yeah.
And in the pro race, we had 50,000 yellow cars out there. It was really hard to...
Just one big yellow spot on the screen.
Oh, man, I love the way those cars look. Like, they look bitchin', but, like, oh, my gosh.
It's so hard to tell them apart, isn't it?
Totally.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Cody Taylor did a good job of separating himself a little bit. He's the only one with the darker cage. Yeah, and it kind of somewhat helps out the situation.
Totally.
Yeah, these guys, Mickey's trying to reel them in. I don't know if he wants to make the pass or they're going to save the cars for tomorrow, or I don't know. They're not. Neither one of them is being super aggressive right now. They're just kind of
watching these guys tearing it up. Does it make you feel like you want to be out there?
Oh, absolutely, man. Every time. As soon as I hear a car fire up, I wish I was in the seat.
95% of the time, all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. But sometimes you just got to regroup,
All right. So if you were out there, which starting position are you taking? Are you taking starting position 1?
Oh, man, I like number 2 or 3.
I was thinking 2 or 3 as well.
I think that's the one I would try to line up first.
Just in case they get a little bit of a jump on you, still got the inside?
Yeah, just to protect just a little bit. I mean, it seems like that has been the money ticket.
So we'll look and we'll go down the roster and see who's taking those positions in this next race that we got coming up, which is the stock amateur class.
Austin's going to take the checkered flag here, his last turn.
Oh, nailed the corner this time, buddy.
Finally figured it out.
So
that's a checkered flag for Austin Dinger, and we got Mr. Shane Lewis coming around the final turn. He's going to take the flag for second place for this heat.
Yep. And so that's going to put Austin as the overall winner for today, right?
I believe so. The way the points fall, that should be the way it turns out. Donovan Willis with a third, and
so if you're Hunter or Cody Miller and you just watch this race happen and you see some of the things that are happening, like the cars stepping out and the rear end's getting a little looser, Do you loosen a sway bar? Do you loosen up some rear suspension? Like, what are you doing to the vehicle for your moto?
I was in the Miller's pit, and I don't want to say too much, but I know they're already making changes just from the one time they were on the track, you know. They're already making changes for the next heat, so they're already anticipating something.
So when you go back and you help the guys that just finished, like Dinger, Lewis, Willis, these guys, are you going to tell them, hey, you know what? I saw you guys coming through these corners. First of all, you gave it too much pepper that one time. But second, how about we do some adjustments here? What kind of suggestions would you give them?
Yeah, you get their feedback, man, and kind of see what it felt like to them, and you kind of tell them what it looked like and see if we're on the same page and make adjustments according to that, you know, because sometimes it feels way different than it looks.
Yeah,
you know?
That's a good point.
You feel like you're about to flip over, and, man, you didn't even get all four off the ground. So.
Yeah, indeed, right?
Absolutely.
Do these guys take it pretty serious, run GoPros and stuff, study their footage?
Oh, yeah. I know a lot of the ARD guys do. They have the whole
the aim dash and all that?
dash.
Yeah.
And they do data. You know, Carlos really big on data. He loves going back through it and checking it out and seeing where they can improve and find more speed, man.
Data's always good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and plus you can tell the guy, like...
Yeah, and they get to see it, man, because they get to see themselves driving and see where they were doing and kind of go back, hey, it felt like this, but look, it looked like this, or too much throttle, not enough throttle, too much brake, not enough brake, you know.
And for anybody that doesn't know on the live feed, it's basically a data logger, so you can see the instrument cluster, and it can show you what segments you had good on the track, what segments you did bad in, and really help out with understanding what you can do better. All right, so we got race number 5 coming up with the stock amateurs. Not sure if you know any of these guys, Manny, but let me know if you do. Number 9, Landon Poppert from Saratoga Springs, Utah. He was already driving earlier in the 900.
12 years old, man.
12 years old.
With a list of sponsors.
Yeah, exactly right. P4 Racing, Polaris Razor, Coastline Steel, DS Customs, O'Neill Racing, Car One Fabrication, and Frank's Well Drilling. Number 14, Camber Kirchmeyer from Arlington, Texas.
Yeah, I do know her, man. She's been out here for a while with all the Kirchmeyers and stuff.
Cool. So. She's got a good amount of sponsors, too. Motorsport.com, Vox Machina, Machina, I don't know how to pronounce that, Acme Garage, and Torn Racing. Number 33, Timothy Krantz from Lasara, Texas.
No sponsors yet, but I'm sure he's going to work on that.
Yeah, exactly.
No
Tyler Haggard is from Richardson, Texas. Raceline, MRT, and CMI. Number 111X, Blake Helms from Schulenburg.
Yeah, the Helms family,
Texas.
man, they're a good family and also awesome people to deal with.
And need to make sure that they spell their sponsor's name right. Shimmering Water Pools.
I'll go ahead and let them know that.
Yeah. Let's see here. And then we got number 116, Ryan McKesson from Alvarado, Texas.
Local guy,
yeah. North Texas Trailer Rentals. Number 124, Caden Isabella, Yuma, Arizona, man, long way from home.
Man, from the West Coast, huh?
Yeah, JI or JL Coatings, Razor Works. Number 211, Garrett Wheat out of Austin, Texas. Number 691, Carrington Kumpe, Andrews, Texas. Number 762, Kyle Beto out of Stephenville, Texas. And Justin Moore, number 1508, out of Stephenville, Texas. Maybe he does some other type of racing with the 15 number.
We got a adversity of different manufacturers in this class, man. We got some Polaris, Hondas, Yamahas in here.
Yeah, exactly. Hondas, Tilted M, LLC, Triple C Racing, Team Articat, Raceline, Maxxis Tires, all helping Justin Moore. All right, so we're gonna let these guys hit the gas in just a second here, man.
Looks like the wind's starting to pick up, man. You can see the wind blowing in the banners and stuff in the background. It's starting to get. It's good for the dust, right? Get it out of the way.
Yeah, there hasn't been too much. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. They're off the ride.
Yeah. We got a RS1 coming from the deep spot, man.
Man.
Battling the
Look
Yamaha.
at that.
Yeah.
The inside worked. All right.
I think he just timed it perfect, man. He got a green light, perfect timing.
Reaction time, huh? Must be one of the young guys with quick reaction time.
Yeah, totally. So we'll get the rundown of what order they are in just a second here as they cross the stripe.
I wish we could see the numbers a little better, huh?
Yeah, it'd be nice if it was a little bit bigger, but
124, I think.
Yeah, it looked like 124.
Caden Isabella.
Yep, Caden Isabella from Yuma, Arizona. Well, hey,
15 years old. It was a young one.
Representing Yuma, Arizona.
There you go. You lived there for a little bit, or close to it, huh?
No, it's not even close to it.
Oh.
Yuma's just far, man.
Oh, okay, we
It's
ain't
just
gonna talk
far.
about it
Yeah,
then.
Arizona's a big state, but I lived in a town called Vail, which was south of Tucson. But
there you go.
Whoa,
got some bump in here.
Yuma, Arizona is nice and close to the dunes, so maybe she grew up in the dunes, dude.
Well, there you go. It's a long ways from home, and I'm sure they're out there having fun.
Yeah, totally. Texplex
Man,
is
we got some good racing in this class, don't we? I mean, it's
big
kinda
time. You know what I like about just seeing that shot there was whoever that was had an opportunity to really push it in there hard.
Oh! She went a little too much pepper on that one.
Yeah, too much pepper.
Uh-oh. She's going to have to work back for it now. That's
But
the hard thing about being in the front, man. It's such pressure on you to do the right thing.
And
all
you
the
don't
time.
know the pace, right?
Yeah.
You got to make it your own. And
You
what
don't-
you said she's what, 15 years old?
15 years old.
And so
Yep.
to be able to handle that right now, I think it's a good learning experience. though, 'cause
Absolutely.
now she understands it. Now she can go back to the truck and be like, yep, that's what I'm doing next time to make it better.
Yeah. Learn from the mistake, right?
And who knows? Maybe she'll come back too.
Oh, there's still a lot of racing left. She made a little mistake, but I'm sure they'll adjust. Here we go, trying to find the inside pass here. See if they got it. These guys are starting to pick it up a little bit, ain't they?
Yeah, looking really good though. And so this is the stock amateur class. We also have the stock expert class coming up just after this. A lot of these guys, younger guys, being able to work up to that class. In the stock expert class, we got some young guys too. But it'll be interesting once these guys get out of the amateur class how much that builds.
Yeah, and watch the progression throughout, huh?
Yep, exactly.
So she's trying to regroup and get her bearings back. You know, she hadn't fallen off. She's still in the hunt.
Well, they're coming through this corner that's been giving drivers heck all day, so.
Here we go. Here we go. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
Bunching them up. So we just had the Honda of Camber Kirchmeier stalled it in the last turn before the finish line. The crazy part about that is Camber was the winner of last moto.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Kind of got a gimme from a couple of the RS1 guys out front, and they had some trouble, and he moved up pretty quick. But towards the end of the race, he was driving like a boss, man. Nice and smooth, keeping everything under control. Maybe some of that got caught up with him a little bit, but we hope that he can get back up there.
Yeah. Here we go. Making a pass on the inside. And they are trying. They're finding. They're not following each other, which is great to see, you know, that the track is wide enough that they can get beside each other and do some racing. That's always, I like when that happens.
Yeah, totally. These drone shots are cool, especially when you see the propellers, man. I see them cruising around.
Things are moving, ain't they? Here we go. Oop, got a little bumping.
Give her a little touch.
Just let them know they're there, you know, nothing crazy.
You got to be careful, though, in situations like that, because these side-by-sides aren't bulletproof.
No, and that, you know, one thing I do know about these things is doing little love taps like that can knock out your power steering pretty easy. And then it's not a fun drive.
Exactly. And some of that's ECU, and some of it's actually
yeah, it's safety features
hardware
built in, man, so that you don't tear up your car, you know, and they're electronically controlled, so it pulls your power steering because it thinks something's going crazy, which it is. You're over there racing.
Oh, man, both of those guys. Look at that. Okay, so the driver in second here, we can see the number there? No.
It's Blake, Blake Helms, I think, in number 11.
Oh, yeah.
111X.
So they're dicing pretty good. The cool part about that is I like that he's not following.
That's what I'm saying, man. He's not having to.
There you go, around the outside.
Look, he found it. The track is wide enough where they can take multiple lines and try to race each other, you know? So this is shaping out to be a good track. I think everybody was a little timid of it at first. You know, they hadn't raced it yet. It was a new layout, completely different from last year.
Right.
But I think guys are starting to find the groove and find what they like about it.
I like that, though. I talked to a few drivers in the pits. We saw some of the interviews just coming away from break right before these second motos started, and a lot of them, you know, it was like resetting the playing field.
Absolutely.
There we go. Number 116, our leader, Ryan McKesson from Alvarado, Texas.
Yep.
And number 124 of Caden Isabella.
11, Blake. They're definitely staying close to each other and trying to find the turns, but these turns are tricky. I mean, these RS1s are coming up pretty strong on these turns.
Yeah, they really are. I think it's the agility of those cars just being so nimble, right?
And the driver's in the center, so it makes it a whole lot better for the weight distribution.
Yeah, exactly. And then, well, I mean, like even the Camber Kirchmeier and his Honda, like, did a really good job keeping that thing on the ground. It was really getting a lot of traction in that first moto, so hopefully he can move up to the back.
She's a good driver.
Oh, it's a girl?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's been driving for a while, and she's pretty good. So.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's even more impressive, man. That's super cool that she won that first moto. So hopefully she can keep her calm and do well in this second moto. See if she can get a good overall.
Pass over the berm right there.
That is super cool, man. Those drone shots are so good.
Yeah, now we just need to get everybody to put their number really big on their roof so we can see exactly what's going on here.
Oh,
we
no.
got number 116.
I think that was our leader, too.
Oh, no.
McKesson. Yeah, it was our leader.
We're checking the side of the car for something, so something must have let loose, man.
Oh,
unfortunate. That's
bummer.
Yeah, that's one of them real balloon poppers right there.
That is a balloon popper.
Man. So now who takes over the lead there?
Isabella.
Isabella got it back. Okay. So she's still in there now.
Is that who's in there? It's Caden Isabella. So I'm not sure from Yuma, Arizona. So maybe you guys can tell us if, yeah, Camber is a girl, not a guy. That was my bad.
Yeah, thanks, Chad.
Appreciate it.
Hey, we got it figured out. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, and Doug DeCareal, he was talking about the last moto before. Looks like they had some issues with their Honda Talon, so it looks like they're going to try to see if they can get it ready.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's the tough thing, man, especially with the double headers. You got a lot of work to do if you mess something up. So.
Yeah, totally.
Well, there she goes. Blake Helms is in second place trying to chase her down now. All RS1s in the front.
Let us know if Caden, number 124, Isabella's got to be their last name.
Yeah.
The green.
Man, some of them, they just don't have that turn figured out yet, huh? Well, Blake looked like he hit it pretty good. Whoa.
Going pretty good, man.
Broke his belt. Oh. Broke a motor mount. The leader broke a motor mount.
Oh, McKesson?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
But that goes to show a lot of what you were talking about. So McKesson obviously knew, let's see here, how old is McKesson?
35.
So Ryan McKesson, he's got a little bit of, understanding and knowledge of what his car does. So he probably thought, you know what, something's wrong. I'm going to stop. Just like you said, save my car.
Not make it any worse. When you get the mechanicals, man, you just kind of have to throw in the towel and just regroup and come back stronger, you know?
Yeah, 100%. And these races don't lend themselves very well to fixing things while you're out on course because they're so short, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
About the only thing that you could do is just save your race by switching a tire if you need or something.
I've had to do it. I mean, you're going to lose a lot of spots even doing something as simple as that.
Right.
Yeah.
But it might be better than driving with
Absolutely.
no tire on the rest of the car, wheel bearings, all that
Cost
stuff.
you a wheel or something worse.
Whatever it is.
Yep. So they're starting to get.
So Isabella Helms, Popper, Wheat, Kirchmeier, and unfortunately McKesson and Beto are out.
They've done 3 laps right now, so got a few more to go, and they better start finding some pace here.
It looks like some of the drivers are choosing to get out there a little bit wider in the berms and the cushion like these two.
Yeah, and these cars, like I was telling you, the Polaris is handled so much different than the Can-Am, so they like different spots of the track.
Yeah, 100%.
The same thing for the Yamahas. They're complete. I've drove a Yamaha for a little bit. They're way different.
Yeah, totally. And you drive them a lot differently too, right? Like the way that the vehicles turn, the way that the vehicles move in the rear end. That's why I think it's so interesting to understand what you would suggest or what potential setup changes you're going to suggest to the guys that just got off track. It's going to be cool to see what they come out with tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited. This doubleheader stuff is definitely cool to see who can find more speed from day to day.
Does that mean when it's a doubleheader that you got to think about your changes quicker and you got to adjust more, or does it actually give you more time to develop?
I think you just got to think about them quicker. You don't get to regroup. You don't get to test afterwards. You know, I mean, the first time you're going to try out your new different setup is for
On
race
track,
day the next day. So it's got to be on the fly and trust that what you're doing is going to work.
Yeah, 100%. Probably makes you become a better driver quicker, too, because you really got to have a feeling for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely helps you understand your car a little better.
All right, our leader coming through, number 124. Caden Isabella.
Blake Helms in second. Number line of Layden. 12 years old in third place. Shaping out to be a little battle right here, huh?
I'm telling you, man, Camber is on fire. She does a great job, though. When she gets in that zone, it's like you can't pull her out of it. You know what I mean? So it looks
just
like
get locked in, huh? Focused.
Well, that's what I noticed in the first moto. But like she does so well. Like you kind of feel bad because at the first couple laps, it's kind of maybe frustrated her a little bit. But now, like she's getting in her groove, and you can see it because she's starting to gain track time on these
pick up
racers
pace,
in front of her. Yeah. How many laps are left? Is it 2 laps left, maybe? But yeah, we'll see if she can make up any positions.
Yeah, this will be lap number 4, so I think they do 5, right?
I'm not sure.
Uh-oh. It seems like they're doing more laps than last year for sure.
So we still got basically the same running order. Isabella Helms, Popper, Wheat. Whoa.
Whoa. I think that was all part of the plan.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. She's still off. Oh, there we go. Maybe she's trying for some style points. I'm not sure.
Camber's definitely out there giving it to Pepper, right?
Just trying to find the line.
You know what? And this is actually something we're talking about right now. Maybe her car was set up for a little stickier track.
Yeah, and it's maybe a little bit different than what she thought it was going to be, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, nevertheless, they're out there trying to battle it out.
Either way, it looks like they're having a blast. It's so cool to see.
Yep, and the track looks like it's definitely holding up pretty good. So
we're about halfway through our. As she goes for the pass.
Uh-oh. Didn't quite stick it.
Aggressive,
but
though.
She is working it. She's trying to find it every turn, you know. She's not following the car in front. She's trying to find her own line.
Yeah, exactly.
She'll have to regroup a little bit. She made a little bit of a mistake, so she'll have to get it straightened back out and come back at it again. So we got the leaders coming back around here. White flag is coming out for this lap. Caden Isabella holding it down. The top 3 have stayed close to each other, man.
They really have. The whole racing is all the racing is pretty tight.
Yeah.
Coming through this last corner.
Here she goes. She's still working. She's trying to find the spots. Let her know that it's there.
Camber is really pushing it. That's cool, though. The desire these people have to get just one spot.
Hey, man. It all adds up.
Dude, totally. Especially in the war, like we were talking about for the whole series.
Absolutely.
All right, we're about halfway through our motos, second motos for today. We're on race 5. Just want to throw another shout out to all the sponsors of the series: Can-Am Off-Road, RedBull, Graphics Guys, everybody that helps us out to get you guys this awesome track, this awesome series to race on for the Texas Outlaw Series. Lindemood Demolition, Austin Excavating, Crown Off-Road Racing, United RV, Ride Progressive, Maxxis Tires, Moto Race Tire, PCI Race Radios, Texera Tech, Double E Racing, PPEI, Demon Power Sports, Hess Motorsports, Renegade Fuel, S3 Power Sports, Shock Therapy USA, just like my hat says, Ultimax Belts. Thank you for lunch, too, Ultimax Belts. Appreciate that, guys.
There you go.
Liqui Moly Power Sports, Louisiana Direct Auto, UTV Race Shop, Max Performance, and G3 Motorsports. These guys are really, really a big part of why this series is successful, because they're supporting you guys coming out here and doing all this racing, having a great time with your family, cooking burgers, eating lunch, doing the whole deal, and getting some racing in on the side.
It all makes a big difference. Ooh, we had a wipe out there in the back.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, I don't know who spun out right there, but they
got it going again?
Yeah, they made the turn a little more than it was.
Spinning is winning, as Kyle Chaney would say.
Well, it works for him, huh?
No, he was just joking around. I believed him when he said it. I was like, what do you mean, man? Is that true? He's like, no, you idiot. But that means they're pushing it. That means they're pushing it to the limits of the track.
And that's what you got to do. Find the right setup, man. You just got to push the limits and keep going. But here we go. The race leader's coming around the last couple turns right here. Isabella held in consistent, man. Didn't lose her cool, kept it together. Oh, we got a flip over on the track. Uh-oh. Somebody's out there playing turtle.
That was Jess Upward. All right, man. So we had our winner across the finish line. It was number 124, Caden Isabella, coming home second. Who we got, Manny?
Blake Helms with the second place flag right there.
All right, so Blake Helms coming home second.
Yeah,
he's going to be your overall winner for the day, man.
Oh, right on.
And Kirchmeier going to come home in second if the order stays the same as in overall.
Oh,
and
look
then,
at that.
Woo!
Made a pass on the last.
Not give it up. Not give it up.
Uh-oh, that might be a...
The battle till the finish, man.
That's gonna be
great job to both of those drivers. So Garrett Wheat and Camber Kirchmeier. So Camber's going to come home in second
place,
and Wheat is going to come home in third. So that's why she was fighting so hard. She wanted that position because it could have affected the overall, right?
Absolutely.
So great job to both of those drivers, and obviously to Helms for coming home with the victory. The racing like that, man, it doesn't get much better.
It don't. And here we go. We already got another class lined up on the line, getting ready to go.
And so this was my favorite race of the first motos.
Okay.
So this is Stock Expert. Not only do I have some friends in this class, but it was really tight racing. Really tight racing. You put expert level drivers in stock cars.
Yeah.
It's always going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Can you imagine if all of us had the same exact car?
Austin, right?
Yeah,
they keep
exactly.
them honest. And it's about the driver then.
Get all your buddies out there in the same exact car as you. Nobody has an advantage.
Oh, I'd love to. Sign me up.
Yes.
Just say when.
All right, so we'll go down the roster real quick here. We got number 4, Bella Burchard out of Banning, California.
West Coast.
Yeah,
Dang.
Great human being Bella is. She's got personality for days. She's got sponsors from, actually, let's go through the roster first real quick. Number 16, Aaron Cuevas. Wasn't he just on the track? Number 22, Cruz Burchard. Number 28, Luke Safrit. Number 46, Kevin Hall. Number 53, Levi DeCayril. Let's see if he's out there. I don't know if he's going to be able to make the cut. Number 73, Mark Douglas. Number 82, Landon Safrit. Number 86, Reese Harris. Number 777 is Jaden Lindenmood. And number 888 is Greg Rice. So I got a funny story about Jaden. We did an interview with Jaden yesterday, just kind of getting his vibe. And unfortunately, he had an accident. No, but he didn't have an accident. But he, I told him, I go, if you get a top 5, we're going to do a Dirt Life show podcast on Monday.
Okay.
I'll have you on the show if you can get a top 5. Came home 4th the first moto, so let's see if he can do it, buddy.
He's trying to get on there. He's a good kid, man, and we've actually worked on his car a little bit too. So,
real good kid.
Yeah, and the Linda Moods help out so much out here with all they do as well.
Yep, sponsor for the series.
Yeah, good family all the way around.
It's nice to see that too, that the families are giving back to the race series and helping other families and all that.
They make it all possible. So here we go. They're getting ready. I wonder what's going through their mind right now.
I don't know. I would say that it's probably different for the different ages, right? You got the younger kids; they're just fired up.
They just want to smash the pedal, right?
Yeah, and then you got some of the guys that have been out here doing it for a little bit longer. Just depends. And I know some of these cars, there's a couple Honda Talons out there, some RS1s. The RS1s, you just stomp on the pedal. Those Honda guys, they got little buttons they got to press and stuff to be able to do that. I don't know what it's called. Launch control. Yeah, stuff like that. So
here we go. He's getting out of the way. The green flag's about to go up.
Here we go.
So we'll see what.
And we're off for the Stock Expert class, race number 6.
Oh man! Looks like Linda Mood's going to take the whole shot here.
Is he?
Yes.
Look at him. He's fired up, man. Hey, we're just going to say he's fired up to get on the Dirt Live show. Okay? But no, he's fired up. Young kid, and he had a huge smile on his face yesterday. Huge smile.
He's a great kid, man. He keeps a good attitude.
Looks like we got Cruz Burchard in second.
Here we go. It's a close little class here, huh?
Yeah, that's why I like the stock classes.
Just keeps it more interesting. So I wonder how much their pace has changed from the first moto to the second moto, you know? Wonder if these guys are finding more speed out there, or are they kind of keeping conservative for tomorrow?
Well, let me ask you this then. So I guess I'll follow it with do it with two questions. So to keep it conservative for tomorrow, that's a choice that you have in yourself, and you can understand whether you want to do that or not, right?
Right.
But the speed in the track, when it's grippier, you can get more speed because you can hold the car in its place more. But when the dirt isn't as grippy, you have more rolling speed. So
Right.
Does the track get faster as the day goes on, or does it get slower?
I think it does, man. I think the cars grip up, the tires start taking to the track more, and they definitely gets faster throughout the day. As long as you stay on the race line, right?
We got some comments coming through on the live feed that says, "Come on, Riley."
So here we go. The top three right there just kind of holding together right now, trying to figure it out. Going on the back section that they call White Snake.
Is that what it's called? Just because
That's what they call it, I guess, because it's white dirt and it looks like a snake.
Hey, we like it, man.
I hear you. And every track's got to have a Talladega turn, right?
Oh, dude, that Talladega turn is one of my favorite parts of the track. It looks like Cruz Burchard is giving some heat to.
It's definitely letting Lindemood know he's there. Look, he's looking for the pass right here. He might get it on the inside.
Yep.
Here we go.
He's going to dive down on the inside
sure
there.
Is. Lindemood's not going to let him have it easy, but
no,
man, he got it.
Definitely not. What a great drone shot that was to be able to see the other side of that Daytona turn. You can see how much the track offers for passing options and lines.
Man, so them guys are definitely. We got a
Bella Burchard coming through the finish line. And there's a whole different age range in this too, man. So it's cool to see that all of these guys have the ability to come out here. And like I was talking before, like it's so cool to see the experts. It'll be cool to see a lot of drivers in this class move up to the class that we have next, which is Pro Stock.
Right.
A lot of them still have a lot of driving left to do. Some of them don't even have their driver's license. Pretty crazy,
it's crazy.
Right?
It's crazy when you think about it, man. These, 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds and 13s out here just begging doors with the best of them.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I've read a lot of these sponsors. Maybe you could give a shout out to some of these driver sponsors.
So we got Bella Burchard. She's rocking SoCal West Coast Electric, West Coast Motorsports, Car One Fabrication, Evo Power Sports, Coney Power Sports, GBC Tires, DS Customs, Jack Wraps, Switch Pros, and Motul.
Yep. And then we got Aaron Cuevas. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Paver Decor. Let's see. Masonry. Stonebuilt Racing. Motul. Maxxis. KMC. RCV. Sparco. Roll Design. And Evolution Power Sports. You know those guys well, man. Yeah, Evolution's putting it down.
I'm rocking the hoodie right now, man.
I'm rocking. Dude,
I
Evolution's getting all kinds of, because I got this T-shirt on too, man. We're going to have to talk with Todd over there and see if he can watch the show. Cruz Burchard, very similar to Bella Burchard, SoCal West Coast Electric, West Coast Motorsports, Car One Fabrication, Evo Power Sports, like we just said, Coin Power Sports, GBC Tires, DS Customs, Magic Wraps, Switch Pros, Motul. Luke Saffert is HMF. Let's see, we'll go to Landon Saffert next. Also HMF.
Yeah.
Kevin Hall out of Salisbury, North Carolina, Motul, SA Belt, Ignite, Demon, and Maxxis. Unfortunately, Levi DiCaro didn't make the cut. Looks like we'll probably see him tomorrow. Make sure he gets parts. Number 73, Mark Douglas, MTEX Welding, Martin Realty Group, Old Pro Roofing, I can't see that. First United Mortgage, and the Kirchmeyer family. So that's cool. Reese Harris, Era Racing, Era Land Management, Hess Motorsports, Double E Racing, and let's see here, Greg Rice, G3 Motorsports.
All got some.
Did Greg make the cut too? Or is he not out there? I thought I saw him out there.
Did you? G3 Motorsports. I haven't seen him, but this battle right here for first, second, and third is still holding pretty tight. Lindemood still trying to hunt down the leader right now. So who's this in first place right now? Burchard?
Once they come across the line, we'll be able to get a roster up, so we'll be able to see who's there. But it should be Cruz Burchard. He was in first place coming around the last lap, so. We're getting word from Timing and Scoring that there might be a penalty for cutting the tracks.
On the last race?
And I'm not sure. I just heard that, so we'll have to see what comes up.
Uh-oh. You got to keep it honest, man. You know.
Always got to keep it honest, man. If you don't keep racing honest, it ain't racing.
That's right. Uh-oh, we got a driver down here. Somebody in a Honda Talon, number 86. Who is this?
Looks like Reese Harris.
Uh-oh, Reese Harris suffered.
Out of Royce City, Texas.
Oh, nope, got back going, look.
Oh, look at you, dude. He just bombed back on the track. You see that?
He said, not quitting today.
I feel like people are getting confident, man. There's been a lot more pepper in the second motos. I'm telling you.
It's the Texas weather. The sun's coming out.
Yeah, everybody just changes, right?
Yeah. Maybe he just missed a shift or something. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Lindemood still chasing down Burchard.
The top three are battling so close, man.
They're not letting each other get away from each other.
And
That's
it looks like third place. I think is Safrit. He's closed up a little bit because he was a little bit further back last lap.
There's still plenty of racing left to do for him, so they're making it happen. So we go. The leader's coming through. Number 22 Burchard. Lindemood in second place, and then we got Luke in third place right now. Mark Douglas holding down fourth. And Bella Burchard holding down fifth. Still got a couple laps to go, so they're going to have to start pushing if they want to make some passes. And here's the guy that jumped back on the track, not quitting. Number 86 of Reese Harris, staying in there. Yeah, and these guys up front, man, they're just all chasing each other down, trying to find the spot. This is the time you got to start figuring out different lines to figure out where you want to pass at. Number 46 of Kevin Hall coming through the finish line right there. These cars are so evenly matched, man. They all so close to racing each other. Wind's keeping all the dust down, making it a nice day of racing today. There's your leaders on the screen right there, just staying with each other, passing some lap traffic right now. It's good that the other drivers are aware of what's going on, letting people pass. Not trying to hold anybody up. But here comes the leaders, rounding out the last couple turns, about to hit Talladega. Here we go. Bouchard, Lindemann, and Luke rounding out your top three right there. A couple laps left to go. Uh-oh, and look like somebody's having some mechanical issues here. Let's see who that is. Not running real strong. Number 16 of Cuevas. Looks like they're struggling with a little bit of mechanical.
I wonder how much the drivers change their lines during the different course, as the course matures during the day.
Yeah, it looks like the top three guys right now are kind of playing follow the leader a little bit.
Kind of seems like it, right? Like, what's the game plan there?
Yeah.
You know?
But they got a couple laps left to go, so maybe they just don't want to show their line just yet. Maybe they're holding some up their sleeve.
Oh, there you go. They found the secret route.
Yeah,
oh,
maybe.
We got a spin and almost a spin.
That
in the last
corner has
here.
been interesting all day, hasn't it?
It really has. I wonder if it's because it has such a, it's almost more than a 180. It's got such a late apex too.
Yeah. There's the race leader starting to pull a little bit away from the Lindemann in second place. .46 of Kevin Hall. Still out there doing it, man. Not giving up.
The thing that I like most about this class is the, well, the diversity in age is pretty cool, but the, what do you want to call it? The professionalism that these young drivers show each other. You know, like, there's been a lot of opportunities to pass, especially in the first couple laps, and they still didn't show each other too many wheels, didn't bump into each other. They kept it clean, and they understand that getting to the checkered flag is more important.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's great to see in the youth drivers, isn't it?
Dude, 100%, man. Yeah, it looks like they are kind of just stay in the same position, but they're stretching it out. Each one has maybe
they're okay with the finishing order right here, and they know they still got a race tomorrow. You know, these kids are putting a lot of thought into this.
Could be. They're all driving so smooth, though, man. They're doing really well.
Bouchard crossed their line.
Oh, you know what I was going to ask you, Manny? Do a lot of guys use spotters out here?
Yes, absolutely. That is a big thing, especially with short course, man. And when the racing is really tight, you know, to kind of help you guard your inside or know when you're going a little too crazy, you need to tame it down, or maybe you need to pick it up a little bit.
Right.
Know? Maybe you're taking a nap. I don't know.
Yeah, give you a little bit of advice and guidance on where to go and what to do better.
And they get to see your car react to certain things and kind of help you coach you through that.
So the top, 4, I think, drivers just came through for their white flag.
This is their last lap right here.
Yeah, last lap. I think it's probably going to stay pretty much the same. All these drivers are being really consistent now. One of my favorite motos coming up next, race number 7, which is Pro Stock, where Colin Truitt took home the victory last moto.
He did. He looked really strong, didn't he?
He did. He looked smooth and fast, man. Like, I mean, it looked like he was like inches away, like just holding it between inches.
Man,
right?
I was standing at a good viewing point up on the track when their race was going on, and he just looked so calm inside the car. He was barely making any movements and just had the car perfectly where he wanted.
Super smooth, yeah.
Absolutely. So look at that, Bouchard.
All right, so if the running order stays the same, which I think it is, because these guys are just kind of, it looks like they're bringing it home, right?
Looks like.
If the running order stays the same, we're going to have our overall winner, Cruz Bouchard from Banning, California. And then Luke Saffert, man, he's going to bring home second place.
Okay.
And then the dude that we were talking about, Lindenmood.
So it looks like he's going to get to go on the show, huh?
Yeah, he's going to be having to break out the Instagram Live, man, and come
right.
on the show and hang out a little bit.
Good deal.
You interested in coming on the show on Monday?
Sure, man. Absolutely.
Cruz drove a fantastic race. Lindenmood also drove a fantastic race. But when you look at all the positive things that these guys did, they were very consistent in their lines, their driving style, keeping the car together, and just really, I guess, like we said, bringing it home, right?
Bringing it home and save the car and then get to go racing again tomorrow.
Yep.
So good job to all these drivers.
So great job to all those guys, man.
There you go. Got a couple cars still finishing and bringing it in. Also got a race tomorrow.
All right, while these guys finish up and bring their cars in, we're going to go over the drivers for race number 7. As you can see, everybody's getting ready on the starting line. Let's see here. We got number 13, Curtis Kirchmeyer from Arlington, Texas, driving a Honda. Number 17, Colin Truitt from Nebo, North Carolina. Nebo, North Carolina, driving a Polaris. Pretty much put on a clinic last moto, so all these drivers are going to have to really try hard to see if they can beat Colin this moto. Number 22, Sean Hess out of Munster, Texas. Number 33, Nick Burnham out of St. Francisville, Louisiana. Number 48, Colin Crawford out of Gilbert, Arizona, driving his, well, they say on here it says Honda, but I think he's driving the Yamaha. Number 75, Cross Kirchmeyer out of Arlington, Texas. Number 93, Jacob Geisendorf out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Number 95, Eddie Ensign out of Ammett, Louisiana. Number 913, Chase Carr. Hopefully he'll be able to make the cut this time out of Canyon Lake, California. Number 955, Brock Lawson out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. You know any of these guys?
Absolutely, man. I know several of these guys. And, Chase Carr was doing real good last race. He just had a little mishap in the back. And
oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I didn't notice him. I forgot. He's in a different car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was running really strong, man. But a lot of these guys built some new cars for this year and still trying to figure it out. But there's a lot of speed in this class.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's going to be cool to see, man.
And it's good drivers in here. So, and it's cool because we have the Crutchmeyers, father and son, racing against each other. So
that is super cool. That is super cool.
You know, and that's Camber's dad and brother out here racing.
Who got the better of the two of the Kirchmeyers in first moto?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, me neither.
I think it was Cross. Cross ended up with second or third, I think.
Did he?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
Showing dads who's boss?
Yes.
What does that mean? Dad's like, yeah, I'm not going to fill you up with enough gas.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that works.
That's funny. Or he has to cook hamburgers later on.
There you go. You got Sean Hess out here, you know. There's a lot of people that run their parts out here, and he's out here racing, trying to do his thing too, you know. Very helpful dude.
Driving a Honda.
Yeah. And I've raced against Nick Burnham before. He's a real talented driver, smooth driver. So, and he's in a new car for this year. So I think he's still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, Colin Crawford driving the green YXZ. He did a lot of works racing, and now obviously coming out here. Great driver as well. Really technical driver, working on his vehicle himself, doing a bunch of stuff. It's cool to see, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys putting in a lot of work to their program.
And it seems like Eddie and Jacob always end up racing each other somehow. Before this race is over, I feel like we'll see them banging a little bit of bars.
Yeah, they were banging bars earlier today too, weren't they?
It seems like they're just a magnet, man. They always end up racing each other somehow.
Well, they're both from Louisiana, right?
Absolutely.
That's probably why.
You think that's what it is?
Yeah. Louisiana guys stick together, even on course.
Yeah, I know it says Jacob's in a Can-Am here, but I know he's in a Honda.
Oh, okay.
He's in a PPI Honda.
Here we go.
They're off. Who's going to take the whole shot? Looks like Colin.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yes, it is. Colin.
We got
Crawford maybe with the second.
Yep. Crawford with the second.
And Burnham in third. So here we go, boys. Oh, look, Burnham trying to make an early pass. I don't know if he can get it. Oh, Colin and Burnham went off the track, and it cost Burnham a couple spots. Oh, wow. So we got now Eddie Ensign in third behind Crawford. And one of the Crutchmeyers is
Eddie's car, is that one of Elliott Cook's old cars?
No, this is actually a new car built by S3 this year.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
Yeah, their first fully built Honda Talon.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it looks awesome. I was looking at it in the pits. It's a work of art.
Clearly it's doing good. Driver behind the wheel is wheeling that thing to, what is it, third place now?
Well, it looked like he might have just passed Crawford right there.
Really?
The screen cut out. Yeah, he did.
Oh, cool.
He's in front of Crawford,
wheeling
man.
it up into second place.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Making the early passes, dude.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I feel like that's like the way Ken Roxon does it on Supercross track, right? The earlier you can make the passes, the better, because then you don't have to worry about, like, kind of like what you were saying, you know, like, get
Looks
out
like
there.
Crutchmeyer just passed Crawford too, so these boys are definitely being more aggressive this round right here.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
This pro stock class, man. They're trying to come out a little harder.
We were talking about it for the first moto, and I think being so busy shifting and clutching with the Yamaha on a track like this where there's so much going on with the steering wheel, the inputs that you have to have otherwise are pretty intense. So there might be a millisecond loss here and there with just those, you know, switches
so
and
much
movements.
going on.
Yeah, in the cockpit.
Yeah. And these Hondas are a paddle shift too.
I think Cohen runs an actual manual with a clutch pedal, but
Yeah. We got Eddie Ensign over here chasing down Colin Truitt. He's definitely not letting him get away, so he's going to try to do some work and cross it over here in the third place.
oh, wow, he's come up on him, man.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to let him get away this time, I think. I think if he wants it, he's going to have to be super aggressive. But
Yeah.
But Colin just seems like he has got this track figured out today.
Look
here
at that.
We go. Look at the
inside line.
Here we go. That
Got
might
him.
Be a pass.
Yep. That Honda's working really good, man.
Oh, wow.
Chase Carr made a little mistake coming through that last corner. It is getting real slippery on the entrance to that corner.
So this is a thing that I think, you know, the drivers are trying to learn their cars. They're making adjustments through the brake, and now it looks like it's paying off, and they're finding a little more speed.
And I think with the ability to be able to shift or paddle shift, like you said, the Honda, you can not necessarily over rev it through the turn and give those back wheels a little bit more traction.
It's definitely working for him. He's definitely picked up the pace in the second moto right here.
Oh, big time, man. So a lot of times Colin Truitt is out there in the front creating his own pace. What do you think he's feeling now?
Well, now he gets to study a little bit and chase her down. You know, he might be in a good spot. He doesn't have a lot of pressure on him right now. You know, he just gets to focus on making clean lines and trying to chase down the race leader right now. These guys are definitely moving though.
Yeah, and we know that Truitt's not going to give him an inch. If he can get back in there, he's going to take it.
Absolutely.
So we got Ensign, Truitt, Kirchmeier, Crawford, Burnham, Kirchmeier again, Geisendorf, Carr, and Hess. Man, I wonder if Geisendorf is mad because he's supposed to be battling with Ensign right now.
I bet he would love to be up there battling with Ensign right now. Hey, but it looks like he might have made some changes, man, and it worked out for him. So he's out here trying to lay down the laps.
It's cool, and we're just speaking hypothetically, but it's cool to see when they make those changes, what a drastic improvement it can be.
If it works, yeah.
Yeah, if you can forecast what the track's going to do, what get the car better, all that. And it looks to me like Ensign is running a little bit more of the cushion, and Truitt is kind of sticking to his main line that he did last moto.
Colin's hanging in there, though. He's not going to let him get away too easy.
Ensign just getting a little loose.
But it's interesting because the way it's laid out right now, Colin would still take the win.
He would still what?
He would still take the win.
Yeah, totally. Some tight battling, man.
Man, that middle pack right there sure is on top of each other.
Yeah, and who are you saying was the PPEI car?
That's Jacob.
Yep.
Geisendorf.
He looked, he looked like he was trying to make some moves up towards the front.
Is, man. He's been struggling with his starts. I think he ended up third last moto, coming from the back.
Is it because he's just got that new car, kind of working out the bugs?
I guess so, man. I don't know if something's changed from last year or something. They must have made some changes, but he's been struggling a little bit with the starts. So, and he's gonna have to do extra work to get back up to the front.
He's gonna have to go talk to Ensign. He nailed that start, man. He did a good job on that.
He did. He definitely timed it, didn't he? So Colin Truett's still chasing him down, man. Not letting him get away, doing work.
And we know Colin's put in quite a few laps around here. I wonder if this is, well, it's not. I guess it's not an uncomfortable position for him, but it's a position that he can probably enjoy because, you know, maybe in a lap or two, he could turn it up.
Yeah, and the good thing about following somebody that's equally as fast is you don't have to slow down your pace to follow.
Right.
You know, you get to keep busting off your laps and finding different spots of the track you like.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and then maybe figuring out if you can make a move somewhere.
Right. This little mid-pack right here, this battle's shaping out to be a thing right here. I can't see who's leading that. I think it's Nick Burnham, but I can't tell for sure. You got one of the Crutchmeyers, then you got Jacob, and then you got Hess behind him. All in Hondas.
I love to see the diversity of the class. So this would be the moto that somebody had to sub for me so I could get out there and race against these guys.
I would have to take the wheel by myself here.
Totally. I think you can handle it though, man.
I'd glad this. I mean, I'd be.
You're doing a
awesome
fantastic
to
job
see you out there, man. So here comes Mr. Eddie. Figured out that turn, tightened it up a little bit.
So we could hear the cars, and I think they can as on the live feed as well. But coming through this, those guys aren't even letting off coming over this jump. So that means that they're definitely pushing it. Chase car's moving up. So it looks like Carr passed, I don't know, 2 or 3 drivers on that last lap.
You know, and this is time where, like,
maybe we can get a running order pretty quick here, too.
Eddie can't make no mistakes, man. He's got to focus on what he's doing because somebody like Colin Truett right behind you will capitalize on that.
Oh, absolutely. And he's learning from what he's seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. So you got,
so there is Chase Carr. So he is making moves, man. Chase is doing really well coming up through the pack. He's putting a lot of pressure on these drivers.
That's Nick Burnham right there in front of him that he's trying to pass, man.
And Nick's no slouch either.
No. And I think Nick's trying to figure that's a new car for him. He came from a totally different platform to that this year.
And Chase is in a renter ride this weekend.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, man, the Reynolds. That's awesome.
So it's cool. Well, I mean, his dad built that car, so but it's still a rental. Unfortunately, Chase's new car is not ready, but still cool to see, man.
Absolutely.
It's the versatility of these young drivers, man. They can almost jump into anything and just go out there and rip.
Not even sweat it, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's different when you pretty much grow up doing this, huh?
Yeah, totally. And Chase is he was able to get around. Chase is a motocross kid too, so he's kind of like what you said. He can read lines a little different. You know, maybe has a little different background on where he puts the car on the track.
Yeah. So this little pack right here with these 3 Hondas, man, they sure are trying to fight each other, aren't they? You got the Crutchmeyer in front, Jacob in the middle, and Hess right here behind him, falling all super close. Jacob is trying everything he can to get around. Uh-oh, might have lost his spot there. Yeah, he sure did.
Yeah, he sure did. I think the wing is helping him.
It's doing something, ain't it?
So our leader, Ensign, looks like he's pulling away from Truett just a little bit, just making very marginal gains, driving very smooth. But that doesn't mean that if he doesn't make a mistake, that Colin's not going to come in there and pounce.
Yeah, absolutely. And Colin might be taking it just a little bit easy because he knows right now he's still the overall leader right now.
Yeah, like you said, conserve the car for tomorrow.
Yeah. When they put these motos together, Colin will come out on top if he holds where he's at.
So we just had the top 3 come through. It looks like Chase Carr just made the move on Colin Crawford to come through in 4th place. It would have been very interesting to see if Chase actually got a little bit better of a hole shot. What he could have done with those guys up front. And he has, I think, 2 more laps maybe. 2 more laps still to come through.
Yeah.
So that means he still has time.
With this new track layout, man, I think hole shot definitely going to be important throughout the year. So
absolutely,
you'll see guys starting to figure out and put more effort into their hole shots.
Yeah, I agree 100%. The great thing about it, though, is unfortunately Chase didn't get a great start, but he's still able to utilize the track and work his way through because it offers so many good passing spots.
Yeah, these guys are definitely using all of the track today, which is cool to see when that can happen.
Yeah, totally.
You know?
So kudos to Brian Atkinson for creating such a great track, and all of the staff that helped build the track, move some dirt around. We even saw them moving dirt around yesterday. This 2022 Texas Outlaw Side-by-Side Series, presented by Can-Am and Red Bull, has turned out to be a kickoff in just a fantastic way, man. The vibe was high yesterday, and now the racing is just making it that much better.
I think everybody was so excited to get back to racing and be done with the break and getting back to what they like to do, you know?
And so far, we'll see how tomorrow goes. So far, Texas has been giving us some pretty nice weather, man. Whoa, that drone shot was close, man. You think Ensign was just reaching out there, touched the drone?
A little love tap.
Yeah. Woo-wee. That was good. We got to see the smile on his face.
Well, he's definitely enjoying the moment right now up here in the front, clean air, running clean lines.
What vehicle did Eddie drive before this Honda Talon that he has?
He was in a Honda. It was just not as built as this.
Got it. Okay. So it's
he's familiar with the platform, just not this particular car.
So when you get version 2, you know what to do better, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way
you
it goes.
ask for a lot more on the build sheet.
All right, give us a rundown on the running order here.
Around this last corner, looks like it's going to be Eddie. Oh. So Eddie.
Man, they're really keeping the gap about the same. So Eddie to Colin back to third place driver, and
Crutchmeyer.
I don't know if Chase Carr has enough time to get up to the top 3, but he's doing a fantastic job, man.
Well, they still got a couple laps left to go, so he's definitely got time.
We know. How do you pronounce it? Kirchmeier?
Yes.
Yeah, so Kirchmeier, he definitely doesn't want Chase Carr to come up there, but it's cool to see that that Chase is doing so well, too. He didn't let it get him down is what I like the best about it. When you can see a racer with true grit like that, no matter who it is, really makes a big difference.
He's going to battle it out to the end and try to get it, you know?
100%. Reminds me of Chad Reed back in the day at Supercross.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got Eddie Ensign in first, Colin Truitt in second, Crutchmeyer in third, Chase Carr in fourth, Crawford in fifth, Burnham in sixth. You got seventh place with Hess, Geisendorf in eighth, and Crutchmeyer ninth.
So who's going to come back to the truck mad at the father and son? I wonder if they placed bets.
Oh man, they're a competitive family for
Are
sure.
they?
Yeah, and I think Cross is out there just having fun right now, and Curtis is enjoying just being out there again. You know, I think he hadn't raced in a little bit, so.
And it's got to be fun to be on the track at the same time as your son. I mean, sitting on the starting line with your son, fantastic.
Yeah, I think that would be awesome.
Super cool. And like you said, if they're a competitive family, who knows what kind of bets they're placing in camp.
Maybe they bet on who gets to drive back home, right?
Yeah, who knows, right?
So here we go. Jacob's still trying to do some work in there, man. And Eddie I think he's found his pace. And Colin might be playing it safe, though, you know?
That's fine. I mean, it's all, I think, and Colin's got enough experience that he might be playing the long game, fighting the war for the championship, right? But when you give somebody like Eddie a confidence builder like this, it's scary. Because you can see the way he's driving now. It was much different than what he did the first moto.
Oh, yeah. So that is the white flag. They got one more lap to go.
Chase backing it in that last turn.
gets one more lap to do some work, find a little more pace.
I can guarantee you they're going to look at lap times when he gets back to the pits. Oh, we got a tip over in the last corner.
That was Geisendorf, Jacob Geisendorf, just rolled it over right here on this turn that has been wreaking havoc for a lot of drivers today.
It really has been, and it looks like we got a broken tie rod or something on this Honda.
Yeah.
Maybe he clipped that tire or something, but the safety crew will get out there, help this driver out, get the car off the track, get it back to the pit so they can
they've
work
implemented a new safety deal where Brian can talk to everybody and let them know, all the drivers know that there's a problem on the track.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, so it makes it a lot safer for all of them now.
Yeah, totally. Stay in the car, whatever you got to do. Yeah,
absolutely. And it lets all the other drivers know, hey, there's a problem, be careful. So he's out of the car, looks like he's okay. Probably a little shooken up.
Kind of did a little pirouette as he tipped over.
Yeah. That's a bummer, man. He's had a rough day today, but I know them guys, they'll regroup and come back strong tomorrow. So
yeah, he's already assessing the damages, man. What do I got to do when I get back to get this thing ready?
Yeah. And he does work on his own cars, so.
Yeah. It looked like he might have lost a tie rod or something. Yeah, I think he probably stuck it into that big tractor tire.
That's unfortunate, but that is racing, you know.
On screen, looks like we got Sean Hess. Is that?
That is Sean Hess right there. Yes, sir. Out of Munster, Texas.
So as it lays right now, Colin Truett's going to come away with the overall win, and we're going to check and see what where Ensign lands.
I'm not sure.
Looks like it's going to probably be third. And Cross Kirchmeier going to maybe pull home a second place,
Look
dude.
at that. Just staying in there and clicking them off.
He's just going to be talking all kinds of trash to Dad when he gets back. So congratulations as Dustin Ensign comes through. Or excuse me, Eddie Ensign comes through.
And Colin Truett.
And Colin Truett comes through.
And Cross Kirchmeier. We got Carr. He did manage to reel him in a little bit, you know. He battled it out to the very end.
It's one of those things that you said, though, man. Like, the kid drove a fantastic race, but the whole shot, dude. The whole shot.
It's going to be important this year.
So, great job to Eddie Ensign for coming home with the win on that.
Nick Burnham to round out your last finishers. Hess finish, and then Jacob's going to finish. He's a lap on his last lap, but, you know, he's going to limp it in and cross the finish line, which is awesome to see, man.
They probably got that thing barely hanging on, but he's going to cross the finish line.
He's going to cross the finish line. Here comes Curtis. Going to pass him on the 2 seconds, and he would have made it.
That's cool, though. That's good he brought it home.
He finished the race, you know, he gets finishing points. Stay alive and regroup and come back tomorrow and do it again.
And thank you very much to the safety crew for getting out there so quickly, getting the track cleared, making sure all the racers were safe, including the one that tipped it over. Awesome race for Pro Stock, race number 7. We got race number 8 coming up here. We're winding it down pretty quick here, man. So like we said before, we got some people chiming in. Melissa said, let's go Reese. Please chime in as much as you guys want. We're down to answer your guys' questions. We're down to let us know who your favorite driver is. Yes. Let us know who your favorite driver is, who you're rooting for out there.
Yeah, so they're doing 2 classes put together right here. Looks like, right?
Yep, they're going to do stock women's, and the limited stock 1,000 age 12 plus. So there was a lot of high drama in the last moto. Yeah, we had some women get together. One got high center, one got tipped over, and the winner of the stock class ended up passing all the women. So it was kind of cool. There was a lot of passing, just all kinds of stuff happening on the track. So
awesome.
Oh, here we go.
Here they go.
It looks like that third or so position was actually what worked out. It looks like they started them backwards this time. So we're going to start with
Tyler Hicks, man. That's I'm rooting for him. Can't say I'm not, but he just got the whole shot.
Right on, man.
So good for him.
Westlake, Louisiana, Tyler Hicks. And So it's Louisiana Direct Auto and PPEI is who's supporting him.
Yeah, but here comes, early pass.
Oh,
right
wow.
here.
Around the outside, going a long way.
Proper. Number 9, a proper took to make the early pass. So now Tyler's going to have to work for it. Don't let him get away.
And then now you just hear the women's class just taking off. We'll get a look at them when they come around real quick.
So they did it different than the last moto. I think they let the women go
They
first.
switched them, yeah.
So they changed it up.
That's probably a good idea, but yeah, it's so cool to see, man. Like the limited stock, I don't know what the difference is in class. Maybe I should go talk with our tech director here and see what the difference is, but it's 12 plus. I mean, look at how young all these drivers are. The oldest one in this limited stock 1000 age class is 14 years old. So
out of Midland, Texas.
Yep.
Man. Yeah, that's the next generation of drivers right there. That's what we're looking at, man.
The crazy part about it is they haven't even got their driver's license yet, man.
and they can already drive better than me and you,
Dude,
huh?
yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know. We had some fun yesterday with you.
You're right. I wasn't going to bring it up, but
yeah. And it wasn't around. It was far, far away from Texplex, but
Absolutely.
It was still fun. All right, so we'll get a running order as they come around, but you can see the track developing and these drivers still giving it all they can. A little bit of wind we got for the races here, but it's keeping the dust out of the driver's eyes. Like I mentioned earlier in the day, if you're new to side-by-side racing or you're just wanting to get into it, these drivers don't have windshields. They got window nets. They face all the terrain naturally through the roll cage. A lot of them use tear-offs or some sort of microfiber. They just kind of clear their goggle lens, get out there. Some even use motocross-style helmets with goggles. So it's your personal preference. Use radio communications, like Manny said, to communicate back and forth with your spotter. And some use fresh air intakes to keep a nice fresh air inside the helmet. But you don't have to do that, man. You can just come out here and have some fun. Oh.
Uh-oh. So here comes your leader right there, number 9.
In our race number 7, our pro stock race, unfortunate circumstances, but it looks like number 95, Eddie Ensign, didn't actually go to the weigh scales, which you have to do after the races to make sure you're meeting the weight requirements for your vehicle. Unfortunately, Eddie's going to have to, relinquish that first place to Colin Truitt and get disqualified. But I know that he's going to make some adjustments and come out swinging for Sunday's race. Did a fantastic race, but you got to meet the rules, man.
Events, man.
Yeah.
But you do got to pay attention to the rules.
Yeah, 100%. But you got to give it to him for driving a good race.
Absolutely. Here we go. The women right here just holding it together, trying to do things.
Super cool class, though. We were talking about it, or I was talking about it a little bit when their first moto, is that a lot of these women just come out and, the wife, the girlfriend, whoever, they support the family, right? They support the kids, they support the husband, come out and race. Now these girls are getting the opportunity to do it themselves. The roles have reversed, so to speak, or at least for a moto, right? The husbands or, boyfriends get to come out and support them. It's awesome to see.
It is, and these girls are fearless, ain't they, man? They're just out here doing the things. And
You know what they say? I remember that they said girls have a faster reaction time than men.
I agree.
So we'd like to see, you know what, maybe we should just have one whole shot race and see how the girls do on a whole shot. See if they can, like a drag race.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we can get Brian to set up a little drag strip over there on the side of the starting line or something.
Yeah, so all these dudes get waxed. Chicks are winning all the trophies. So yeah, some of the girls are coming around the course, and limited stock 1000 age 12 plus out on the track. Let's go give all these people some love real quick. I don't know if we already went through this, but on the women's, in the women's race, we got, I don't know if all of them made the cut, but we'll go through it anyways. Number 18 is Liz Ramirez from San Antonio, Texas. Number 92 is Peyton Dowdy, Midlothian, Texas. Sponsored by mom and dad and the grandparents, man. Everybody's putting in the effort.
The whole family right there. That's awesome.
So I'm assuming everybody's here because if they're putting in all the effort to make her get out here, or to help her get out here. All right, so number 9 is coming through. Landon Poppart. He did very well last Moto 2. Saratoga Springs, Utah. Number 25 had Lennox Smiley. And from Rowlett, Texas. Lennox is only 10 years old, and as you can see when he cruised by, the dude could barely see over the steering wheel, man.
That's so crazy, man. In third place, you have number 7.
Riley Cadenhead from Midland, Texas.
Midland, Texas. Yeah, so his helmet barely went over the steering wheel, didn't it?
It looked like he was seeing through the bottom of the top of the steering wheel, you know what I mean, through that little gap. So let's give a little bit more love to the girls and some of their sponsors. Number 109, Holly Mulligan out of Stephenville, Texas. Man, she got a lot of sponsors. Diamond M, Land Management, Maslonic Powerline. I don't know how you say that. Maslonka Powerline Services, Rocky M Ranch, CRW Hydraulics, Trinity Sling Speedworks, Rugged Radios, Cryo Heat Raceline, Maxima Racing Oils.
And I think this is her right here coming up to this last finish line jump right here.
She got tons of sponsors, man.
She is your race leader in the women's class right now.
Race leader. And let's see here. At 505, I'm not sure if she made the cut, but 505.
She's right there. She just passed us.
Michelle Kokorek. Okay. Michelle Kokorek, Rockwell, Texas. And let's give a little bit of love to some of the guys in the limited stock 1000H 12+ class as well. Number 7, Riley Cadenhead out of Midland, Texas, driving a Polaris. Number 9, Bladen Popper out of Saratoga Springs, Utah, getting to the track with P4 Racing, helping Polaris Razor, Coastline Steel, DS Customs, O'Neill Racing, Car One Fabrication, and Frank's Well Drilling. Let's see here. Number 13, Lincoln Smiley out of Rowlett, Texas. Smiley's Hardware LLC. And probably a brother, right? Lennox Smiley out of Rowlett, Texas. Yep. Smiley's Hardware LLC too. Tyler Hicks, number 23, out of Westlake, Louisiana. Louisiana Direct Auto, PPI. And then number 111, Chance Bowden out of Midlothian, Texas, right here in Midlothian.
Yep. Hometown. This is hometown. He's racing right in his backyard.
That's cool, man.
How cool is that?
Probably like really close, right?
Yeah.
How is it to see? You know, you've been doing this, Manny, for, I think Tex Plus has been around for a few years. You've been out here kind of since day one. You know, you really like the track. Seeing all these new kids or seeing these kids that started here and are growing through it, how is it to see all this?
It's awesome, man. When you come out here, every time you come out here, you meet new people and all this younger generation that really enjoys coming over here and racing and trying to do their own thing and stand out in their own way. It's cool to see.
Yeah, totally. I like that. Stand out in their own way, right? Because everybody has their own personality and the way that they want to do it.
Yeah, you see these kids, you know, design and wrap their own cars.
Yeah.
And you can really tell the difference.
I love that, seeing that, though. The creativity, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely awesome to see.
Looks like some of the women class and the limited class as well coming together. I talked about it a little bit before, but I really like the respect that these drivers, young, women, beginner, pro, all give each other respect, man. It's super cool to see.
Yeah, the courtesy on the track has definitely been good. And these drivers are very mindful of what's going on if they're in different classes, to let the other classes go by and not mess up nobody's race today.
100%. If you want to keep racing, that stuff goes a long way, because a year down the road, you never know what's going to happen. 5 years down the road, you have zero idea what's going to happen. You could be racing side by side with them in a professional class.
Yeah.
At that point. So
especially these young drivers, right?
100%, man. 100%.
So here comes the women's leader right here crossing the finish line. Miss Holly Mulligan. Following closely behind.
Who's
Who's that? Michelle.
And then Stephenville, Texas. Is that around here, Manny? Do you know?
Yeah, that's not far. A couple hours. Yeah, in Texas, it's either really close or really far.
Yeah, that's always the way it works, right?
You never know what you're going to get.
Well, we know we're going to get some good racing out here in
That
Texas.
was the hardest part of going racing the West Coast, man, was driving through Texas.
Yeah, because it takes so long,
it's
right?
all day.
Yeah, and you did a lot of racing out on the West Coast. You miss it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a whole different vibe, man, but it's so cool.
A lot of good people.
Oh, yes.
And next week's actually the Mint 400, so a lot of your buddies are actually going to be out there doing some desert
a lot of
racing.
my buddies are heading over there now doing some testing, getting ready for it.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
Yeah.
Big off-road race for this year.
Yeah, and it's cool to see they moved it back up in the earlier part of the year.
Yeah, it's a better time of the year.
Yeah.
So it'll be cool to see. All right, so we have some of our limited stock 1,000 age 12-plus drivers coming through. The little guy can barely see over the steering wheel. Number 25X is Cohen McKesson from right here in Midlothian, man.
Hometown, just
Yeah.
racing in his backyard doing things. Almost looks like he needs a booster seat, don't he?
It really does. So cool to see, though.
I don't know if Hicks is over here having a little bit of problems. He's falling off the pace a little bit. I don't know what's going on with him. Might be battling through some car issues, just trying to make it in, huh?
Maybe. I wonder what the vibe is, or the what do you tell mom and dad if you're 10 or 12 years old? You go, I don't want to drive a 170 or 250. Get me the big car. Like you can't see over the steering wheel, son.
I think it's a great bargaining chip for the parents, because then you get to make sure they get good grades in school, and then they get to race, right?
Yeah, exactly. Kim Savant, I don't know how to say your last name, but yeah, Team PPEI and Any Bike We Tune. Mulligan Gang, Go Holly.
There you go. Out there showing the love.
Yeah. Well, she's out there leading the race, too. And she's got 6,000 sponsors, too, so.
They'll be happy.
Yeah, they'll be definitely happy that she's out there leading.
Absolutely, man.
Getting to stand on the podium will be really rewarding for these guys, too. Cool new podium out here in Texplex. All the sponsors supporting all that.
Yeah, maybe we'll get a chance to stand on it this year.
Hopefully. Oh, yeah, I have to. I'm riding that. What's the class name again that I want to go out in? Pro Stock.
Pro Stock, absolutely.
That's where I'm trying to get to.
There you go.
We got Michelle Kocherek, I think you say it, Kocherek, from Walkwell, Texas, coming through. Still holding strong.
This is Peyton, I believe. And then right behind her, Liz Ramirez.
White flag coming out for our leader, number 9, Landon Poppert. Really putting on a clinic today. Doing a great job. These guys are going to have their work cut out for them if they want to compete tomorrow, that's for sure.
These younger kids seem to be taking this turn a lot better than a lot of the faster, crazier drivers, huh?
The younger you are, the better you can take it?
I guess. I don't know. They don't seem to struggle with it as much.
Maybe they're watching. Maybe they're watching the live feed. Maybe they're checking it out and seeing like what their line choices are at, studying. You know, kids are like sponges, man.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's great to see. Hicks hanging in there, man. He's fighting through something because he's dropped off the pace a little bit, but he's still in there making his laps.
Really cool looking car. I like the style of that one. Like you said, they get to kind of show their own creativity with it.
And he's running a lot of stock parts on that thing. I think they put an
Really?
S3 cage on it and put some harnesses in it and went racing.
I'm a big fan of running stock stuff.
Yeah.
As these guys come through their final lap, big dogs coming up next. The Pro Outlaw Race number 9. We're going to have some really great drivers that Manny knows very well. Cody Miller, Hunter Miller, Corey Willis, Jordan Berza, Cody Taylor, and Ben Fournier.
Yeah, there's not one guy in that class that is not a good person, and I love to see all them guys race together and against each other.
I get to meet some of these guys as well, I know a couple of them, but I got to meet Jordan last night. Fantastic dude.
Absolutely.
Looks like we got a driver having a little bit of trouble out on course now. Get the safety crew out there. Yeah, it looks like he went over a couple times.
Yeah. A little tumble. We can't see the number plate, so.
But it still looks like all the safety stuff did its job.
That's the important part.
Driver should be okay. They'll get him off course and to safety, assess the situation, make sure that the driver is doing okay.
Looks like they're going to be able to pull off of the track under their own power, so that's always a good thing.
Yeah, number 441 is I don't even see them on the list. Is it 41 or 40?
It said 441. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't. Unless it got 144, I don't know if it got upside down. But yeah, it's good to see that driver back going. 441. It's good to see that driver back going.
It says where. I don't know why it's not on our list here in front of us, but there's still some passing being done back there in the back.
It's not over till it's over, man. Last lap still counts.
Last lap, and these guys are still going for passes. So,
but number 9, Landon Paubert's going to come across the victory, man. Great job. Great job. Sweet, thank you, Jessica. So we got the top 3 in each class here. So we got Riley Cadenhead coming home with the victory in the limited stock 1,000 age 12 plus. Who we got in second here, Manny?
Cohen McKinson.
Yeah, Cohen McKesson, I think it is. Yeah, and then Tyler Hicks coming home in third, man.
Place. All right, good
dude,
job,
doing a great job. Yeah, and then in the women's classes, we got Peyton Dowdy coming home with the first place, number 92. Looks like Michelle, I think it's Kosarek, I think that's how you pronounce it, coming home with second place, and then Liz Ramirez round out the podium.
So Holly must not have had a good first race, not be able to pull off the podium, huh?
Yeah, because she was ripping out there this time. Great job to all our competitors, though. One of the things that I like best about that, there was some adversity out there, but these drivers did everything that they could to get their vehicles across the finish line and respect each other along the way.
Looks like the women kept the drama down this race, huh?
Yeah. That first moto was pretty intense.
Good job to them.
Some of them, I think it was their first race out there. You know, they're doing good, man. When you think about how nerve-wracking it is to be your first race, you get out there, you got a track that all these pros are driving on. You know, it's a little bit to handle.
It is. I still get nervous every time I pull up to the line.
Yeah.
And I've done it for a while, and I still get nervous, you know.
I think that's one of the things that makes it so exciting, though, right, is having those nerves and being able to let your adrenaline go and do what you got to do.
I think it's a great feeling. Got a couple of the last finishers finishing up right now. We got the pros lined up on the line, getting ready to take off.
Yeah, great job, Lincoln Smiley, bringing it home. And then I think one of the final girls is coming in her Yamaha YXZ, which is Michelle Kosarek. She's going to come home with a second place, man.
Good for her. Yep.
Like we were talking about, she's doing the whole shifting thing, man.
She is. She's out there doing it. Not missing a beat.
All right, we got the neon green wheels.
Is this Peyton Dowdy, I believe?
Peyton Dowdy. We got with the neon green wheels and the red/orange cage. Keeping it creative.
Yep. This is Ramirez.
And number 18, Liz Ramirez, bringing home her podium finish in the women's class. Great job, guys. Great job. All right. So we'll go through some of the sponsors while these pros are getting ready to go real quick. Cody Miller, Can-Am. Hunter Miller, Can-Am. Corey Willis, PPEI, Elevated Ingenuity. Jordan Berza, Louisiana Direct Auto, PPEI. Cody Taylor's got like 6,000 sponsors too. Can-Am, S3 Power Sports, Miller Brothers Racing, Tixera Tech, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Double E Racing, Lucamali, Hess Motorsports, Content Jar Media, ZRP, HMF, Raceline, Run BC, Warranty Killer Performance, Maxxis, SSI, and Ben Fournier with Butter Supply.
Yeah. So this is an interesting class, man. You got people like Cody Taylor that's a big part of the design in all these cars and is out here racing against them, you know? So it's awesome to see.
So he helps build them?
Yeah, he's a designer for them at S3.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay, cool. So he knows what's up.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you got Ben over here with the new car stepping up into the pro class this year. So he's still trying to figure out his setup and find some speed out there and do big things.
And Cody Taylor came out firing the first moto. That whole shot was really, really effective for him. He came home with the second place, but that whole shot got him out there for the first, half of the race?
Yeah,
third of the race?
Here we go, and off the line they go. So this is the hard one, all yellows.
So there we go, that third spot, the third gate that you were talking about pays off again.
Cody in front with Taylor behind him. Cody Miller taking your whole shot. So let's see if his changeup makes a difference.
Oh yeah, you just said that they adjusted some things on the cars, right?
So we got Cody Taylor in second, Hunter in third, and then you got Corey Willis, fourth place right here. Oh, here we go. Cody Taylor trying to take the inside on Cody Miller there.
When we were doing the track previews, I kind of felt like some of those alternative lines would start paying off in adverse track conditions, like drying out like this and become faster. You know, like it's kind of a gutsy move, especially on the first lap for Cody Miller to do that. But he's testing the water to see if he can pull out, you know what I mean, and take off and run away with this thing.
And these guys are the pros, man, so they're going to try everything they can, you know.
Looks like they're going to face a little bit of dust, too, so we'll see how it goes.
These guys are super close to each other.
Really are.
So that White Snake is a little dusty back there.
Considering the wind and the weather that we've had today, I'm really impressed that the track is holding up this well.
It is. It's doing great.
Keeping the moisture in.
Corey Willis trying to do something, man. He had a mechanical issue the first moto, so they had to change some parts and come back and try it again.
Doing it better now?
Yeah, hopefully.
And Corey's car actually had, at the Texas 12-hour race, got a lot of social media attention because of the car actually catching fire.
Yeah, and that's he's in a rental car.
Oh, is he?
Because of it, yeah. His new car's not done yet, unfortunately.
Okay. So he's getting another car built, and he's just out here still getting points, though.
Yeah, man. He's out here in somebody else's car, but still being very competitive.
So you see these guys kind of tiptoeing around here. Well, Cody Taylor's not tiptoeing, but...
And that is a lot of pressure when you got one of the Miller brothers behind you like that, huh?
Yep. And Jordan Berza and Ben Fournier rounding it out. A little hard to drive through that dust, but these guys are doing it. So Hunter Miller was pretty strategic in his execution plan during that first moto, and it looks like he's kind of starting that same mentality.
Yeah, these brothers are like yin and yang.
Oh, there he goes.
Hunter, excuse me.
With the dive. And that's what I was saying. This track really lends itself to doing moves like that. You have to be very calculated. You have to set it up corners in advance. Get on the rear bumper when you know that the passing opportunity is going to be there, and execute just like Hunter just did. So it'll be interesting to see, because we know Cody Taylor's obviously going to try to fight back as much as he can.
Yeah, and that's a battle, in these Can-Ams between a 64 wide and a 72 wide right here. So it's a completely different car.
And who's running the 62 and who's running the 74?
The Cody Taylor's in the 72 and
72,
and
64.
you got Cody Miller in a 64 wide, so it's completely different setups.
What would you choose?
Man, I like the 72.
Do you?
Yeah. I've tried them both.
Just a big fan of the 70, a little bit
64,
wider
you're
wheelbase.
just on the edge a little more, which I think fits Cody Miller's driving style.
Yep. Keith Harrison asks, if spectators want to come and watch, how much is it for spectators? We'll get you an answer real quick.
Yeah, I think they can go on the website, and check all that stuff out.
Yeah, you can probably go to the Outlaw website and check it out, but let's see if we can get him an answer real quick.
So here we go. They're coming around the last couple turns.
Coming
right
into
here before the
Daytona
finish.
turn, yeah, coming back around.
Yeah, and you have Cody Miller coming around first right there with his brother Hunter Miller right behind him.
Yeah. It looks like Cody Taylor's getting a little loose coming through there. He's really starting to push that car, man. But if you say he does a lot of the development and stuff, like they like to drive faster than you can do it. Push the car to its limits. Push it beyond its limits so you know how to draw it back and get it stuck to the ground.
Yeah.
All right, Keith Harrison, we got an answer for you. It's pretty simple. If you want to just come out for the day, just $25 a day to spectate. You can see some of the pit action. You can talk to all the drivers. Obviously, you can see the racing. You can even get some really good food. They got barbecue, they got hamburgers, hot dogs, all that stuff. But I think the best part about it is if you're interested, you can check it out and talk to all the drivers and everybody. $25 is nothing to pay to come out and have some fun for the day. And you can get a discount if you want to come for the whole weekend, camp out, whatever you want to do. I think it's $40 for the spectator for the whole weekend, so you can come out both days.
Yeah, and everybody's so friendly out here, man. You can make new friends so fast.
Oh, absolutely. And they're willing to answer all the questions for you, too.
Absolutely.
And this is a really, really great place to do it because you could talk to these pros, the bad dog. You could talk to all these guys, or you can just go talk to maybe some of your future competitors and ask them, hey, what class should I get in? So thank you very much, Keith, for tuning in, man. We really appreciate it. And feel free to share with your friends, too. Any of the guys that you talk to or any of the guys that you hang out with on the weekend that are interested in racing, maybe you guys bring a whole crew out here and all have some fun together.
Absolutely. So it looks like Cody Miller might have figured out something during the break because he's leading the pack right now and looking pretty strong.
It's cool to see that they are so versatile to be able, or so, I don't know what you want to call it, so understanding of the vehicles that they drive that they can actually make those changes and have such a drastic difference, even though it's only seconds, but it's such a drastic difference in the performance.
I think when you're running at this level, 1 second is a huge step.
Yeah, exactly, right?
These guys are the fastest out here, so 1 second on what they were doing is a lot. But he's keeping collected, man, and there he is right there.
So I noticed that both of these guys, Hunter and Cody Miller, when they're driving around, they're a lot easier on the throttle right now than they were in the first moto.
Well, they're where they want to be, up in the front, right? And they want to protect that. But you got Cody Taylor still fighting strong and not letting them get away, and Corey Willis is also right there, man.
Cody Taylor's, you can see, I don't know if you can see it on the live screen, but you can see that his suspension is set up quite a bit stiffer because going through some of the smaller, choppier stuff, you can see the wheels not moving as much and it giving a little bit more feedback to the vehicle. So that's one of the things that we were talking about. Jordan's car looks like it's nice going through some of those small bumps. That's one of the things that we were talking about earlier is that you have to foresee the track coming to you.
That's right, and I think the Millers are really good about reading that kind of stuff, man, and been doing it so long that they can do it on the fly.
They've logged a couple laps out here, that's for sure.
For sure.
But not on this reverse track.
Not us on this particular setup, but I think when you race for that long, your whole life growing up and everything, I think it just comes to you.
Yeah, 100%. They just know what it feels like with the steering wheel and in the seat of your pants.
Yeah. And they work with some great people, and have a lot of support to help them out and get them to where they are. '65 of Ben Fournier. So new car for him. He stepped up in class this year. So
was that a newly built car, or was that a car that was
brand new built car, man? The Millers helped him out with the build, and they just got it done a couple days ago. So this is his main voyage.
Awesome. So clearly he's having fun with that thing.
Absolutely. On stock tuning and everything. So, in the pro class out here trying to figure it out.
I think that's so cool that people can do that. Come out with all the safety stuff. You don't have to have a rocket ship. You can just come out, do it. Not saying that he's not going to put a tune on it later. But
absolutely. I think to run in this class, you almost have to, right, to be competitive. But
maybe it's a good move to come out here with a stock tune. Make sure that your car gets...
find your setup.
Yeah,
absolutely.
100%. And then as you get better, you can start increasing the horsepower. Talk to the guys over at Evolution Power Sports. Get a stage 1, stage 2, and then get up to the big dog class.
There you go.
A bunch of ponies.
Play with a little bit of that launch control on them things, and
yeah,
then you're having a good old time.
You know what? I was talking to Todd over at Evolution Power Sports, and they got an app called Code Shooter on your phone that you can actually do the programming on your phone.
And it works very well.
So right now, as they sit, I think Hunter would be totally content having a second place finish for the overall.
I think it would put him. So Hunter Miller with the fastest lap so far of the weekend.
2:27.8.
Bringing the heat. I think the way it sits right now, Hunter would get the overall for the weekend.
Yeah, did I say Cody? I meant Hunter. Yeah. So because he came with the first place in the first moto.
Correct.
And Cody came home with the third in the first moto.
Yeah. So he's just got to keep Cody Taylor behind him, and I think he gets to stand on top of the box.
That's always brotherly love, man.
And them boys race to the checkered flag every time.
Great aerial shot. You can see the prairie line and the trees through the back where they do run some of the Texas 12-hour race. Our friend Manny here may have had a little excursion at the Texas 12-hour race into a stream.
I went exploring. It just was at the wrong time.
All
I'm
right.
supposed to go exploring during the race.
Yeah, exactly. Good stories, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we got Cody Miller out front, Hunter Miller in second, Cody Taylor in third, Corey Willis in fourth, Jordan Berza, and Ben Fournier rounding out the field here.
These guys are they're not going to slack off, And it's crazy to see how consistent their lap times stay throughout the race.
Yeah, exactly. Probably only a few tenths difference per lap. So while we're letting these guys kind of, I don't know, they're just basically keeping it consistent. We'll let the Miller brothers come through here as they round out the last couple corners. That's a great shot coming down into the Talladega turn. Or Daytona turn, whatever you want to call it. Both of these guys are letting off way earlier to make sure they tiptoe around this corner now.
They don't want to blow this turn. I'm sure they were definitely watching people mess that up.
And here you can watch Cody Taylor's suspension. It's so much stiffer when he comes through this stuff.
Well, maybe he'll go back to the drawing board and make some changes tonight and come back tomorrow.
Who knows, man? Going through the pits, I know there was a lot of people that were concerned about what adjustments they should make before the motos because they got good practice in, but some of them didn't get enough practice in for what they needed to learn. You know what I mean? So, like you said, they're learning today.
Absolutely. And, these guys are competitors racing against each other when they're on the track, but, man, these are all teammates when they're off the track. So
yeah, 100%. They can talk to each other.
Absolutely.
Share data. All right. As Ben Fournier comes by, just want to give another shout out to all the sponsors that help the Texas Outlaw Series. Obviously, Can-Am for being the presenting sponsor. RedBull, Graphics Guys, Linden Mood Demolition, Austin Excavating, Crown Off-Road Racing, United RV, Ride Progressive, Maxxis Tires, Moto Race Tire, PCI Race Radios, Texiera Tech, Double E Racing, PPEI, Demon Power Sports, Hess Motorsports, Renegade Fuel, S3 Power Sports, guys over at Shock Therapy for jumping on board to help out with the live stream, Ultimax Belts, great guys over there at Ultimax Belts, Liquid Moly Power Sports, Louisiana Direct Auto, UTV Race Shop, Max Performance, and G3 Motorsports. Thank you very much to all those guys.
Huge shout out to all them guys that make it all possible, man.
All right, and we only have, looks like, what time are we doing? We're doing pretty good on time. It's about, race will probably end around 3:45, and we got one more race, race 10, coming up with, are we allowed to say the old guy class?
I don't think you're supposed to say
We're
that.
not supposed to say that. We got to keep it. We got to keep it real.
It's just 40 plus, you know. The
yep.
wise class. We'll call it the wise class.
Yeah, the mature racers out there. The Vet 40 plus Outlaw and the Vet 40 plus stock class. White flag coming out for the Miller brothers.
White flag, and it looks like Hunter is starting to pick up the pace a little bit and close it up.
Oh, you think he's going to throw it in?
I don't know. I mean, he's still overall, but maybe he just wants to let his brother know he's still got some speed, huh?
Cody Taylor, it looks like he's just going to bring it home.
He's in a good spot, and, you know, they still got a race tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%.
Taylor. 0.7 seconds gap between first and second place, man. Talk about a tight race, huh?
It's just insane to me to understand that, you know what I mean? And the crazy thing is you said, you know, you're like, yeah, you know, I wonder if Hunter's going to throw it in on him. Well, if I'm going to argue back at you, what if Cody has more in the tank?
Yeah,
you know what
right.
I mean? Like, kind of crazy, right?
It is. These guys have raced each other for so long. They know each other so well. So they can do that kind of stuff, man, and race against each other like this.
And it's one of those things, like, you know, if you don't know the racer in front of you, sometimes you can get a little nervous. They could pressure you into a mistake or something like that. I don't really ever see that happening with these dudes.
Yeah, I think they've just raced against each other for so long. It makes it easy to trust them coming into them and trying to make a pass or something, you know?
Yeah, 100%. So as we wind down, we'll give you guys the intro for the 40-plus Outlaw class. We got number 10, Chris Donald. Number 23, Todd Anders. Number 151, Corey Hyman. Number 410, Robert Makovsky. And for the Vet 40-plus stock, we have number 4, Terry Lackey. Number 9, George Ramirez. We have number 33, Timothy Krantz. Number 111, Austin Sides. Number 112, Austin Sides. Number 211, Byron Mowry. Number 481, Marcus Callahan. 787, Angel Fontanez. And number 901, Mike Bucafusco. All right, coming down.
Here we go, coming around the last corner.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Cody Miller taking the checkered flag in first with Hunter right behind him.
That was a great race. They definitely showed us, and if you're a kid, you know, coming around watching these guys, like we were talking about being a sponge, Cody Taylor finishing up third. You watch these guys turn from aggressive to smooth right after the first lap.
Yeah.
And that's what, you know, shows how good you can be and how consistent you can be in your speeds. Hunter Miller turned the fastest lap, I think it was probably on lap 3 or 4, at a 2:27.8 because of that smooth driving style.
Man, they come up with a game plan and they execute and follow it to a T, man, and it works out for them, you know. They don't deviate from it.
Yeah, exactly.
They trust their car and their driving abilities and, you know, stick with their game plan.
Oh, we got coming into Daytona turn. Looks like he was going to give him some love. There we go. Look at fighting all the way to the finish.
Ben
Give him
Fournier trying to make the last few ditch efforts to make the pass.
You
But
see him
it
kissing?
Ended up going off the track.
You see him kissing tires in that last quarter? We're gonna have to talk to Jordan and see about that.
You always race to the checkers, so
always.
good job.
Yeah, good job, Ben. That was cool, man. Last ditch effort. Oh, sometimes kissing tires doesn't last that or doesn't do that well, but
no. So we got the last race getting ready to line up here with your Vet 40 Plus Outlaw class and your Vet 40 Plus Stock class.
Yeah, I already read through the roster, but let's give some sponsors some love for these guys.
Yeah, so Chris Donald coming in with the Mold Tool, SA Belt, Ignite, Demon Axles, and Maxxis Tires. You also have Corey Hyman coming in with LFR, I think it's suspension, right?
I'm not sure, man.
Okay.
Give LFR some love, though, for bringing him out here to the track, man.
And in your stock class, Mr. Terry Lackey bringing in DFW ATV and Bikeman Performance. Austin Sides coming in with Hess Motorsports and Sharon Yamaha. Also, Angel Fontenez, Level Communications, K&T Performance, G3 Motorsports.
And then, I don't know how to say it, Bucafusco,
I believe.
Yeah.
With the Garage Automotive out of Rowlett, Texas.
I see a lot of Texas in this 40-plus stock class right here.
All Texas boys, huh?
So out of all these, 12 drivers or so here in both of these classes, only one dude, Chris Donald, is from Pembroke Pines, Florida. Everybody else from Texas, man.
One guy representing Florida doing it.
The odd man out, just straight representing Florida.
Well, let's see how it works out for him.
And one of the things that's going to be a little bit difficult for these guys, and was a little difficult for the last pro race, is having sun in your eyes. The sun's kind of getting ready to set here in Texas, coming down, and these guys, they only have to drive directly west, I think, twice. Coming in this Daytona turn and then going down in the back section over there in the off camber. But still, that sun can be pretty blinding, especially if you have a little bit of dust like
it's
in.
It's deorienting when it hits you right in the face, man. You come over a crest or something, and it's right in your face.
Like where White Snake is?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
tinted visors go a long way for that.
You like running tinted visors?
Yes.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know a lot of people do, man. I could never do it. I was always the clear visor guy.
Really?
But I know a lot of people really like to run those tinted visors. And don't they make the amber ones and the mirrored ones and stuff like that too? What did you usually use?
I use tinted. I started off using amber. It was kind of tricky. I ran into a situation where I tried to use an amber at night, and it scarred me for life.
Really?
So I don't do that anymore, and I have since switched to the tinted, and I think the tinted works best overall for me.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
a lot of guys like that setup too. So here we're taking a look at the start here, and it's progressing actually pretty good over the whole weekend. Each one of those individual starting positions from left to right is dependent on where you qualify and the results and different things, but you can pick which gate you want. And you can see up towards the first turn what Manny was talking about. He was saying 2 or 3 from the left would be a good spot to start. It looks like those lines are straight where the ruts are. It looks like it's a straight shot to the first turn, but maybe even 4. Like maybe 4 looks good too.
From this angle, it definitely looks like 4, even maybe 5 is still okay. You know, I mean, you got a straight shot right to the inside turn. There's plenty of track. It's grooved in, so you have some traction there to make your turn.
And you were saying it'll help with if you get even a little bit worse of a reaction time, you can still keep that inside line. If you got a wheel there, you got a chance.
Absolutely, and the turn's to the right up there, so you can push the outside person out a little bit if you had to. There goes, green flag, and they're off.
So, yeah, whoa.
A little squirrely there. It looks like the 23. Yeah, Todd Andreas going to take the whole shot, looks like.
Oh, looks like one of the guys didn't make the cut. So we'll have to see when the numbers come around who didn't actually make it. But
number 410, Robert, is in second place right there.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you can see his number there.
Number 10, Chris Donald, is in your third place for that class.
So unfortunately, number 151, Corey Hyman, didn't make it. All right, so here goes the Vet 40 Plus stock guys. very similar results, right about the middle of that.
Seems like to be the money ticket today.
And it looks like also some other guys didn't make the starting gate either in this class.
Got to play the long game this weekend, you know. It's a lot of racing.
Yeah, you really do.
I didn't get to see who got the whole shot in that class just yet. Looks like they're starting to pull away just a little bit.
It was either Timothy Krantz or Terry Lackey, one of the two.
Okay. Both of your Polaris drivers, huh?
Yep.
Some sweet aerial shots right there.
So as the track dries out and you see a lot of the blue groove come up, does that mean that when you get out of the blue groove, it's real skatey, real slippery?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's you know, it's what they call the marbles, you know. So, and it feels just like that when you get off there. It feels like ice when you're on the blue groove and you lose that traction.
So that's probably why the Miller brothers and some of those top pros were, I don't want to say tiptoeing because they were still hauling butt, but being very consistent with their line choices and lap times.
They definitely know how to hit their marks and they stay in it for sure. There we go. We got.
Well, as we kind of wind down the last race of the day, we still have tomorrow to present you guys all the racing. We're going to have first motos in the morning, just like we did today, second motos in the afternoon, and we're going to have a total of 10 races, just like we did, all the same amount of fun. So you guys can comment in, you know, have fun with us, ask us questions, tell us, again, like your favorite driver. Here we go as the leader comes around, number 410. Robert Markovsky.
Yeah, so he made a couple positions off the start there. Made quick work of the first lap.
Yep, exactly. Number 23, Todd Anders out of Bourne, Texas. And number 10, Chris Donald, rounding out the top three. But yeah, like I said, we're winding down the motos here today. But please, join us. Share it with your friends, man. Have some fun with us tomorrow. I'm really stoked that Keith Harrison commented in and asked us about how the newbies can get started, how you can watch the races. It's awesome to see that people are interested in doing this.
Yeah, and I know that, you know, anybody can come out here and talk to any of these top drivers, man.
Yeah.
Every single one of them would help them out and give them pointers and set them in the right direction for anything that they had. And any questions that they had, man. There's a lot of great people out here.
Super cool. So when I get my pro stock car, I can come out here and ask the boys what's up?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Might have to leave it at your house.
That's okay. No problem, man.
See, there you go.
We'll get it figured out.
Yeah.
I'll get one and go in that class, too. We'll go bang bars in there.
How about like they did? Yeah, that would be awesome, man. I would love that. How about the nobody does double riding except for we saw the kid with his dad in there. I don't know if you saw it, but
I didn't.
He had his dad in there the whole time, man, and he was pinning. The kid could barely see over the steering wheel in that 170 or whatever. Dad was just holding on for dear life.
Man, and he was probably having the time of his life.
Oh my gosh.
When I first started racing, I had a female co-drivers.
Really?
They kept me real calm and collected.
That's cool.
Yeah. And
good co-drivers too?
Yeah.
Nice, man.
Absolutely.
What was your first UTV race? Do you remember?
In Kosh Country, in the woods.
Really?
Yep.
How was that? You like it? Or
yeah, it was awesome.
Or you like being out in the open?
I enjoy both genres. I really do. And I started off in a 4-seater in the woods. That was not the best choice, but
yeah, still you got out there, right?
I made it work.
Kind of like what we're talking about, man. You just get out there and do it. Okay,
Absolutely.
so a rundown in the 40-plus Outlaw, Vet 40-plus Outlaw class. We got Markovsky, Anders, and Donald. In the 40-plus stock class, looks like we got Lackey, Buckafusco, Callahan, Mowry, Sides, and Ramirez. So all these guys bringing it home, man.
Robert guy sure is finding
I always
some
give
pace
these
out there.
I always give these guys mad props because it's the last moto of the day. The track is as rough as it can be. Not prepped. You know, it's just, it is what it is. It's like, I don't know what you call it. Like true
It's
hardcore
true grit,
racing.
man.
Yeah.
True grit. They're out there just doing it. Not letting anything get in their way, right?
Well, except for a couple other drivers that are in front of them, but
well, it's up to them to make the passes.
Yeah, exactly. Lackey's coming through in his RS1 here. This battle with the two Can-Ams up front in the 40-plus Outlaw class, pretty cool to see.
And their setup is completely different. One is really high and one is really low.
Yep.
Everybody trying to figure out what they.
Made a mistake.
Maybe he didn't like the pressure. He said, "Let me chase you for a little bit."
Yeah. And you know that's fine too. I mean, we're all true racers. We want to get out there and win. We want to stand on top of the box. But if you're not feeling it, man, just bring it home.
Yeah.
That goes for all the newbie racers too. You know, you can come out, you can find a class to be in. If you feel uncomfortable in that class, ask suggestions from other drivers and stuff. But if you don't want to be competitive, you know, let those guys go. Get used to the races. Come out for practice.
Yeah, fill out your car, man. Learning your car is a big thing.
100%.
Getting comfortable with it, finding what seat position works best for you inside the car and all that stuff. It's real important.
That's a good point, is making sure that it actually works for you.
Yeah. That was a big thing, is finding the most comfortable position you want to be in. You know, it makes you faster, I think.
Yeah, 100%. Less tired, the whole deal.
Yeah.
So it looks like going through Whitesnake, it's not as much dust as I had initially anticipated. So these guys are going to be able to finish it out. Sun's probably not bothering him quite as much as I thought either. Track's still looking like it's shaping up pretty good. Tonight, after the races end here in just a few minutes, the track crew is going to go out, fix the track up, get it all dialed in for all the drivers, ready for tomorrow when we hit the track early in the morning.
Get to do it all over again.
So all the guys that need redemption have a second chance, like you said.
Absolutely. Don't have to wait. Get right to it. I'm sure there'll be a couple of people in the pits busy getting their cars back ready.
Yep.
A lot of people making changes and adjustments.
They called for, the weather app called for some rain tomorrow. We're crossing our fingers that doesn't happen so we can continue racing.
That definitely doesn't happen.
Or if maybe it's just a light sprinkle overnight, that would be perfect. Get the track all dialed for us.
Yeah.
Great looking car. Fluorescent orange with the red Motul on the side. Looks awesome.
Yeah,
or fluorescent yellow, excuse me.
Yeah, and these cars are bright.
Easy to see, though.
Absolutely. It's what I like when they set themselves apart, so it's easy to tell who it is. Nice little battle shaping up right there.
So we got the 481 of Marcus Callahan chasing down Austin Sides, number 112. I think they were pretty close to each other in that first moto, too. So we'll go down through the running order again. In the 40-plus Outlaw class, we have Murkowski, Landers, and Donald. And in the 40-plus stock class, we got Lackey still holding it down. Buckafusco, Callahan, Sides, Mowry, and Ramirez.
They're out there still trying to do their thing, man, trying to race to the checkered flag.
Well, I always had a problem like late in the day during motos, whether it would be off-road, dirt bikes, short course, whatever it was. I always started like right around 4 o'clock. I always start thinking about dinner. I always start thinking about dinner.
I mean, that is an important part of it.
Yeah.
You know?
Can't lose focus, though, George. You can't lose focus.
Well, you come by the camp, we'll cook something up.
There you go.
Get something put together.
What time is it? Am I on cue? Oh, 4 o'clock, man. Right.
It's a little early for dinner, but, you know, we can make things happen.
Hey, my brain works early, dude.
Yeah.
like we talked about before, these guys at Texplex and with the Texas Outlaw Series doing a fantastic job. A lot of the cool stuff that happened on Thursday night and Friday was seeing everybody come in, get their pits set up, start talking to everybody. It's the first round. Everybody's got the first round nerves. And now we already got through a day of racing, so we'll see how calm and cool and collected some of these drivers are and how frantic they are to get their car ready again.
Yeah, this is always the best part right here, getting to see what everybody thought about the track and the race for the day and how it went for them, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Robert's still out front making great line choices, just holding it steady.
I tell you what, every since I was a little kid, even nowadays, I always like watching the pros because it makes me feel like I'm getting better inside my head, understanding what they're doing, what can I do later. You know, like the kids race early in the day. I guarantee they were watching. They go back after that pro moto. They say, "Dad, can we do this? Dad, can we change this?" You know, whatever it is.
And
to be able to be
these
better.
drone footages provide so much more sight of the car now, you know.
That's actually a really good point, yeah.
Learn spots of the track and how your car's handling it and everything, and you really get to see what it's doing.
Yeah, totally. That's a good point, is that the live coverage that the Outlaw Series is bringing with this live production really actually, it helps everybody, right? It helps all the people at home see their family, friends, all the racers, and it gives a different advantage to people that want to utilize the footage.
Yeah. You know, they watch film day in sports, you know, in football and stuff like that. They got film day, so it's kind of the same thing.
You know, now in Supercross and motocross, they have overlays where you can layer footage on top of another rider's footage on your team and like all kinds of crazy stuff. Even in the Lucas Oil Short Course Series that we did, we had units that would track our best laps, and it would show us where we could increase the speed in the corners. It would show us G-forces, all kinds of data that was fantastic for us because it showed us, myself, where to be smoother, where to be more aggressive, what lines to take.
It's definitely a lot out there to make you faster and help you out with anything you want to do.
Yeah, 100%. It just depends on how you want to take your program. Yep. I talk a lot nowadays about just keeping it stock because that's the easy way to do it, you know?
Yeah.
But, man, when you're a professional racer and you want to get better, there's all kinds of options.
And you can have so much fun in the stock class, man.
Dude,
it's
totally
amazing. So
all right. Looks like our leader, Murkowski's bringing out the white flag.
Looks like he's comfortable in the car, just making laps, man.
So I don't know if Murkowski's going to have some bragging rights, but Timing and Scoring just said that he's got a 30-second lead, so that's pretty impressive, man.
He's definitely found his line for sure.
Yeah, totally. Maybe that's where he excels at. Maybe he's a good dry track driver. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Donald's still holding it down strong, though. Second place. Anders running out the top three. Very similar to what happened in the first moto. Some of these Vet 40-plus stock drivers come up into the class, give a little bit of pressure to the modified drivers or outlaw drivers. Just goes to show that it doesn't have to be, like you said, doesn't have to be the fastest car.
No, absolutely.
You can still be competitive with something that doesn't have as much horsepower.
Suspension setup is a big thing, dude, and driver input, you know.
Yep, 100%.
Being smooth and consistent. Come out here, have a good time, be competitive, and maybe get some bragging rights, right? All your buddies.
You definitely want bragging rights in these pits. That's for sure.
You're right. So one more lap to go for these guys. And they all get to take a break, regroup, get ready for tomorrow.
What's the usual thing that these guys will go through when they get off the track? They clearly have to go to get weighed if they are required to have
thing.
weight.
I hope everybody's paying attention to that.
So follow the rules. Make sure you're doing that. But what's the move when you get back to the pits? You ask your team, or if you're a solo guy, you tighten bolts, you go through the car, or do you eat first? Do you what's the normal thing that these guys will go through?
Man, if it was me, I'd have to eat first. But
yep, same.
No, you definitely want to take the car over. Suspension for sure. Make sure your lug nuts are still tight.
Yep.
All that good stuff, and
tie rods, radius rods.
Absolutely. And
ball
a
joints.
lot of these cars are belt driven, so you want to get an eye on that and make sure you hadn't worn nothing out funny, and make sure you got fresh belt and air filters clean, ready to rock and roll.
Our leader's getting ready to cross the finish line right now. So it looks like Robert Murkowski's going to come home with the victory in the 40-plus Outlaw class. Yeah. Crazy.
He was moving. He never let off the throttle the whole race.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's bananas. And it looks like if they finish in the order that they're going to come through in the Vet 40-plus stock class. Oh, that's Outlaw? Oh, those drivers that you said were... Okay.
So
Checkered flag.
Chris Donald right there. Just finished.
So I think Murkowski's going to take the overall. Outlaw. Okay, cool. Great job by all these drivers, man. Finishing off the day strong. Keeping the track workers' duties light, man. Nice and consistent. So now these the safety crew, everybody's going to be able to go back to the pits, hang out. Like I said, we really appreciate all you guys hanging out with us, joining us. Thank you very much, Manny, for coming and hanging out, dude.
Man. Thanks for having me.
It was really cool to have you sit in here. You know a lot of these guys from Texas and down here in the South much better than I do, so thanks for giving me a little bit of insight as to all these drivers, what they do. You can see a great shot of the pits there. All of these guys are going to obviously follow the rules, go back, get weighed if they need to, hit the pits, get some food, get their cars tuned up, and just get ready for tomorrow. We really appreciate all you guys joining us. We hope that you guys can join us tomorrow, hang out. Like I said, please join, root on your favorite drivers, have some fun with us, ask questions just like Keith Harrison did today. So you guys can come out to the track and hang out when you guys are ready to hit the track and race as well.
Yep, so that's a wrap. Full day of racing right here.
Full day of racing. Thank you very much for you guys tuning in. Thank you to all the sponsors for the series. Day one of the Can-Am Texas Outlaw Side-by-Side Series. Round one, presented by Red Bull, is going to be in the books. We will see you guys for round two very quickly, tomorrow, actually.
Yeah.
So thanks again, Manny. We really appreciate it. See you guys tomorrow.
See you guys.